Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the PEPAGANDA show with your host, Pep. Good to see everybody. Hope you all are ready for some news. And also, we got a little fun segment for the end of the show. I am excited to get to this. So, there was a little interesting news drop today that honestly I wasn't expecting. So Susie Wiles, if you guys do not know who she is the chief of staff of the White House, which you would think that the chief of staff for Donald Trump would have nothing but really, really good things to say about the people that she has chosen to staff said White House. But it turns out that she's got some tea to spill, folks. She went public with some pretty scathing takedowns of not only the people who work within the administration adjacent, but Donald Trump himself. So without further ado, I just want to get to this. This is crazy. I was not expecting to see this as one of the first stories that came across my feed today.
This just in, a revealing new interview with really the most powerful person in president.
Also, I just want to say welcome in, everybody. I will be doing some chat shout outs here in a minute. And yeah.
Trump's White House beyond him. Chief of
No,
Staff
we're kinda
Susan
just going
Wiles commenting and going
today.
there on a wide range of topics, it seems, with Vanity Fair and a new series of interviews, from the handling of the Epstein investigation to her assessment of the big names on Donald Trump's team. Let's get to Sina's Elena Treen, who's at the White House.
I couldn't believe this.
There seems to be a lot in there, Elena. What is your big takeaway?
I like how we all have the same face, right?
I mean, look,
This is
I've covered
crazy.
the president, and I've also covered Susie Wiles for years now, Kate, and this is one of the most candid interviews and stories that she's offered. Interviews she's offered.
You know, it's almost like she was personal friends with Rob Reiner or something.
Really, from the entire time.
That was the bridge too far, because why else is she just going after all of them now?
Done that. This is incredibly candid.
Not like they haven't given it enough ammo.
Wiles is someone who often likes to operate kind of in the shadows and quietly. She doesn't like to draw attention to herself, and that's why I think some of what people are waking up and reading this morning is so stunning to hear about. But let me get into some of the main things that I found very notable from what Chris Whipple, who works with Vanity Fair, detailed from their conversations. One is that Wiles referred to President Trump as someone having a, quote, alcoholic personality. She also talked a
is pretty dead on.
lot about the vice president, J.D. Vance, someone who I should note, had this conversion that Whipple noted as well from never Trumper to a MAGA acolyte. Susie Wiles essentially said that change, that conversion has been, quote, sort of political. And she said the vice president has been a, quote, conspiracy theorist for a decade. She also talked about Russell Vought. He is the White House budget.
Vote. Oh, man. I've been saying Vought, from the boys.
Also, of course, one of the architects of that notorious Project 2025 conservative blueprint for the future Republican Party, something that Trump had previously, of course, disavowed. She argued that Vought is, quote, a right-wing absolute zealot. And then she also went into a number of different things.
Oh, I thought they were talking about Bondi on that one.
Pam Bondi, the attorney general, someone who's one of her closest friends, I should note, in this administration. She argued that Bondi, quote, completely whiffed the handling of the Epstein file. She also talked about how the president, who came in and offered a series of pardons to really roughly 1,000 people who were convicted for their crimes on January 6th. She essentially admitted that she had urged the president not to.
Oh, by the way, I call this news anchor replacement Caitlin Collins.
Pardon those who had committed violent crimes on January 6th and on the Capitol attack. She also talked about how she disagreed with him sometimes when it came to tariffs, saying that she had urged him to delay some of the tariffs that he ultimately announced. And it goes on. There's a lot of other areas where she kind of...
Wow, she really thought that she was going to be able to ring this in.
Talks about kind of disagreeing with him, but also ultimately her role is as a facilitator rather than, past White House chiefs that we've seen, notably people like John Kelly during the president's first administration, who at times tried to hold him back. She sees as her job trying to kind of shape what he does, but also not preventing him from doing what he wants to do. One very notable quote as well. Which
I don't know if you're going to have this kind of a takedown. Maybe, just maybe, do your job a little bit better there, Susie.
Stuck out to me.
It sounds like you have no one to blame but yourself.
Just given the context of what's very much in the news right now is Venezuela. She admitted publicly that one of the goals of this administration and the president is actually to see regime change in Venezuela and oust Nicolas Maduro. I should note that is not what the White House line has been on this. The White House line has been that this is all about trying to crack down on narco.
Why would she go public with this when all of this is still in the works? Like, man, this White House.
Terrorists and illegal drug trafficking. She essentially
just look at it for what it is. They are leaking like a sieve here.
said this on Venezuela. She said,
Ship
quote,
sinking.
he wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will. Again, a major contradiction in what we've heard from the White House on all of this. And the last thing I just want to quickly point you to, there's a lot in this. I do encourage our audience to actually go and read these very lengthy and detailed articles from Vanity Fair. But she talked about retribution, and she said that she had some sort of agreement with the president that she didn't
All right, so I'll probably pull up that article for the later stream today.
want him to be focused on score settling, that she was going to give him 90 days and then he kind of had to move on from it. But she also acknowledged that some of the recent indictments we've seen against some of the president's political foes, people like the former FBI director James Comey or the New York Attorney General Letitia James, both people who we've seen this Trump administration now bring indictments against.
She always looks like she heard something shockingly stupid.
She admitted that, yeah, that kind of is political. She said the Letitia James indictment specifically, she said that one you could call retribution. And so incredible stuff in here from Wiles, who, again, one of the most powerful people, if not the most powerful person in this White House, apart from Trump, being very, very candid in this interview, Kate.
Yep. All right, so like I said, I thought that this was kind of wild. Susie Wiles. All right, bad joke. But anyway, wanted to kind of start the day with a little bit of levity because with everything going on in the news from this weekend, like it was nothing but just like tragedy. But we will be going into how Kash Patel totally botched this investigation. Seems like he went out of his way to do so. So let me do a quick shout out to chat here, and then we will get back into the news. So I just want to say thank you for being here. If you can do me a favor, hit that like button on the stream. Really helps out this space and all the creators here. Makes me like you a little bit more too. So just remember that when you do so. Etch, what up, dude? How's it going? Pinkerbell, Rich, Brandon Woods, Johnny. Holding it down. Always appreciate the shout outs. Distracting, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Hermit, what up? And Rich PJ. I think that I got everybody here. So I appreciate you all being here today. I think she's flexing. She knows what could sink the ship, and she's reminding the White House. I have to say that makes more sense. Like the fact that she is at the end of the year, going into the next fiscal year of the presidency, it is kind of a good time to do it, I guess, where it's just like, hey, you guys know how you're like screwing all this up. I have eyes. I see what's happening. And I'm just reminding you, I could easily just kind of say, hey, that's all these guys. Peace, I'm out, but good luck handling this. Hope you're doing well, mate. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm doing okay. By the way, guys, it's a certain somebody's birthday week here. So somebody, a certain someone in a tie-dye hoodie is turning 1 year older. So, yeah, having December birthday is so much fun. So much fun. But here, let me add this to the stream here, and let's go into how badly Kash Patel really screwed up this Brown investigation, which, can I just say, this seems to be par for the course. Every big investigation, this dumbass goes out there and tweets about just an active investigation. He tweets evidence. This guy does not give a crap about the chain of evidence, which I'm not a cop. I have never been a cop. I have never been an FBI agent. I have never even, I have watched just a bunch of, the same BS that most Americans have. And that's how I even know what chain of custody is. I've watched a few Law and Order episodes. Maybe he should do the same because it is incredible. Fascism watch. Pep is blue MAGA, a loser. Oh, well, thank you. This loser is welcoming you into the show. So cheers, mate. You gotta love the internet.
Right now, the Brown University murderer is still on the run as police release chilling new videos of the suspect casing the building hours before he entered and opened fire, killing 2 students and injuring 9 others. Joining us
Is long.
this morning to discuss
Wait,
this
we have established that my Sylvester Stallone is not the strongest impression.
retired FBI special agent in charge and former head of the Chicago PD, Jody Weiss. Good morning to you, sir.
Arnold is yay, and then Stallone is.
We finally have some better videos, more details on the suspect, now described as 5'8". He's got a stocky build. Tell us more about these videos and also what has stood out
That was a weird thing, stocky build.
to you in this investigation, including the press conference that they gave yesterday.
Yeah, Jan, those videos weren't really too helpful. I mean, other than perhaps showing the direction of the guy's travel and where he was at, and he does have a unique gait. I don't see how
You already blocked me on your channel saying I was a psyop,
you're
weirdo.
going to make an identification after that. But, looking at that press conference yesterday,
I don't remember you, and I don't remember what you were saying.
Jan, that
welcome to the show.
was literally a mess to me. The first half of it,
Actually, a few of my mods are in chat today. Take it up with them.
you had politicians complimenting the police. Great work. When I first listened to it, I thought they must have caught the guy. Why would you compliment law enforcement when the
It's almost like that's how that goes.
person is still at large? You do that after you catch the person.
Right.
And then when the chief is putting out those
Like I said, Cash Patel does this thing where he's just like, great police work, fist bumps all around.
photographs, one of the reporters had to clarify, when did you get them? And he had the timeline completely messed up. But I thought one of the worst things that happened.
Dude,
when one of the reporters happened to say,
so
could you give
comically bad at his job.
us a physical description of the guy? And the chief goes, go to our website, we'll have it up there. He had literally millions of people watching him at that time, millions. And you can't say 5'8", stocky build. That's all we've got. That was a pretty simple line to put out. But you do a press conference to get out information, but also to instill some confidence, that law enforcement has their act together and that the public should feel safe. You think about Ed Davis at Boston, Rudy Giuliani
I have not praised Cory Booker. I think you're confused there.
at 9/11. You walked away from those conferences thinking, these guys have it down. They've got their act together. But I think this case needs to be turned over to the state police or the FBI, like right now.
Well,
Hopefully they're doing good stuff behind the
You
scenes.
talk about them having their act together, but they've already talked about somebody that they had in custody as a person of interest, and then they had to announce they released that person of interest. Why would they even announce that at all if they were not sure about why this arrest happened, who this person was?
Well, exactly. It's not uncommon to announce we're speaking to someone of interest, but it's very uncommon to identify the guy. Think what they did to this guy. They put his full name out in the public.
Yeah, this isn't the first time they've done this either.
And how do you retract that? It never should have happened
don't.
like that.
Well, they claim
Although, welcome to the fucking party, by the way.
they didn't. They claim somebody
Like, you guys remember, like, the whole way that they doxed people on Reddit, and they found out that came directly from the FBI?
else did, and then it's like the toothpaste coming out of the tube. You can't put it back in, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But what I did find interesting about this video was it told us a couple of things. It told us he was very intentional about that particular building, right? So he was targeting somebody in that building, but it also showed that he was casing the
Oh, did you get kicked out of Majority Report chat, too?
building. Almost like he was trying to make sure he could visualize how he was going to get out, where he was going to go. And it also told us that police knew this, and so they've been tracking and sort of looking at him even before he entered. So they know when he entered, they know when he exited, and they know where he was hours before he entered, because that's where that video's from, correct?
Right, exactly.
So what's your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's hard to know what was going through his head. Obviously, he's looking to make sure it's a soft target. Were there cameras up there? Were there any guards in the location? He's just as a bank robber would case a bank to see, is it an easy target? And clearly it was. Questions I have, Jan, is how did he get in? My understanding is all those doors you have to swipe your ID card. Did he have an ID card? Did he follow somebody in? And I know we've talked a little bit about, was he targeting someone? I have mixed feelings on that.
Oh, guys, they're going to blame the doors instead of the guns again. Uh-oh.
Perhaps he
Uh-oh. I can't see where this is going.
was, but the fact that you had the 2 people killed, which were totally different backgrounds, and you had the other 9 individuals that were wounded, I don't know if there's a particular target. And why did he stop shooting? He may have just ran out of
I bet
ammunition.
so.
We don't know at this point, but I'd love to hear from the other victims. How are they doing? What's their condition? And it's just been a gap of information that's come out of there, and we're just left to guess.
Do you see this being more like a Mangione situation where an astute person recognizes him based on this video, or more like a Charlie Kirk situation where the suspected assassin is recognized by someone, and that's when police are notified of who the suspect is?
Yeah, I don't know. From those videos, Jan, I don't see anybody making a positive ID. I do.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, he was very, very, very covered, and that is some sus-ass evidence. The fact that the media is always out here just like, what can we use to justify putting anybody in cuffs and just saying, that's the guy?
I think they might recognize.
Like I said, Luigi Maggioni's biggest mistake was not shaving his fucking eyebrows before he went and did what he did.
If I
Allegedly
was involved in this investigation, I would be scouring the dark web, the deep web, going through there, because these guys always tend to talk.
Vanity literally took him down.
And there may be conversation.
Like he had enough conviction to go do that allegedly, but seriously, you have the most recognizable eyebrows in all of America, and you're gonna just go out there and do what you did.
Going on there in some of these really dark places, and hopefully that can identify him. But that video and those faces, the pictures were pretty useless. So we'll just have to keep plugging away. Hopefully, I think the students might be another good base of information to source and seek out. Kids usually know what's going on. Was this somebody they knew? I think there's a lot of questions we still have. Hopefully, these are all being worked on right now, but we don't know at this point.
Yeah. All right. Retired FBI special agent in charge and former head of the Chicago PD, Jody Weiss. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Again, all right. So that's just another news network that apparently is just so gung ho to do the bidding of the Trump administration and pretty much all of law enforcement. Because you guys caught that, right? You guys caught how she was just like, how are we going to figure out who this one is? Huh? We have cameras everywhere. We need to figure it out right now. I mean, it'd be nice if we did. Someone going onto a campus and doing this, it's almost, I have to say, it's almost kind of crazy. Please refrain from insults, folks. Please kindly respect the hosts and the mods alike. Oh, boy. Don't worry, I'm used to this. The weird part is I don't understand the people that need to go even further and like that kind of stuff. Like, cool. I hope that you're gaining everything that you want out of that. But like I said, doesn't really bother me. All right, so this brings me to my next story. I'm sure some of you heard it. I'm sure some of you may not. Because this one is really odd. How over the weekend we had the Brown situation. We had the shooting over in Australia. And then there was a story that got completely buried. I'm sure that the Trump administration is really upset about that because none other than Cash Patel came out with his little group and said, we just caught some left-wing terrorists. We caught a terror plot. So let's see what this what the terror plot that they allegedly stopped is. There we go.
The Justice Department has announced the arrest of.
By the way, guys, I was only able to find some actual news reports on this from right-wing sources. Cheers to CBS News for finally showing us your hat and where you stand, your red hat.
People suspected of plotting New Year's Eve bombing attacks in Southern California. The DOJ says they're part of a far-left anti-government group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front. CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga joins us live. Nicole, what does the...
Sorry, I brought this up on my stream. There is a bar in Wisconsin called Turtle Island. So when I hear that, I'm just like, what?
Justice Department say that group was actually planning.
Yeah, the Justice Department says the group was planning what they call a coordinating bombing campaign across multiple locations, timed for New Year's Eve, with explosions set to go off simultaneously.
This tracks because there's any pattern of this being a thing.
When the clock struck midnight. And according to the court filings we've seen, the suspects actually...
Also, I'm going to just say this much. If any of this is true, guess what? We need to denounce. And guess who we need to denounce? And guess who we need to call idiots?
discussed building and deploying multiple improvised explosive devices.
But do I think that this is true? Not really. Are you guys buying this? Are any of you buying this?
Including how to transport them, how to conceal them, how to detonate them for maximum disruption. Investigators say that the alleged targets included logistics and commercial infrastructure in the
probably a fireworks
area,
show.
Also in Orange County, chosen for...
I mean, for New Year's?
Some of their symbolic economic impact rather than just a single high-profile venue. And prosecutors say that this plot actually went...
I mean, they're trying to literally say that this was like Tyler Durden-esque. You do understand that, right? Did you just hear what she just said?
Beyond talk that
Here.
the suspects were allegedly testing
Here.
on talk that the suspects were alleged. Prosecutors say that this plot actually went beyond talk, that the suspects were allegedly testing explosive materials in a remote desert area, really refining the construction of their devices, rehearsing
Right. I like how we all just went,
elements of this
Wait a
plan
minute.
when the FBI stepped in and intervened. And court records also describe conversations about expanding some of these attacks beyond New Year's Eve, including possible violence directed at law enforcement and even federal
they get arrested and they just start shouting, I am Robert Paulson.
immigration personnel.
I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America."
I have to say, guys, dude, you ever see those set up drug busts? This is screaming that. It is so wild that we just cannot trust law enforcement literally at all. I already didn't. So I'm glad that the rest of America's finally waking up to this, but holy crap.
Long live Turtle Island.
Oh God. Hey, John, careful. If you say I like turtles in any leftist space, that could be now taken as, some kind of threat.
And Palestine.
Trust me, that's where they're going with this.
And quote, "Death to ICE. Turtle Island."
We found a Ninja Turtles poster in his bedroom. He must be, he's a left-winger.
Island Liberation Front. In Page's residence.
This is just a start, guys. That's why I'm saying right now, we on this space, and I will speak for this space and the other creators, we all condemn this. Nobody condones these types of behaviors. This type of bullshit does so much damage to any movement. So again, if this is indeed true, I'm gonna have a real hot take here. These people can get fucked.
Law enforcement found a copy.
But like I said, this all seems a little bit too convenient and all just, with the way that the FBI puts puts stuff together. And again, I love the fact that they just no chain of custody anymore.
Of the detailed bomb attack.
They just
plan.
don't care.
And federal officials also described the Turtle Island Liberation Front as being this sort of small extremist group that had anti-government, anti-capitalist ties, pro-Palestinian rhetoric, plus what they're calling a sort of limited online footprint. Investigators say the FBI used surveillance and intelligence from a confidential source in order to track down the suspects. They ultimately arrested 4 of them in a desert area in San Bernardino County before any of the devices were actually deployed. The DOJ now saying the case really underscores how even small, loosely organized domestic cells can still pose a very serious.
Guys, just remember how prevalent this was before all of them came to power. Just remember that one too.
Threat. Plus,
the actual fuck.
Plus,
the way that the news is just gaslit. I love the fact that your average person doesn't know. They just didn't see it, and then they will respond to you like you're a conspiracy theorist for just being like, no, the Trump administration bought out CBS and a whole bunch of other news networks and then threatened them. That's why they're going after all media sources. And then they put a bunch of sycophants into the positions of power that they had no business being in. You have Kash Patel going out there, like I said, ruining case after case after case because he can't stay off social media, which trust me, there's a reason he hasn't been fired. It's almost more valuable that he puts that on social media because they don't give a crap if this goes to court. It's the court of public opinion. That's all they care about here. So they want to shift people's perceptions into thinking, oh yeah, you know what? These leftists really are dangerous. Maybe Antifa's real.
Of course, early intervention prevented what could have been a deadly attack here.
Yes, indeed. Nicole Skanga, thank you.
Cry harder, lady. Holy crap. Did Barry Weiss put out a thing where it's just all female reporters must be so concerned about these things and show it. Make sure that you guys break your bias because you know how they can't be robots.
Thank you so much.
It is unreal the way that they do that. Oh, man. All right. We got one more right-wing news source about this. Just to, you know what, guys? I know this will probably, I should probably put a warning out there that this may make you upset. So, little trigger warning. because this is from Fox News. This is what they're saying about the terror plot. So, of course, this is the number one story over on right-wing media. So, again, because we are ignoring this, and just most even independent outlets are ignoring this, this tells me that most editors are looking at it and going, no, we don't need to platform Cash Patel and their bullshit, because that's all it is bullshit. And then you also have to love how they really fucked up the Brown investigation while this was happening. Again, the fact that they're so comically bad at everything is the only reason that we are not balls deep into fascism right now.
Fox News alert: the FBI is arresting 4 alleged members of a radical left-wing group accused of plotting pipe.
Just look at the way that they're framing everything.
Bomb attacks around Los Angeles. It was supposed to happen around New Year's Eve. Todd Pyro has more.
Brian, here's what we know. The suspects were part of the Turtle Island Liberation Front. Attorney General Pam Bondi posting on X that it is a far-left, pro-Palestine, anti-government, and anti-capitalist group.
Everything that they conveniently listed that they're going after in their little memo, just
everybody needs to watch out. We're going after anybody who's anti-capitalist.
Was preparing to conduct a series of bombings.
What the fuck, mate? I mean, guys, you can be as mad as you want. This is real. Like, this is happening. They are doing this. Like, if you don't think that they're going to start going after leftist spaces, like online and offline, I don't know what to tell you guys. They've been telling us exactly what the hell they are going to do.
Against multiple targets.
Like I said, just because they're comically bad at doing everything doesn't mean that they're not going to try.
It's across Los Angeles beginning on New Year's Eve. The group also planned to target ICE agents and ICE vehicles. Now, the 4 suspects are being charged in federal court with conspiracy and possession of a destructive device. If convicted, they
let's see what evidence they have.
Face up to 15 years in prison. Officials say the suspects planned coordinated bombings at 5 locations, and while the businesses targeted have not been named, they are believed to be logistics centers. The suspects had explosive components, fuses, and materials for making IEDs, as well as a detailed
I got this
attack plan.
I got this sneaking suspicion, guys.
And they used encrypted messaging to coordinate with each other.
Oh, so now using encrypted messaging, aka Signal, is a problem? Is there a reason that you're not saying what encrypted messaging they were using there? Because I think I can guess.
Officials say the suspects also tested the devices in the desert. Take a look in this video.
Won't somebody think of the
You can
businesses?
see them beginning to assemble.
Well, no, guys, I'm going to be honest. Like, if these guys were out there actually doing this, like I said, no, these are some of the dumbest people on the planet that it's got to be just inherently like obvious to everybody around us that we do not condone any of this.
Bomb-making materials on a table. FBI agents intervene and arrest those suspects
Trust me, that's the way that they were trying to co-opt the whole Luigi thing.
before they could finish putting the bomb together. Bill Asaley, first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, is going to join us later this morning on this foiled plot. Brian, back over to you.
All right, could have been terrible.
I'm Steve.
Yeah, all right, could have been terrible. Well, oh man. Do you guys think that if anything happens from like the right wing extremists, they will even cover it? Which that's a trick question. Anyway, alrighty, stop that. Let's do this. All right, so we're gonna move into the Epstein thing now. If you guys didn't know, I participated in a debate over on this guy Speakeasy's channel, which I gotta say, actually went better than I thought it would. Because originally I was not planning on doing debates. I'm not exactly into that kind of space. I don't mind watching it, but I'm not also, like, I'll admit it, I'm not really the strongest debater. But it was kind of funny because he tried to do this thing where he's like, hey, do you want to, someone bailed, can you argue like pro-trans rights on my side? I was just like, as much as I am pro-trans, no, I don't want to be used for content like that. And then he was like, is there anything that you would debate? And I threw something out there completely as a joke, where I was just like, yeah, I mean, if you could find somebody that thinks that we're making a big deal of the Epstein list and how, and just, everything that's coming out about it. And he's like, I have somebody. I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. So, yeah, I debated this guy named JS Urban Adventures. Not even trying to give a shout out, but for context, it's who I was debating. And this guy, I legitimately could not believe some of his stances. I do have some highlights from that, but before we go into that, we have some updates about some of the Epstein files that are planned for release, I think Friday on the 19th. So let's get an update on that. Let me get this up, man. All right. Man, I hate how it does that.
The main thing here is this is not one of those reports.
Oh, by the way, I think that I keep forgetting his name. Ari Melber over from MS Now. I think that he might be on his way out because this is all of his private stuff.
That goes to Congress and then gets fought over or redacted.
Although he's got the beat behind him, so we'll see.
Diluted over there in the political branch. This stuff is supposed to come right out. So let me read to you.
You don't debate like a debate should? No.
From the law itself. There's been a lot of talk about Epstein in this fight and what could happen. But the bottom line here, and it's kind of interesting because if you remember fights about, say, the Mueller report or past investigative reports from the DOJ, there is often a process where they finish the stuff, then they hand the stuff over to Congress, or they review it internally in DOJ. So the prosecutor finishes it, hands it up to the Attorney General or over to Congress, and then there's a delay or a debate about what comes out and how much. Here, the law is stronger. It says no later than 30 days after this law, which is Friday, December 19th, the Attorney General, because it requires...
Surprising that they put in some, stronger provisions.
DOJ's leader, the Attorney General that execute this, quote, must make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of DOJ, including the FBI.
Oh my God, I just realized that I'm going to have to read a bunch of this over the weekend.
And U.S. Attorney's offices that relate to...
Why are you releasing this on a Friday? Damn it.
And then it lists a bunch of categories.
I've
done actually a different video breaking down those categories, which is the substance, things like the Epstein investigation, the Maxwell investigation, what happened with Epstein's death, flight records. So there's a bunch of stuff in there that's breaking down the topics. But the global point here, and this is Section 2, it's called Release of the Documents Relating to Epstein, is that they have to come out in public Friday. So either the DOJ does that, shows that it's trying to do that, all documents, most documents, people can debate it, but there's a pretty understandable set of materials of interest here, and Congress is the one requiring it, and they made Trump sign it when he lost that big clash. So either they drop that by the end of Friday night and show that they're complying in some sense, or they don't. They don't meaningfully comply, or they only drop, say, really old documents or highly redacted documents well beyond what's reasonable, then they would be breaking the law. And we can talk about that step 2 of what happens, what Congress can do. But that's the headline on the material coming out Friday. When you look at then what it could be exempted for or redacted for, what's been really interesting is this law supersedes past laws that provide other secrecy. Grand juries are typically secret. That's federal law. There's a federal Rule 6 that's been in operation for decades. And one question was, okay, you pass a new law that says more sunlight, but what about old laws that say less sunlight? How do you adjudicate that? That's how lawyers put it. And we now have an answer on that we didn't.
Anybody else trying to figure out what this crinkled piece of paper is up there?
Have when the law first passed about, just last month. 3 different judges have ruled that this new law is the winner, and this higher transparency, more sunlight rule beats the past secrecy rules. You can get into why, because judges reason that the new law is more sweeping, that it supersedes the old law, that if laws are in conflict, I'm simplifying because sometimes it depends, but the new law usually, if specifically written, overrules the old one. So you might say that there's a federal rule that says all grand juries are secret in the United States, except for those of sex trafficker Epstein and his convicted conspirator Maxwell. That alone is actually a big change. Most laws are written uniformly. So you get taxed at this rate or that rate. You have grand jury protections for everybody.
I'll make sure that I link the full video.
What the government has done here under the...
As I said, I might be playing some clips, so check out for the link in the chat here in a minute.
This unusually bipartisan, huge ongoing pressure, and what the survivors did, speaking out and building pressure, and Trump having broken his vow, he said he would release, and he didn't. All the things we lived through, what Congress has done is basically change this and said, yes, grand jury secrecy usually, and it's usually a good thing for all these reasons, but not for this. This is too important, and there's been too much cover-up and too many valid questions around the sex trafficking and the pedophilia. So that's a big change, and I mention that here because that means that there's all these grand jury materials that are supposed to come out, and one sign that the DOJ or some people inside the Bondi DOJ are trying to comply, which is what they have to do, what they're supposed to do in the law, is they've gone to 3 separate judges about this. And all 3 have ruled in agreement that the new law allows the release of the grand jury materials, not that there's a caveat or an exception there that you would redact all the grand jury materials. Now, in some cases, if there was a trial like Maxwell, the grand jury materials are basically, think of that as the rough draft at the beginning of that trial, but we've had a whole public trial. So there may not be a ton of new, really important secret info in there. In the Epstein case, though, the grand jury materials could have all kinds of leads about
after everything that we've seen with like the pictures being dropped and just the few things that have come out,
how they built the evidence against him, what
up, Devil's Advocate Productions
trial was going to look like, because the public never saw it.
Shout out Alex, how's it going, brother?
Because he died in prison under suspicious circumstances. The government ruled
check out his show,
suicide, and there was a coroner and there was a
was it 6 or 7 tonight
report. But Congress, on a bipartisan basis, clearly wants more info about that. So that's also a question. And those grand jury materials, in other words, think of it as the first draft or the start of the Epstein case and trial that we never got, could be important. As for the exceptions, they are basically, the way lawyers say this, is narrowly tailored. They're not supposed to be exceptions to black out whole pages or pull whole materials. I'm just looking at some notes I made. For example, they get ahead of the idea of, the government trying to cover up extracts, whether that's how.
Has Ari mentioned a rapper yet?
The Trump DOJ handled this recently, or the Biden-Garland DOJ in the previous 4 years. They had documents. They didn't release them. They didn't do transparency then. The law says that no withholding or redacting is allowed for, quote, to avoid embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sense.
Yes, we do understand. I get your reference there. Yeah, I actually appreciate it, even though it comes off as kind of lame sometimes. But yeah, our man likes some hip hop
activity. And I'll talk about in a minute how that could tee up for a court fight if the Congress thinks that.
Oh yeah, Ari doing freestyle is epic cringe. I mean, is it more cringy than what's that guy? Oh my god, I already forgot his name.
Bondi is breaking.
Oh my god, what's his name?
Categories allowed for exceptions, and most of them make sense. Remember, it's been Congress that pushed for the transparency.
You guys know who I'm talking about? The guy that was running
the government DOJ is
against
fighting against
Trump.
But these are the exceptions provided by the Congress that wants materials. Nothing about child victims.
Vivek. It rhymes with cake. No, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake.
Or medical information about them. That's standard.
For these rhymes, I should be burned at a stake.
You can't jeopardize an active federal investigation. Bondi said this was totally closed. She wasn't looking into blackmail or any other cases. So if she changes, that raises the question of was she lying then or now? But it would be, I think, legally standard to say, yeah, if there's an open probe, you don't want to mess that up with disclosures.
Can't be more cringe than Tom McDonald.
That's classified is not covered by this act. And that is, again, I mentioned that the grand jury exception is here. They're going to get more than usual. But that kind of honors or
I'll be honest,
continues the precedent that obviously things that are classified stay classified.
If I didn't have something already lined up for the end of the show, I would bring that up.
And we don't know what we don't know. If there are huge parts of this case that do involve classified material legitimately, then they may stay classified. Foreign governments, espionage, whatever it may be. But we, under the rules, will find out after Friday.
Now they're just going to start labeling, foreign business as foreign governments.
Friday's the deadline to drop everything online, searchable database. 2 weeks after that, because Congress put this on a fast timeline, DOJ also has to specify, and you may have heard less about this, but DOJ has to specify anything that they did withhold or redact as a category.
Ooh,
so that's important.
I did not know that.
Because again, it will give them tools to oversee whether this was done in a real valid way, and if not, to go to court about it. So if there's, for example, 80 pages that are classified and held back because they relate to foreign governments,
they're going to try and place like shenanigans with it.
Or some other classified reason.
I'll at least give, all right, I did not know that, and I'll give Congress a little bit of credit there where it's like, oh, that was smart.
Security.
They already saw what they were going to do.
They still, 2 weeks later, have to tell Congress that, and then you can debate it. So those are the narrow categories for the exceptions. The rest of the material is supposed to basically drop online. And if you're saying, okay, is this going to work? There have been past examples that have worked. The Church Committee, way back in the 70s, was dealing with government abuse and surveillance abuse of national security powers. And over time, they extracted a lot of stuff that was secret and classified, and some of it off the books, unlawful, basically. And they got it out in the public realm. There was a JFK records law as well that over time demanded things. And then I could point you to other examples. The 9/11 report was heralded for what it said, but there were big parts that were redacted and were fought over for what it didn't say. And so we will just have to watch.
Yeah, because it was the parts about Iraq.
I don't think people are going to tune this out. There's tremendous public interest, political pressure on whether DOJ.
Oh no, you got normies that are going to read this. Like the fact that they did it in a way where they're just like put it in PDF so everybody can see it.
Under Trump complies or not. And that leads me to a final quick conclusion here, which is if you say that, okay,
jokes write themselves there.
Okay, a lot comes out, everyone weeds through it. Like I said, it's got to be online, searchable under the law. That means by Friday midnight, you get the material. If they only put up really redacted things, old things, or nothing, if they completely defy
Friday at midnight, so it's actually coming out on Saturday?
Can take this administration to court. And on the one hand, you can say, oh, well, will that take forever? And this whole thing drags out. And that's one of the problems with the way government can work. On the other hand, they made Trump sign this. He lost that big fight. A lot of Republicans now want to keep the heat either on him.
Did he, though? Did he? Because in this debate that I had, that was one of the main things that he kept bringing up. He's just like, all right, if he was hiding things, why would he sign the bill?
Or away from themselves in Congress. So there's political pressure.
Yeah, trust me, that debate was wild.
Courts have also been very quick to act, as I mentioned, in those 3 different grand jury cases. So you could imagine getting before a court pretty quickly. Let's say there is a fight, either they didn't release or release what Congress says is enough, and by January you're in court, and they can issue, just as the courts have issued subpoenas, which is how we got some of those Epstein emails that were secret and the other photos. A court can issue a subpoena to DOJ the way they did the Epstein estate, and there are lawyers there who have to comply with a lawful subpoena unless they defeat it on appeal. So if they don't comply Friday or comply in a way that Congress thinks is valid, you could end up in court and you could quickly have a high-stakes court battles where people are asking, if Trump supports this, why is he fighting it? Why is he holding it back and being secret again, dragging that all out? And B, you could have binding orders that a heck of a lot of lawyers at DOJ would rather comply with than lose their career or law license over.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking at as we track this deadline. You can always subscribe for my breakdowns.
Yeah, honestly. I do appreciate, as far as like the newsmen doing their thing, I do appreciate that. All right, so this was live just a little bit ago. Usually I wouldn't even care about what the Senate is saying, but they kind of laid out what they expect to come out and when. So I at least wanted to get Amy Klobuchar breaking down what we can expect. So here. I know. It's real quick.
Theft to big rings, and I appreciate that. So let's remember what this is all about. This is about exploitation and abuse. These victims deserve justice.
I can't even look at Chuck Schumer.
They
just
deserve transparency, and they deserve accountability. Example, Danielle Bensky, 17, recruited into Epstein's circle. Her mom had a brain tumor, and Epstein told her he could help her mom, but only if she abided by his demands.
Oh, gee. Again, part of my debate, this guy, that I was debating, he kept bringing up, he's like, oh, well, they kept going willingly, and they kept doing, it's just like, dude.
Including recruiting other girls.
I think he would hear this and just be like, yeah.
Told her, I can use it to
Totally
help
normal.
you, or I can make it very difficult for your mother. That horrific
So he even threatened her. Holy shit.
crime, one of many, is why the House voted 427-1 to release the files.
I keep forgetting about that one guy that was just like, no.
And why the Senate unanimously passed
What's his name? JS?
the bill on Senator Schumer's motion. That bill set a specific deadline.
That debate was insane. I only caught small pieces of it. Trust me, I have the highlight lined up here for the end of show.
On December 9th.
Dude, the moment that he says what you just, I didn't think he was going to go there. He went there.
15th. And it is a must. It's not a may.
Stick around, guys. It's wild.
It's a must. And it says that no record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political
Smart.
sensitivity.
Again, smart, but immediate. I have a feeling that they're going to try to redact a whole bunch of stuff in there and take it to court just to keep it in the process.
This deadline, they will show whether they are really going to stop covering up.
Again, like I was just saying, like they keep saying deadline, but is it like it's a deadline to release things, but all they have to do is keep redacting things and then you have to challenge it in court.
Or they're going to protect these powerful abusers. If they redact these files heavily, it will be clear they are hiding something.
Yeah.
Because maybe it's because
Good
Donald
luck,
Trump
guys.
was mentioned 1,500 times. Maybe it's because they want to shield wealthy donors who are implicated in these.
They're playing with fire and they're either going to use it to do a Hadouken or they're going to light themselves on fire.
Files. Regardless of the reason, if these files are heavily redacted without justification, Americans will know that they are once again, this administration, siding with the rich and the powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, if the president was actually serious about truth and transparency, his administration would have released these files months ago. All the way back in March, the Attorney General said everything is going to come out to the public.
I know that alarm, so way too
the
well.
public has a right to know. It's been 9 months. 9 months. And if the administration withholds or heavily redacts these records, it will be clear whose side they are on. We know the money.
Oh, hey, look at them finally playing the game of public perception. Weird.
Follow the money. They
Weird.
haven't released those yet. And then when it comes to this, they literally have the power of the entire Congress telling them, get them out there now.
Sure.
That's what these next few days will tell us. And with that, I turn it over to my
All right. And with that, well, hold on.
colleague who's been working on this for months and been right out front on it, Senator Merkley.
Oh, hold on.
We smell a rat. Why? The president campaigned on
Meanwhile, Splinter's just sitting there like, huh?
releasing the files.
Hey, we got Ninja Turtle jokes today.
Pam Bondi assured everyone the files would be released. Kash Patel said the files will be given to the public.
Mm-hmm.
And yet here we are. Not a single bit of these files has been released. And then what happened?
I mean, they would refute that claim.
Well, we had over in the House bipartisan leadership with Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey and a discharge petition.
All right. Anyway, I thought he'd have something more substantive to bring to this. Guess not. Except for the you dirty rat. I resemble that. I resemble that remark. All right. So, like I said, guys, I did a debate on Thursday that was absolutely wild. It was on Epstein. Now, fair warning, this screen is about to get incredibly busy. Like that, it was very distracting. It took a lot in me just to be like, okay, like just focus on the debate. Don't look at the screen. Don't look at the chat. It's kind of difficult to do. So, but I have oh, my bad. I have some of the highlights, specifically the highlight of the debate where this guy, he went full victim blame. I couldn't believe it. Like I was just like, there's no way, dude. Like I thought that that was even beyond MAGA. Like, because to be fair, you really haven't heard a lot of prominent MAGA voices going there because they know that if they do, immediately they're going to get cooked. JS did not have that same foresight. So, yeah, here we go. As I said, this is very, very busy. But who's that guy? Who's that handsome lad right there? Oh, man, I just realized I have to hear my own voice. Great. Well, without further ado, guys, here is the highlight of my debate on Thursday, which I will link in the chat once I start. I cover it all up. Like, why not just release it day one? Meta. That's the biggest hole in all this that I see is just like Trump really could have avoided any implications by just being like, you know what, screw it.
It's a huge ongoing investigation. And according to the FBI,
at that point, it wasn't, though. At that point, they said it was wrapped up in the you had Kash Patel even coming out and saying that it was ready to go. When Pam Bondi screwed up saying it's on my desk, and then that's not what I meant. It's just there's so many convenient arguments here instead of just being like, yeah, they really are just kind of protecting some pretty high up people, and they don't want to stir that pot because that would cause some major issues just in the general lexicon of American politics.
Well, Kash Patel also said that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't trafficking.
Sorry, playing around with the interface
to other people. It was just for his own personal.
Here we go. Which is bullshit.
Pleasure.
Come on.
Well, that's
like that.
That's what Michael Wolff writes.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. That makes so much sense when you have other proof about, like, again, just how come there are so many people that just happen to get these massages and just again, thousands of victims coming out saying that pretty much the same shit. Again,
yeah, the victims they were.
By the way, this was a Lion's Den show, is what I call them, where it's a right-wing moderator, right-wing audience, and right-wing
so horribly
debate partner
traumatized that they went and told their friends where to go to make $300.
At that point, that's not an argument, man. That's how sex trafficking works.
Well, this is
Like,
another
they
issue
prey,
I
They
have.
prey on young, vulnerable teenage, like, here we go, women. Like, that's how that goes.
This is another issue I have with the Epstein files. I think that it's a giant Me Too.
Oh, God. I think, dude, seriously, this is my brain was like, did he just? Oh no!
That if you're a
that's a hot take. I'll give you that.
If you're a 12, 14, 16-year-old boy, a male's strength and power comes in. A man's power comes from his strength, his physical ability. If a young boy wants to use his,
I wonder if Speak can even process this argument and just like, can he figure? Is he figuring out like, oh, that's not
his power and his strength to steal something from somebody? He goes to jail. A woman's prowess is in her beauty, her sexuality, her youth. If she wants to get paid to jerk off some old guy, she gets $2 million.
This isn't about like the liberation of sex workers, dude. This is literally about like taking advantage of young teenage girls and sex trafficking them.
It's another reason
That's
why
a whole different argument, bro.
It's another reason why people are up playing the Epstein files, because they get so emotional about these young girls, these 15 and 16-year-old girls who get.
I mean, like Nancy Mace. Like, what did they hear that made them all emotional by your understanding of it? I can't believe he did this. Nancy Mace literally walking out and crying from. Oh, this is also one of my favorite things. He has no idea who Nancy Mace or like any of like the power, like the main power hitters in MAGA are.
She the one that killed her kids?
No, you don't know who Nancy Mace is? One of the.
I don't know. You have to. There's
She's
a lot
like
of
one
names.
of the most prominent. Right there. I'm sorry. Like usually I wouldn't question somebody's knowledge on politics. Like. Just from not knowing a name, but not knowing Nancy Mace, that made me kind of go, House members, willful ignorance, and then there's just ignorancers.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar. I don't know. But my point is, these young girls, they knowingly did what they did, and then they were getting paid to live on an island, hang out with rich, powerful men, and what, they give them some massages, and now they all got.
It's not any easier to hear for like I think this is my third time now because I had to cut this for another video I'm releasing. So
Botox, they're looking good. They look like models, and they come out and have a little tear. If she crying, she lying. And they come out and say, "Well, we're sad." They've already made $2 million each. They're rich. They're not traumatized.
What? That's not the case for any of these women. None of them were paid off. I'll admit my fault here. I didn't know that there was a settlement. Often that way that you're saying, number one, not that it changes anything. I just didn't know. Also, that's a weird way to just say like, yeah, sex trafficking is okay.
And 380 million.
Are you essentially using they asked for it?
There's been.
All right. See,
think that
he even knows. He's just like, I'm about to say something that's going to get me cooked.
Those girls should be charged.
Oh my God.
For prostitution. How come we hold How come we hold young men accountable when they commit crimes, but we don't commit 14-year-old girls accountable when they commit a crime? Prostitution's a crime.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I think that's completely wrong.
It's not wrong. What, they were so horrified that they went.
Is it for anybody that's heard this before? Is this any easier to hear the second time? Because holy crap!
They told their friends about it. That's how they recruited people.
I see him with that shovel, just yeah, and then he brought in a freaking backhoe.
Girl would come in.
I'm just saying, like that doesn't make it right, man. Like it's the same thing that Matt Gaetz was doing. Also, this kind of puts a hole in your argument. Where it's like, then I don't know, how come this seems to be a very openly Republican thing to do then?
What?
To solicit 17-year-old women for sex.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Matt Gaetz, you don't know about that one?
Again,
the
knows
nothing
from
Florida
about like
that
some of the
got
most
blatantly
prominent
busted
figures in
a
MAGA.
sting, and that's the reason he's no longer in the House.
Yeah, yeah. There's probably some grimy guys in there, but my point is that's another reason people are upplaying it is because
yes, and those grimy guys need to be.
Oh,
I'm not redebating this.
The victims, these poor young girls.
Yeah, you do know that that's just the basic humanity of the situation. That this is where you would dare call it bipartisan, where most people see women being mistreated in this way, and they either have daughters, mothers, sisters, any
Do you think they were? Do you think they were running
even.
up on people on the streets and grabbing them and wrapping them in a blanket and taking them back and
It
forcing them
wasn't
to
too
do sex
far
work?
from that, man. Like, dude, no.
Oh,
And,
yes, it
also
was.
The
It was very far
sophisticated
from
way
that.
in which they just in the one that we just heard about. Do this. There's a reason where he threatened, that they prey on vulnerable. Oh, yeah, you want to see something happen to your mom? Like communities. There's a reason they prey on women that don't have money. It's not like they were trafficking fucking Ivanka.
A girl who's going to spa school and working.
I don't watch debates too much these days. Seems more like sport than substantive. That's why I don't do them.
At Mar-a-Lago, she was
She
vulnerable.
went honestly, like I was kind of breaking from my policy. Spa school because I think this is my second public debate now that I think about it. This is the thing about Virginia Giuffre. She actually came from like one of those types of situations where she even said like her parents, they barely cracked like, $80,000 a year between the two of them. She said that like she kind of lived in not squalor, but she definitely saw the benefit of having that type of money, and they preyed on that. I mean, dude,
Well,
this is
I don't think being poor is an excuse to commit a crime, even if you are a juvenile.
Jesus Christ. So you're just saying that juveniles are fully brained, literally views them as the criminals and not the people that try adults. I still can't get over that. Like what kind of brain rot do you have to get to that take? Like that's almost an impressive level of brain rot. Understand the repercussions of their actions without any fucking guidance from the broader society that is here to protect them.
If
what
a poor
the point of being a parent then?
If a poor 14-year-old boy robs a store, he gets charged and he goes to juvie. If a poor 14-year-old
That's not
girl,
always true. I live in Chicago. Actually, you have a lot of people that would argue and say
prostitution,
that doesn't happen.
if a poor 14-year-old girl commits prostitution, she gets $2 million payout and a man goes to jail.
That's very, very I would call it anecdotal, but
what do you mean? I have evidence.
I'm not saying
not
that
an anecdote. I'm pointing out examples. I know a lot of young men who got locked up for doing things when they were 12, 14, 16 years old, but they're not at the age of consent. But if a girl goes out and prostitutes herself and then tells her friends about it and recruits her friends
for like Holden, what the fuck are you talking about? But I was also let out with like a little slap on the hand to just be like, hey, no more dime bags there, kid.
Yeah, that's my
like, what are you
point.
talking about? Yeah, and you know who was also like arrested with me? My girlfriend, and she had the same fucking charges. So I don't know where this point comes from. Like you're trying to broadly say like women who get picked up for prostitution when they're in their teens are just, casually let go and given $2 million. Like what?
Yeah, they don't get. Well, that's what happened with all the.
What's your example in this one where this woman? I can't believe these guys go on these shows and think just like, yeah, I bodied him and was given $2 million. They did a freaking poll at the end, and there were still people that were just like, yeah, I think that JS he definitely won that debate.
What are we talking about?
Well, I mean,
they were given $2 million later.
If you use this as a blanket statement,
they were given $2 million later.
Who?
150 Epstein victims have been paid out $380 million so far.
Oh, well, in that case, good for them.
That's my point. They know.
It seems like they would have. It seems like in the way that they went and vetted Andrew Tate brain rot. Yeah, all these cases. Because I mean, you just said that they found out that one of them was a fraud. So that means that they actually did some really good due diligence. That means that the ones that got paid out probably deserved it.
Yeah, and Michael Wolff wrote about it, and he said at one of the parties,
his entire argument falls apart because it would literally be predicated on them knowing they were going to get that payout if that's what it was about.
Because there was 30 hired women there,
seriously,
and
the fact that the courts were just like, yeah, you know what, they were definitely victims. They are owed compensation, and this guy's just like, no, what? Well, way to grift.
9 of them.
The thing that's not being spoken about is where these women came from. Elite Modeling Agency, and that was owned by Donald Trump and Epstein.
Not all of them. That's the ones in New York.
And another guy, I forgot his name. Ooh. But anyway, we're getting to the end of the show here. I'll let this play just for one more minute.
Yeah, but a lot of them in Florida and a lot of them in Paris were just girls that they met on the street, and they'd come back to the house. And then they'd say, if you like, tell your friends about it. And then they would go and tell their friends, and their friends would come. So if it was so traumatic, Why are they telling their friends and helping them recruit?
Because they then realized what was going on. This is how trauma works. Sometimes you realize that you were used by somebody because they understood that you
Trauma.
were a stupid person. He realized that he is literally trying, like he is arguing, or you were a developing mind, so they took advantage of that.
I can't get
That's
over
usually
it.
how the anyway. Just realized that I got to wrap up here. So if you guys want to check out the full debate, I'm going to link this in the chat one more time. I really appreciate you guys sitting again, like through that, the highlight or low light. I don't know. Like I call it, it's the highlight of the debate because he really showed his ass, but it's the low light in the fact that it's like he showed just how also he's a reprehensible human being. So I really appreciate you guys checking out the show though. And as I said, check out the full debate in the link there, but stick around for the rest of the programming on this space. We have got some wonderful programming lined up, and up next, you guys can stick around to learn what you can do with our old pal Jake. I will see you guys next week.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked, that stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake, and today we're talking fentanyl. We're talking fentanyl. Oh, yeah, and the reason why, the reason why is because, as I've just demonstrated, drugs are bad. But also because terrorism is a justification that U.S. presidents use when they want to kill people. They want to just behave like savages. We discovered in the early 2000s that if you tell the American people, or at least back then, if you told the American people that you were doing something vile and, cruel, and let me just turn this down slightly. Good Lord. Yeah, that'll do. If you were behaving horribly, but you were behaving horribly to people that you called terrorists, you were allowed to get away with it. That's what is going through Trump's head. He's replayed that reality because he's recently started murdering people out Venezuela way. And I am actually going to ruin my ability to clip this smoothly in order to get a slightly more sane shot. What is with the exposure on this? Let's just bring it on down a little bit, a little less hot. Okay, good. I'll take that. Yeah. Okay. So, Trump's fentanyl announcement comes after he has decided that Venezuela is brown enough for the United States to abuse. Let's take the events from the top up until the recent announcement. Trump looked at a U.S. history book or was told about the last 50 years of U.S. politics. I don't know. But somebody informed America's worst president that once upon a time, socially in the United States, you could get away with throwing U.S. troops at countries in ways we would consider immoral, so long as those countries spoke Spanish. In other words, the chunk of the world to our south was considered like a place where we were allowed to abuse as we saw fit. Now, I'll give you the history. Trump doesn't have this, and Democrats aren't going to be interested in it. Republicans won't be interested in it. But you, dear listener, you will know the history. The reason we behaved this way was because of the Cold War. You see, that was considered our zone of influence, if you will. That was considered, Venezuela, Chile, any place like that was considered part of our safety, essentially, to keep them from believing that communism works. And because we had that big, broad excuse of the Cold War, and because it felt complicated and would have taken at least 30 seconds to understand, Americans just let our government do as it pleased. And it turns out what it was pleased to do was to kill all progressive thought. Replace any leader who was going to help their people, and ensure that only capitalist pigs stayed in power. It actually backfired a little bit because with Chile, they ended up going into hyper-capitalism, which very quickly necessitated socialism. And U.S. industry that was previously in Chile got nationalized, and rightly so. We were sucking the resources out of that country. But the point is, there was an era that Trump was told about recently. I assure you, he did not know about it when it was happening because he is not that bright. But there is an era Trump was told about recently. The United States, on the history scale, I guess, just got out of that era. And he is trying to recapture it. He wants to go back there. He likes that. He likes that idea. And the funny thing is, the era we left, where the global south, where the Spanish-speaking countries, I guess would be more accurate to say, had to watch out for the U.S. That was replaced by the War on Terror era. And those two, now I got to explain the whole thing. So the War on Terror, when we got attacked in 2001, the United States got attacked. It became the go-to excuse, just like crushing communism was the go-to excuse before that for doing all the evil things that right-wing people want to do. When right-wing people saw that the United States was attacked, just like Netanyahu did, they used that as the excuse to attack an entire religion. Anybody who was Muslim had a worse life in America after 2001 because we allowed the right wing to take advantage of a horrible moment. The excuses that we used for that included calling things weapons of mass destruction. We said that, for example, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And the reason you say weapons of mass destruction is because you want to say nukes, but you can't prove nukes. So you have to take a bunch of other things and call them something scary. So you take chemical weapons, you take whatever you can basically think of, call them something scary that could be mistaken for a nuke to the average person if you're listening very lazily, which the average American does, and lead them to believe that you're out there getting nukes from Iraq, and therefore that horrible war where my son died, that was justified. But of course it was a lie. It was always a lie. We didn't go after even the right country that attacked us after 9/11. I mean, I realize it wasn't an attack by a country, it was an attack by a terrorist organization. But we didn't even hit the country that the terrorist organization was hiding in. That's how little interest Republicans have in things like justice. They zero. Certainly in your safety, they have zero interest. In human decency, in God's love, in anything that humanity has ever considered to be good or right, Republicans have no interest in. So, why all this background? Why all this background, and what does this have to do with Trump's fentanyl announcement? Well, Trump recently looked at the United States' war on Latin America broadly, and said, "I want to get back into that." And what did he do to get back into it? Well, he started killing people from Venezuela. He started murdering Venezuelans on a boat. He's already committed many murders with him and his accomplice, Pete Hegseth, and their accomplice, Admiral Bradley, and any of their accomplices whose names we don't know yet, but who carried out their orders to murder these innocent people. Trump started murdering people. Then he did some piracy. He used the U.S. military to seize an oil tanker. But unfortunately for him, war was not declared. You know, I've described these as war crimes, I'm pretty sure. But I've also described these as, just murder, because that's what it is. It is murder. But there's no war, you see. So Trump is not a war criminal. He's just he might be, but he's just a murderer, is my point. Oh boy. Now we get into the reasoning, the political tactics of the 2000s. So Trump tried to do the kind of political evil that you could have in the 1980s. Arguably the last time. I was going to make it, never mind. But in the 1980s. And then he started to get in. It looks like he might be getting in some serious trouble for that. Like the world might arrest this month. So this is very strange to say, but he's using a more, I guess the phrase would be, it's more up to date, but it's still a decade out of date excuse. So it's 2 decades out of date, really. So even though the excuses he's using now, which involve weapons of mass destruction, and we're going to get to that in a second, they're newer than, well, there's just no smooth way to put it. They're newer than the target he picked. He's using a newer excuse for murdering older victims of the United States. But it's still 2 decades out, and we're still hip to it, and it still doesn't make any sense with the story he's been telling us. So what does Trump say? What did Trump do to try to justify the killing? Because he's been using, I suppose, the tactics of George W. Bush. I'm just going to go ahead and do as I please. I'm just going to order U.S. troops to murder people. But he didn't understand the context that allowed Bush to get away with that. And we are not living in that context right now. So now he's trying to use Bush's excuses. What did Bush, Congress in 2000, or rather 2003, was too cowardly to vote against war. They were too cowardly to vote against war, but they were also too dumb not to realize that war was unnecessary. And so they voted by not voting. They said, oh, George W. Bush, you'll go to war and we don't have to say anything. All right, we'll extend your powers as president and allow you to keep attacking other countries so we don't actually have to vote, you see. But it's got to be an emergency. Oh, there's weapons of mass destruction, you say. There's weapons of mass destruction. That was the excuse of 2003, and that is the excuse Trump is using now. Okay, let's get slightly more organized. It's going to be ID. Okay, Nick, the producer. Thank you. Hold up, gang. Now that I've given you all the background, by the way, I'm going to redo some of that. Okay. So, here's the deal. Trump started murdering Venezuelans. Then he started to get called on it because the international community is simply becoming sick of the U.S.'s. And then, in order to spare himself prosecution, he thinks the world is going to buy the excuse that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. Interesting point of note here. I'm going to ask you this before I play the clip. How much fentanyl do you think Venezuela produces in a year? How much fentanyl does Venezuela produce in a decade? How much fentanyl has Venezuela produced since the year 2000? It's all the same answer.
During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China is working with us very closely. And bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very important for medicine, for anesthesias, various other things. I want people to understand that. It's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to a much lower number, not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon. In May, we executed the largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S., seizing 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills. It's amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month, we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating.
That's Tina Peters he's talking about, by the way. All of this, I want to point out, and I realize the irony, but all of this is because this man's brain is melting. No, I guess not entirely because of it. He's evil. That's why most of this stuff began. But the reason these excuses are getting nonsensical, like, for example, labeling fentanyl a drug, instead a weapon of mass destruction, and then using that as an excuse to attack a country that does not produce fentanyl. That is because his brain is soup. Now, right now, he's still able to stand up there and give a press conference because it's probably some manner of chunky potato soup, but it's very quickly becoming a creamy tomato bisque. At that point, he may not be able to form a sentence. Anyway, let's get back to the unrelated crap that he's lying about. Tina Peters, she is a election thief who he pardoned, and it's pretty much that simple.
She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela. Took over.
Okay. Do you, dear viewer, do you actually think that the governor of any U.S. state is somehow run by a gang from another country? Does that make sense to you? Or is that crazy? Is that a pretty crazy thing to say? The governor owing fucking anything to a gang? Motherfucker, the manager of a pizza shop is too fancy to owe anything to a gang. What are you talking about, you weirdo? Trump pardoned Tina Peters because Tina Peters was doing what Trump wanted her to do. She was trying to steal the election for him. He's a thieving bastard. She's a thieving bastard. She belongs in prison. He belongs in prison. He belongs in prison for the crimes Tina Peters was connected to. He should be in prison for them already. But because he's not, he's doing other crimes, like murdering Venezuelans. I'm going to pause all this Trump talk for a second to address the rest of the world. And I ask you, fellow Americans, to help me do this. When you're in the comment section of an international video or whatever, spread this word around. It is not kind to allow the United States to carry on like this. You are not being good allies if you allow the United States to carry on like this. You are, in fact, jeopardizing our relationship not by imposing sanctions on the U.S. when we do things like this, but by standing by with your dicks in your hands, saying and doing nothing, looking at the ground and being little punks. You're happy to let the U.S. stomp around, point guns at people, kill brown folks. I don't understand why. You do have a problem, England, Canada, and everybody who says they are an ally of ours. You do have a problem when some African warlord starts hacking off hands. You got a problem with that. You apparently have a minor issue if a small enough white country does a genocide like Israel. Some of you found your courage eventually. But what is this? Why is Trump not already wanted by the ICC? He just threatened you. If it wasn't enough to get your countries off their asses, Trump just threatened. He threatened the entire idea of international justice. So do something. At the very least, I'll tell you what you can do. You can go into a trade war with us. You can cease all commerce with the United States until Trump is out of office. Or at the very least, until he swears that he won't murder any more Venezuelans. But, I mean, why would you take his word for anything? He's literally never not lied to you. So just straight up refuse to do business with the U.S. until Trump's gone. You know, dead or in prison. I don't care either. And excuse me, I don't care, and neither should you. You know, but not killing Venezuelans is the issue. So rest of the world, our allies. I'm going to unpause this paused moment, but you know, get off your butts and actually take action against the United States that recognizes that we're behaving like a bunch of savages. And if you don't, we're coming to you. In the country, within the country, we're trying our best to stop it. That's not a threat. I'm just telling you what the reality is, because we are unable to stop it. Part of the reason we're unable to stop it is because you all are fucking enablers, rest of the world. You love to blame the United States for all the negative we do, but we couldn't do it without your participation, and that's a fact. We are a mighty country. We're not as mighty as you've been pretending like we are. Y'all have bloody hands as well. All right, back to Trump blaming Venezuela for his crimes.
Sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything, but he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020.
That is a lie. I just want to be clear. Again, that is a lie. All those soldiers who are standing behind him are listening to their president lie about a criminal he just set free. And by the way, he's asked them to dishonor themselves by becoming murderers. I wonder how many of them murdered for him.
Along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States, in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed over the last...
Ooh. If. Republicans do love to say if, but sometimes it bites them in the butt. Republicans love to say, well, if, and then they say something insane that's not actually happening. And then they say, if that's the case, then, and then evil little shitty thing they've always wanted to do. if black people are breaking into my home in the middle of the night and stealing one of my socks out of every pair, then I'm totally justified in killing them. That's like your average Republican talking point. But in this case, Trump has done a goof.
This were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed.
So what he said is, if this is a war, I believe it would be one of the worst wars. Meaning, it's not a war. Sorry, I was quoting Trump there. Meaning, he knows it's not a war. So let me just jump back there. Play that again.
If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed.
If this were a war. So he tried to do something he is probably used to doing because it is such a common Republican talking point. I'm not genuinely, I'm not even sure if they train on this or if it's just something that happens culturally. But he said, if this were a war, which acknowledges within the sentence that it is not a war. And he knows it. So the things he's been ordering the military to do were during peacetime. He hijacked a ship during peacetime. He murdered Venezuelans. I'm sorry I don't have the number memorized, but I'm sure over 20? How many are dead? Let's actually stop and look that up. How many Venezuelans, I shouldn't laugh at this, but here we are, did Trump murder? Oh, I thought it was around 20. It's 95. At least 95 people. So he's done all this without the country being at war. So then, how do you justify? Well, he's going to tell us.
Over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number is much higher than that. That's been proven. And they've destroyed a lot of families, because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year.
Oh, boy. Hey, gang. Fentanyl is a drug. If a thing, I'm not even going to debate on how deadly a drug it is, on how popular it is, irrelevant. The difference between a drug and a weapon is that you don't choose whether or not the weapon is used on you. And the drug, you do. If fentanyl was fired out of a cannon, that would be different. But I believe it's fired out of a syringe. No, I don't know. I'm joking. But the point is, it is not a weapon. So imagine, for example, that Canada decided that cigarettes were weapons of mass destruction, and they were going to attack and kill everyone in the Philip Morris facilities in America, and they were going to bomb the fields in Kentucky that grew tobacco. And they turned and said to the rest of the world, well, look, they're growing weapons of mass destruction there. They're killing tens of thousands of Canadians every year with their weapons of mass destruction. Would that fly? Would you buy that? No, of course not. Incidentally, recall what I said 10 minutes ago? Venezuela, not a producer of fentanyl. If there is, I'll say this: there's certainly no government production of fentanyl in Venezuela that I'm aware of. I don't know. I'm American. I don't even really know how big Venezuela is. Maybe there's a facility somewhere. The point is, if there's fentanyl being made in Venezuela, there is so little of it that we are unable to track it. It's like how you can't measure below a certain part per million. That's reality. But he is smushing up in his mush brain, in his squishy pea brain, the war on drugs, the fentanyl crisis, the war on terror, and the whatever you call, I guess, fucking Cold War, I guess. So he's trying to scythe through Latin American countries while blaming he's trying to pick on countries from one era while blaming the people from another era of Republican delusion. Well, claiming it is because of the pains that were from another era of Republican delusion. And just all this stuff, this incoherent mess, is the result of A, being a Republican, because then truth doesn't matter, and B, dementia. So, and yes, this is basically an all Trump day, but holy dude, we got to talk about this because things have changed. Things have. I would now count the weeks. Maybe not the days, but I would count the weeks. This dude's ability to stay coherent is going to go down quick. It's going to be quiet for the next couple of weeks because we got Christmas coming up, and New Year's, and then an injection, if Sam Cedar is correct. And the next time you hear from Trump, he's going to be, about middle of January. And folks, he's deteriorating so fast that I would expect my first New Year's prediction. I would expect a major leadership crisis in America mid-January. Not him actually going down, but the first time, maybe the first time it's acknowledged that he's not going to make it to 28. But anyway, just keep your eyes on how fast he's deteriorating. I think this time next year, at the very least, he's done making public appearances. This sort of thing where he's just talking into a microphone, freeform, with live, that's got to end. And certainly, I think before that happens, even they're going to stop letting him make decisions. he's dumb enough that they can tell him, you did it, you won. Yeah, everything's fine now. You won. Great job. And he'll just believe it. And he always was. That's not ableism quite. Anyway, here's the deal. Right now, this guy, who some fucking how got put back in power, he knows that there's no going back. He's committed such crimes in office that, I mean, he's gonna spend the rest of his life in court if his life is long enough that that he sees the other side of the presidency. That's unlikely, though. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm seeing good comments. But anyway, he knows that he's burned every bridge he can get away with burning, and that in fact now he's just got a rope-a-dope for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life, he's just got to keep dodging consequences. Carly Wynn, well done. But I saw a great question from Pinkerbell. If fentanyl is a weapon, what does that make Pfizer? That's a great question. I would encourage you all to follow Pink's lead here, and that is to use Republican logic against them. Because we are in an era where we're saturated with Republicans giving their takes and getting to do things they want to do. And the downside is it's harder for us to survive. What's up, DJX? It's harder for us to survive. But the upside is we get to point out why we were asking people not to vote for these motherfuckers in the first place. So, Trump's brain is turning to mush. He is doing things as president that are effed up, that should be illegal, that in fact are illegal within our laws. And before we move on to the more civilian side of it, I want to make a request from my progressive friends. So a lot of folks that are saying we should turn Trump over to the International Criminal Court. I'm okay with that. In fact, I was listening to Riverboat Jack the other day, and that gal said just exactly that. She would like to turn Trump over to justice on the world stage. I think that's a good idea. I want to be very clear before I slightly tweak this idea. Hey, Sirius, good to see you. And Rich P. Yeah, I want to be very clear that I think this is a good idea. We should allow the international community some justice for our sins. Too long we've been getting away with abusing our neighbors and abusing their trust, abusing their kindness and patience. We should turn over one of the world's worst criminals to international justice. I agree with Jack there. But first, within our own court system, it is necessary that we establish what Trump has done, why it is illegal, and what the punishment for it is. And the reason we have to do that within our own court system is because our country will not improve if we allow others to handle our dirty work for us. We won't get better. We've ducked this responsibility since the Civil War. We do not want to punish ourselves when we act poorly. We do not want to punish presidents. We have to. The things Nixon did have to result in prison. If you betray the United States by sabotaging peace talks like Nixon did, and we now know he did, you ought to go to prison. If you do Watergate, you ought to go to prison. You ordered government employees to spy on your political opposition, that's a prison. Prisoning is what I was trying to say, even though it was nonsensical. If you do what Reagan did, prison. Iran-Contra should absolutely have resulted in prison for Reagan and Vice President George W. Bush, H.W. Bush. Clinton, lying under oath. I don't think prison, actually, but I do think like a formal fine should be issued. Don't fucking lie not even about a BJ. Don't lie. But for diddling all those kids that I suspect Bubba did, prison. George W. Bush, prison and allowed to be dealt with on the international stage. Because he invaded Iraq under false pretenses. He lied to you and me, which, by the way, that should be sent to prison for that as well. Yeah, straight to jail. All these motherfuckers, straight to jail is my point. And Trump has been by the way, Obama for killing a U.S. citizen without trial, prison. Yeah, motherfucker. All of these bastards. And you know what? Let me just back that up real quick. Hey, gang, this is our greatest strength. The fact that you hate centrist Democrats probably more than the right-wingers hate them. Use that. Ask from right-wingers, and I'm going to ask you to start talking to them. Ask from them it's just simply a willingness to arrest people from their party who break the law. And you can offer your own. Yeah, people from the Democratic Party that break the law. Gosh, Barack Obama, he fucking murdered a U.S. citizen. I like Obama a hell of a lot more than every other person I listed in the list of presidents there. But it doesn't change the fact that he killed the guy without a trial. It seems okay. Like it doesn't feel like the kind of murders you read about in the papers, because he did it with a tie and a pen, and because it was all very formal, but it was still, there was no legal justification. That means it's illegal. He killed somebody. Somebody is dead now. Doesn't have kids. Doesn't have any ability to speak to the rest of their family. That person's life ended because of Obama. So your strength that you have, that Republicans do not know what to do with because we've been told to be blindly partisan. Your strength is that you can earnestly pull out a list of Democrats you'd like to see in jail. And by the way, you can point out that the worst Democrats, the sort of people that you truly despise, well, that's who Trump pardons. Snixabia can't do everything right. I love Barry. Yeah, he can't do everything right. Look, I like the guy. I find him charming. But the law is the law is the law is the law. And if we, and even when I say I'd like to see Obama go to trial over that, I think he would be found innocent. But I do think the conversation needs to be had. It can't just be that we sign off on, okay, every president gets one. Every president gets one or two, you know. If there's people in the car with them, okay, you can kill the whole family, but you get one strike on American citizens where you don't need to prove it. You don't need to do all this annoying little, I'm going to get a warrant and prove that he's a danger. No, you can just, if you're president, you can order a Reaper drone to go just annihilate somebody on a hunch or a whim. If you're feeling a little sassy, if you go your whole 4 years and you haven't used your one yet, you know, on the last day, have some fun with it. Go see if you can find like a clown or just play around with the footage and like go up and down a beach. See if you can find a Waldo lookalike and get that mother. No, we have to, you can't do everything right, but you also don't have to kill. And we have to establish a line. Yeah. We voted for Bush Sr. Boku, have you changed your name? Your handle there? I haven't seen you for a while, but I seem to recall a different handle. We voted for Bush Sr. after Iran-Contra, and we voted for Bush Jr. after that. Oh, it's YouTube. Fair enough. Yeah, it's Bo! That. Good to see you, buddy. Well, I'm glad you kept the same profile picture. Like Spider-Man says, Devil's Advocate Productions. Everybody gets one. All right, gang. I got to pull up the other thing. I took too long. This is why I tried not to look at the audience in the beginning, because I will. Get distracted. So look, he tried to use a bunch of excuses. Oh, sure. We'll go to Jack White's fucking Instagram. I hate the modern world. Okay, so it's probably not that time. Whatever. Trump murdered lots of Venezuelans. Apparently 95. The number is creepily multiple times higher than I thought. But 95 Venezuelans murdered him. And the international community is starting to notice it's starting to care, I guess, because he took oil. He's threatened the international courts. And here at home, we're actually starting to care a little bit about our laws. We're finally having discussions, because of how incompetent Trump is, about how we shouldn't have allowed Bush to have the powers that we let him have in the first place. This is ultimately going to be a good thing. But the sort of people that put Trump in power don't follow any of that. The sort of people that put Trump in power have an understanding of politics that is drawn on a napkin with marker. It's weird. It's not very coherent. But hey, they do understand that you shouldn't be a horrible person. They do understand, for example, that when somebody dies, it is not a good thing to make fun of that person. It's the ultimate down punch. It's not a good thing you know where I'm going with this. Trump said this: a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. This was yesterday, referring to the death of Rob Reiner. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling. You do know because it's just recently happened, but on the off chance this is clipped, Rob Reiner was apparently killed by his son. He and his wife were apparently, from what we can see so far, murdered with a knife, and the son was arrested in connection with that murder. That's arguably the darkest effing thing I can imagine saying, that the director of The Princess Bride was murdered by his own child. Holy but wait, it gets darker. The Rob Reiner's daughter is the one that found the bodies. So, after that horror, after that absolute nightmare, Trump said, Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. I'm not going to read the rest. It's just his sentences are so long and they're rambling. But here we go. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. Okay, so God, this is going to be so hard to explain to the next generation. So he tried to say that Rob Reiner was killed because of Trump derangement syndrome, a fake disease that Trump made up. So he tried to make up a disease that you can accuse people of having if they don't like you. And he said that's why Rob Reiner got killed. Anyway, he used the man's death to brag about himself. I guess I can point out that even in his bragging, he was lying. The Trump administration has not surpassed any of its goals. Or expectations of greatness, really. They write checks that are way too big to cash. That's not a surprise to you and me, but amongst his followers, that's going to raise some eyebrows. He pretended like there's such a thing as Trump derangement syndrome, like that's somehow a medical thing. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be. I mean, you could say maybe he's joking. Maybe he was just joking in this post about the violent murder, the vicious and horrifying murder of beloved Hollywood director Rob Reiner. But look, that's trying to put sense to this guy. And I think you might see where I'm going. He's beyond that. He's always been full of nonsense, but now he's well and truly in the realm of nonsense. He's not able to keep track of things. He's not able to make a coherent thought. He's certainly not able to run a country. He's certainly not able to give a lawful order. Start talking about the 25th Amendment. I'm going to ask all of you to live the next 4 years of your life like spies. I want you all to be essentially assets for the cause of good. Go out there and mingle with communities that influence other communities. If you have a Republican in your life, chit-chat with them from time to time and learn how to put ideas into their head. Like, for example, Trump was pretty disrespectful to you the other day when he said this, or boy, it was bizarre seeing Trump rant about Rob Reiner. Do you think when he was bragging about himself while talking about the death of beloved Hollywood director Rob Reiner, do you think that he meant that Trump derangement syndrome is real, or was he just being sarcastic? But go out there and use this moment, especially in this lull that's coming up right before Trump goes absolutely crazy. And Nick, I'm going to ask you, can I have like an extra 30 seconds to wrap up, or do we got to be quick? Anyway, use this moment to okay, cool. Thank you, Nick. Use this moment to just make small talk with these folks. Make it clear that you will happily throw Democrats into prison if they break the law. And you can even you can sort of double dip that and say, I would love it if your guy would stop bailing them out of prison when we get those rare wins. But crucially, understand that Trump is dying in front of our eyes, and his brain is going first. So now you can have conversations with these people, knowing how things are going to go. And you're going to look like Nostradamus. You're going to look like you have the ability to predict the future because you're being honest about what is happening in front of our eyes. And these people you are talking to listen to disinformation. And it's disinformation for Trump. So that means it's going to be a bigger surprise to them when he suddenly stops doing press conferences. It's going to be a bigger surprise to them when he does bizarre stuff like this that works against his own goals. When he confuses fentanyl and weapons of mass destruction and the war on Latin America, when he jumbles all that up, it's going to be a surprise to them, but it's still going to happen. And here's what's crucial to understand. Because it's still going to happen, and because things are going to get wilder and wilder and wilder, eventually, other folks are going to have to step in. Eventually, other folks, they're going to have to Reagan this guy. They're going to have to basically pilot him like a meat suit through the last few years. And what I would suggest to you is that you tell people to start now with the 25th Amendment. Start telling your friends, hey, look, this guy's crazy. You all should consider replacing him. Thank you, Nick, the producer. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. I'm not joking. Trump needs to be out of office immediately because every day he's there, he literally might order a new war to happen. My name's Jake.
All right. If you're tuned in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIV LPFM in New Orleans. We are Radio Null HIV with programming. That's right, programming dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with the radio station, and that is to end all wars. Austin.
Yeah, and we take that really seriously. Part of this show is ending the war that's being waged against you every day in the field of your healthcare, your public health, your access to healthcare. This is ID from X to Z here at WHIV. My name is Austin. I'm joined by Dr. Mark Allen DERY.
That's me.
And let's get right into it. We are now early November. That means it is now the open enrollment period for the ACA marketplace, and everyone is it's just chaos. We're in the middle of a government shutdown where your health insurance is a bargaining chip being used by politicians to bargaining you with your life for the government to reopen, and it's horrible, and it means that no one is really in a very secure place to know what kind of decisions they should be making in regards to what kind of health insurance they're going to buy. So that's where I want to start off this show.
Well, Austin, before you do, let me just also just kind of interject real quickly. But it's good to know that said politicians that we were just talking about, they too, during this government shutdown, they've lost their paychecks and their healthcare benefits too, right? Oh no! Wait a second. Hang on. I'm getting word that that's not the case. That U.S. government decision makers, they get to decide if they close the government. They get to decide if government workers don't get their paychecks. They also get to decide how healthcare gets adjudicated. But guess what? Golly gee. They just keep on ticking like the Energizer Bunny, right? Because their money keeps coming in, their paychecks keep coming, and their healthcare is not interrupted in the slightest bit. I just wanted to make sure we got that out there.
Yeah. So I mean, it's you are the bargaining chip in all of this. They could keep it closed for as long as they want. It's really seems to be no sweat, on them. And while that happens, we get to continue to be left in the dark. And now, you would think that with open enrollment starting, that puts the pressure on this, but I'm not so sure. It doesn't feel like it feels like this is just this unbudging stalemate. It seems like people are just going to continue to suffer. And it's not an easy system. It wasn't an easy system to navigate before. It wasn't an easy system to be navigating to figure out, which what plan is going to work best for you. And it's especially how can you justify to be making those kind of decisions when you don't know what premiums are going to look like. Every day it could change. It's like you're just throwing money into the dark. And I know that right now in a recession where people are feeling incredibly insecure about their money, if you feel like you're maybe relatively healthy, I think pretty understandable that not getting health insurance right now doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's an issue when people are healthy and not getting insurance now and being forced to only get it when they're sick. It's causing the same kind of problems that the systems that we have now. ACA it's part of the reason why that was, we have these things. So it's unraveling.
And
know,
and also, just to kind of also be clear, like, also let's just kind of talk about this system, this so-called Affordable Care Act, or this so-called Obamacare. Was it made when it was created with the people in mind or with the corporations in mind?
absolutely with corporations in mind.
100%. And it was based off of Romney Care. Do you know about this? Do you know about how are you familiar how Affordable Care Act came about?
I'm not familiar with the term
Romney Care. Do you know who the Heritage Foundation is?
No.
Okay. So the Heritage Foundation is a think tank for basically the right wingers. Basically, somewhere in the 1980s, 1990s, or whatever, it became clear that like having like the Democrats, because being a liberal has a well-known, or being a Democrat has a well-known liberal bias, or truth has a well-known liberal bias. When they started looking at climate change, when they started looking at single payer, when they started looking at things that were very obvious, tobacco, we were still arguing about tobacco in the late 70s, early 80s as well. They were like, we had these scientific papers that showed, hey, this is how we are basing our decisions. So the right wing essentially started to do the same thing. They started to create their own think tanks. And with these think tanks, they started to create these these white papers, or these position papers. And these position papers started to take these positions on odious things. Tax cuts for the rich is going to lead to, the trickle down economics. This is where all the crazy ideas come from. And so one of these crazy ideas was this idea of this market-based solution that came from the Heritage Foundation. And this idea was to mandate people to buy health insurance, not necessarily regulate the insurance companies themselves. To a certain degree, you're able to bring the cost down. You're going to subsidize some of that cost, and you're going to get more people insured. It's going to be crappy insurance, but you're going to still get more people insured. That happened when Mitt Romney was the governor of Massachusetts. He used a program from the Heritage Foundation, and it worked kind of the same way that the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare works now. I mean, you get more people insured, yes, but it's crappy insurance. You end up paying so much more than what you actually get back. So in the end, the actual winners are the corporate entities, the very ones that are making money off you. And it worked out great. So Medicare is able to do their job by covering 3% of, so for every $1 you pay into Medicare, you get 97 cents back. But for you and I that pay into private insurance, for every $1 we pay, it used to be that you'd get 30%. You get 70 cents back. So they would take 30%. So you say, well, if Medicare can run on a 3% overhead, where is the 30% going for private insurance? Oh, gee, I wonder. Hold on. Let me wonder where all those profits are going to. When you look at the guy who runs, or the person who runs Medicare, it's like their salary is like $450,000. When you look at the CEOs that run these major healthcare, their salaries are in the millions and millions of dollars, $14-20 million a year. So that's where that delta goes. And not only that, there are less regulations. And so what Obamacare did was kind of trimmed those around the edges. They made some laws that said that you have to run only on a 20% overhead, not on a 30% overhead. And the reason why the insurance companies took that deal, I would have taken that deal, was because all of a sudden now you were going to push many, 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 many more people into the private healthcare system. So they didn't need to charge that 30%. They could take that 20%. But because they were getting so many more people in there, they were going to make a lot more money. In the end, our healthcare system is fundamentally one that is based on capitalism, and it's not one that is based on how the rest of the world operates. And I'll give you one more fact as well, which is the rest of the world operates with the rest of the industrialized world that has a single payer system, which the entire industrialized world does, except for the U.S., operates at around $5,000 per year per person. That's the rough number, $5,000 per year per person. Do you want to know what it costs in the U.S.? How much that dollar equivalent is in the U.S.? It's roughly about $10,000 and a little bit more now, probably more like $12,000 per year per person. And not only that, we get less, and our healthcare outcomes are far, 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 far more worse. So we pay the highest in the world, and we have the worst outcomes in the world. With that said, Austin, I hand it back to you.
Yeah. It seems, it feels inescapable. Every time that I do research or find stories about where I'm looking at the healthcare marketplace in the US, I feel like it makes me more and more angry that it is so clearly the worst system for keeping people healthy, and the best system for making people millions and millions and millions of dollars. And it's like trying to navigate a system that's meant to keep people sick and dying. And how do you what do you have to like make the best out of it? It seems, I don't know. It's not something that feels fixable. It seems like something that needs to be abolished.
I would say that the system, we need to expand Medicare to all. So there are 5. Well, I couldn't remember the 5th, so I'll just say there's 4. Do you know we have 4 systems of single payer systems in the U.S.? 4 single payer systems. Do you know what they are? Medicare is a single payer system, right? VA is a single payer system. Indian Health Services, that's a single payer health systems. And the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense has their own single payer system, separate from the VA, because they want to take care of themselves because they're rich enough to, right? So 4 systems in the US that are all single payer system. I challenge you. I lived on the Navajo reservation. That's where I did my public health payback, right? You go to a person who's Navajo and tell them that you're going to take away their IHS card. See what they say, right? Go to an 80-year-old and tell them that you're going to take away their Medicare. You see what they have to say. Go to a person, a retired vet who accesses their health care at a VA system. Tell them that's going to be taken away. Go to a DOD person. See what they say. They're going to tell you to F off. And you know what? As well they should, because that is your health care. That is your right. And I think that if and when the U.S. does crumble under the weight of this oppressive government that we have, this authoritarian government we have right now, and if we're able to rebuild ourselves, one of the things that I would like to see is some very basic rights that Americans will have, aside from like the right to housing and the right to happiness. You know, these sorts of rights, one of them should be the right to health care. Needs to be enshrined into a new American Constitution. And in that right to health care will then be mandated that there is a single payer system. You want to get extra insurance? Have at it. You want to pay for breast augmentation or whatever it is you want to do, hair transplant, whatever it is you want to do that's beyond, above and beyond, have at it, please. No one will stop you from doing it. But there should be the basics that allow for that we don't have the worst maternity mortality rates in the world, that we have the worst infant mortality rates and under 5 mortality rates. Like, we need to be focusing on these things. What is it? It's I know in New Orleans, Austin and I are obviously broadcasting out of New Orleans. In New Orleans, it's I think it is crazy. It's like Austin, and maybe you'll help me out. I think it's like 40% of children in New Orleans are food insecure. Like, I mean, we're talking about, numbers that are insane like that. And I guess all I'm saying, and I'm obviously linking food with health or what have you, but if and when we get to rebuild America, and we get to rebuild a constitution, these are the sorts of things I like to see it. If you're tuning in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIV, community radio dedicated to human rights, social justice. And this is ID from X to Z. I'm X, he's Z.
I think going and talking about food insecurity takes us right into our next story. I think I'm sure that there is. I mean, I'm just like a quick search. I'm seeing at least not even children, but like almost 20% of just people in Orleans Parish.
20% of people.
20% of people experience food insecurity. I'm sure when you break it down further for children.
Yes.
I don't know. You have to. I'm sure ask New Orleans teachers what how their students are doing.
Yes, 100%.
I know quite a few teachers who have lots to say about the situations that their kids are living in. So going right into food insecurity, people are they're not able to access their SNAP benefits during this shutdown. A lot of this is being put over, the burden of this is being put onto states to scramble up some emergency funds to continue people's SNAP so they can get food. Plenty of there's food pantries are dealing with
have you seen those lines? The lines have been incredible.
Yeah.
Like just going, especially the food pantries that are catering to federal employees as well. Say what you said before about how the politicians are using our healthcare as leverage, and we are just basically pawns in their chess game. Now just recycle that with talking about SNAP.
Yeah, it's the same. It's your it's food. It's it's another chip. And with you would think that a growing hungry constituent base would make them scared. I think historically when people are very hungry, that's when you see you mess with people's
revolution.
Food. Yeah, you mess with people's food. Food is something very immediate to people. Messing with people's healthcare doesn't always show like the same immediate effects that will cause people to suffer. But when you mess with people's food, they know like immediately, when from 1 week to the next, when you can't feed yourself or your family.
Well, if you just feel hunger.
Yeah.
Or you see your children hungry, you can't feed your children. That becomes, incredibly problematic. I think what we saw this past Tuesday night with the election, it's just the massive drubbing, the shellacking, using President Obama's kind of word that he is that I'm now hearing everybody use, which I love that it was the word that he first started using after there was a red wave within his first term during the mid-cycle elections. But the absolute shellacking that happened, that has to scare the Republicans. And I was just wondering, what are your thoughts on, do we think, we know that they're going to cheat this next election, with the midterms, but I'm wondering if they're going to just start doubling and tripling down now because they just saw such Like I don't think of all of the elections that happened, I have not read or heard about one Republican victory with anything. And I've never seen that in my life. I mean, if you want to take that as a example of just how just unhappy the populace is right now, just the fact that there was this massive blue tsunami, and you know, and I don't know about you, but I'm assuming, because I think maybe we've talked about this, I do not identify as a Democrat at all, but I certainly vote that way. Sometimes I'm more happy to do so, and I would have loved to have been in New York City to be able to vote for Zoran. That would have been really exciting to do. But I was in New York City right up until the day before the election, visiting with a friend, and you could feel the electricity in the air, man. It was super, super exciting. And I don't know, man, his speech was great. You know, you could just really feel like, this is, a movement is possibly brewing right now, in which now we can make it such that we demand that politicians do not use healthcare, or they do not use SNAP benefits as poker pieces, as you said, or as chips, or as chess pieces on a board, because fundamentally what they're exchanging for people suffering is more power on their behalf. And I just think fundamentally that's just corrupt.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, food is very immediate, very serious. I wonder, I don't know how long people are going to continue to be duped that the reason that they're hungry is because of immigrants or something like that, or because of trans people, or because of, I don't know how long because the dupe got people, the spin, the making, I mean, part of the dupe that they're trying to sell is that the reason health insurance is so expensive is because that there's somehow a bunch of people who are ineligible for people who are not U.S. citizens are getting Medicaid, which is just not true. There's I saw another story. I forgot to send that one to you, but there was a story that also on KFF that mentioned that the directive from the White House for people who work in Medicaid offices to be like the spies, to try to find people who are ineligible, and like find out if it's because that they're ineligible is because they're illegal immigrants, and leveraging them as their spies or as their personal office to conduct their investigations into citizenship. So they continue launching this campaign of horror, dragging people from their places of work, from schools, from their homes, just grabbing people on the street. But now, that's who's being asked to do that,
to rat out.
And
what they're probably doing is they're probably using their job security as leverage
Yeah.
to be able to do that, because that's the only way you're going to get folks at Medicaid that's probably a job that's probably not. I mean, people do work like that because they're motivated to help their community. And if they're going to do something like that, they want to see the community win out. But I don't think anybody would do anything illegal. Like, I don't think that the Medicaid folks are signing up somebody who does not qualify to be at Medicaid.
No,
like,
of course not.
Like the so-called illegals are getting Medicaid. No, undocumented people don't have access to Medicaid. That's just not a thing. But
you need a social security number. You need
they lie. They lie. Like the stuff I'm seeing on social media.
That's what
My
they lie
former
about like voting, like the
yes,
yeah,
yes,
the same thing,
100%.
as if they were able to even figure out there's some conspiracy to get them registered to vote illegally, that there's somehow circumventing the necessary like documents that you need to register to vote, or the documents that you need to register for Medicaid, to register for SNAP benefits, all these things that they're just not. That's the conspiracy that they're selling, that's the conspiracy that they say, oh, the reason why your health insurance is so is why you're paying so much for healthcare is because of all these people that are taking your benefits that are illegal.
Yeah, it's fear.
Yeah.
The conservative mind is inspired by fear. The like folks like you and I, progressive minds, we are inspired by like empathy. It's just like I can't stand my once friends. No way would I consider them friends now. Like, but I still see them on social media. My once friends, people that I used to play music with, I used to hang out with in New Orleans. Like we were in bands together, like I see what they put on social media and the hateful rhetoric that they put up, the stuff they put up about Zoran, and before that, the stuff they were putting about COVID and COVID vaccines and just all the crazy stuff, right? I will never play music with them again or sit down and have dinner with them again. In fact, I dislike them greatly, but I want them to be safe. I want them to have affordable health care. I want them to have a roof over their heads, right? I want them to be able to feed their children. I want them to be able to make enough money to go on vacation. I want their children to have a school to go to and be fed and not be hungry during school. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I want basic stuff for people, but in no way do I feel like they would ever extend that sort of kindness to us. Because what inspires progressives is that we care about equity. We care about even the people we can't stand, people that I would never want to see ever again in my life. But just in the back of my mind, I at least know that they're happy, they're safe, they're feeding their children are getting a good education, and they're getting good health care. That's common decency. But in America, the conservative mindset doesn't have that. And the thing that inspires them is fear, and they're able to get to that fear. The fear mongers are able to do it through lies. If there's anything that we can take from all of this, it's that at least, and this is what you were saying a moment ago, people are waking up. Like, in the fact that there was this huge blue tsunami, this blue-nami, however we want to refer to it, the fact that every single election went in favor of the Democratic Party, that you had Spamberger or this governor in New Jersey or Zoran who beat in double digits. Like, people have finally woken up. No longer are they realize, they're like, oh no, our guardrails are too strong, or no, this is America, whatever. They're seeing kids being abducted in the streets, or teachers being, dragged out of classrooms. They're seeing priests, being attacked, or a helicopter, with people jumping off the helicopter in this building in Chicago. And they said that building was full of gangs, and all the people they ended up arresting in that bus, not one final arrest, no charges. They brought a bunch of people in, but there were no charges actually done. I mean, they're like, no, this is not what we signed up for. We signed up for a cheaper food. You said we could make life cheaper for us. And what we're seeing actually is far more greater prices. It's costs more to be at a grocery store. And these tariffs are costing Americans significantly more. And I think I read somewhere that this Christmas, I think each American is going to be paying $250 or $300 extra dollars in tariffs that are essentially going to Where does that money go? Goes to the U.S. government in the form of taxes. So we're just paying the government extra money in the form of these tariffs.
Yeah.
So
There's just, I mean, the big like lack of education with like, right, when you have tariffs, the U.S. corporations are not going to, you're going to be the one, it's the buyer that's going to
yes, of course.
Imagine
sorry. I was going to say, imagine imagine a U.S. corporation being like, nah, that's okay. We'll pay the extra dollars for it. Of course.
Yeah.
That'll never happen. Anyway,
when you lose subsidies on healthcare, you lose subsidies on things that that you rely on, you're going to be the one that's it's the buyer, the regular person that's going to be taking all of that, all of the cost. They're not going to move a little bit if it means that their exuberant like paychecks that they pay themselves through are going to go down. They're not going to do that.
Yeah. And also, Austin, think about this too. This is before the Medicaid cuts hit. So we still have Medicaid cuts. So if they continue to refuse to pay these subsidies, that was basically the U.S. government, again, just paying free money to these insurance companies that just call the shots. They say, this is how much we want to be paid. Free money that just goes, the government just pays off, because the government, if you're rich in this country, it's generous socialism for the rich and brutal capitalism for the rest of us. That's what that comes down to. If you're tuned in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIVLP FM in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice, WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. This is not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station, that is to end all wars. This is ID from X to Z. I'm X, he's Z. Austin, I hand the microphone back to thee.
Yeah, we were talking about how, I think the big theme of this show is I think and the theme about waking up is, people are realizing, I hope, that you are the bargaining chip. You are footing the bill. You are all of the chaos, all of the machinations. You are paying for it out of pocket, every bit of it. So,
and again, pre Medicaid cuts.
Yeah.
Like, there is going to be a whole new world of hurt.
Yeah.
Now, also, let's be very clear. Okay, let's just take, let's take, Chuck Schumer likes to talk about the Baileys. They live up in the northern part of New York, right? Upstate New York. The Baileys. That's who Chuck Schumer kind of has as in mind, the minority leader in the Senate. So let's say the Baileys make combined income of, like, let's just say $100,000, right? Husband and wife. Now they're paying, let's say, $1,000, maybe $1,500, which is already over the top. $1,500 a month of their health care for the family. That $1,500 a month now can potentially go up to $3,000 or $3,500 once these subsidies go away a month. Now, on a fixed income of $100,000, you're just going to choose to not get health care. That's just what it comes down to. So let's kind of play out what happens at this point. So you're still going to have heart attacks. People are still going to have strokes. They're still going to step on a nail that's going to puncture their shoe, and they're still going to get in car accidents. It's not like you get this magical force field around you when all of a sudden you don't have insurance, so that this way you're protected, right? People are still going to experience the things that they experience because we're all humans, right? We're subject to the same health gravity that affects everybody. So when you step on that nail and the nail punctures your shoe and goes in your foot, or you break your arm at a car accident, or you have a heart attack, or what have you, you're going to end up in the ER. And you're going to get good care. But you know what you're also going to get is a big fat bill at the end of the month that you're likely not going to be able to pay off. So two things are going to happen. One is the hospitals are not going to get paid, right? And ultimately, they're going to shut down, or they potentially are going to start laying off their own people, because you're getting more and more people who are not going to be paying their bills. So without that money coming in, how are they able to take care of themselves? But at this point, screw the hospitals, because it's really more importantly, people are not going to be able to pay their own bills, and then they're going to be subject to going into collections and then ultimately bankruptcy. Only in America do we have the highest rates of bankruptcy in the world that are as a result of healthcare debt. So you could see, like, and also hear me today, quote me tomorrow. This is the easiest prediction I've ever made. But it's so easy, it's so obvious, because we know what's going to happen. People are going to go into debt. They're going to probably lose their houses. They're going to lose their cars. They're going to just basically lose their lives. We're going to see more instability occur. And then ultimately, something that I predict all along is that we're going to ultimately see a societal collapse. Austin, what are your thoughts there? I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but man,
No,
to
thanks.
me, I see this very clearly.
No, thanks for walking us through it. I think that's really, I mean, looking at it like step by step that way is, I think super helpful for, if you just go through the motions of what makes sense for like the average person. And right now, the chaos of open enrollment and not knowing whether, not knowing what anything is going to cost, and likely going to be costing you a lot more than you think it will. Whatever you think now, it is gonna get worse. You're gonna make that choice because that is the rational, immediate choice for someone to make, is to you're not gonna get health insurance, and we're gonna be back into a situation where we have lots of Americans without uninsured. Means they're also not going to be going to the doctor to get checkup, or they're going to, maybe they have some health concerns. Maybe they have, they're not going to be getting, screened for cancers. They're not going to be getting screened for things that you can catch early. And they're going to be, of course, when they finally are forced to go and seek healthcare, they're likely going to be in a place, where treatments are way more expensive. There is going to be an even greater strain on the healthcare system. That preventative healthcare, that having insurance and going and getting your preventative healthcare is supposed to help with, is not going to happen.
Leading to worse health care outcomes, again, bringing down the average life expectancy. And again, this is where we end up seeing, some of these terrible health indicators where, we have the highest maternal mortality rate, especially amongst African-American women, some of the worst infant mortality rates, again, we're going to also see the same thing. And here's another prediction for us to make, Austin. We're going to see the same thing as well with these vaccine mandates that are going away, and all we need is another year or two of some of these state laws that are going to go into effect, in which we saw it already happening in Florida. It's only a matter of time before those laws get replicated in other southern states, because it's going to, let's just be honest, it's southern states, because the South just really hates their citizenry. They do not care about us And we can see that just by the amount, certainly in the state of Louisiana, by the amount of gas and oil and the commitment to gas and oil that we know pollutes our air and takes lives, years off of our lives. But we still see commitments more and more to extractable fossil fuel extractions that we see here, and less concern do we have for renewables that we know that save lives. So with more of these vaccines mandates that are going to go away, another thing that we're going to see is just more harm toward children and toward adults from vaccine preventable illnesses, and that's really a crime.
Yeah, I mean, if we're thinking, if you think back as an infectious disease doctor, what I think you what were you saying? I think we've talked about this before, that it was very clear to you, I think, before it was to a lot of people, how bad things were going to get with like the lack of action and the lack of mandates for basic things, for businesses to and lockdown and vaccines and these things that were not being mandated, that you could see that, like, oh well, hear me now, from a few months from now, we're going to be in a very, very bad place. And I don't think that was as clear to everyone then, when you don't have your finger on that pulse. But when we see how with the state of healthcare now, if say we were in this even worse state of healthcare now, and another COVID-like pandemic was at our doorstep, how would those next couple months look now? Given our situation that we're in now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that prior to Tuesday, I was really pessimistic. I'm still pessimistic. I mean, I'm optimistic as a person. I mean, you know that. I mean, Austin, you and I have known each other for many years and have worked together for many years. I mean, I'm an optimistic person, but up until Tuesday, I was generally pessimistic. I'm still kind of pessimistic. I think that if anything, on Tuesday, what we're going to see is a significant double downing on their authoritarian tendencies. Like, people don't do what they do and expect to see voters ever again, right? Like, if you're going to see your voters every couple years, you're going to promise things, you're going to do things, whatever. You're not going to like take away healthcare and food and SNAP benefits and all that stuff. But that being said, although I do feel like it's going to possibly get better, I think it's going to get worser before it gets worse. And I think some of that worserness is going to come in the form of, we will see pandemics because we are not watching things like we used to. Like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I could tell you exactly, a year ago, I could tell you exactly what H5N1 was doing. I was so up on H5N1, the bird flu. Have you heard anything about what's going on with that? No. You know why? Because the geniuses over that make these decisions at Health and Human Services have decided, well, we already have a monthly influenza report, and bird flu ends in the word flu, which must mean influenza. Why would we separate them? Let's just put those reports together. So what they've done now is they've taken the bird flu reporting, and they've rolled it into the monthly flu reporting, which oftentimes just gets rolled into kind of respiratory illnesses. So we don't know what is what in some of these reports, and it's purposely meant to obfuscate. It's purposely meant to confuse. It's purposely meant so that we actually don't know what's going on, because again, all of this is, I believe, as we've talked about here from ID from X to Z, is I think that they're using health as a tool, or lack of health as a tool to accelerate societal collapse.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't realize that was what was going on with
bird flu.
Bird flu.
It is. Austin, hold your thought. If you're tuning in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIV LPFM in New Orleans. This is ID from X to Z. I'm Mark Allen Derry, and that's Austin Wallace. Go ahead, Austin. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, so what it basically means, though, is what little like disease tracking we have, the data is just totally screwed. Like,
yeah, there is no disease tracking.
Yeah.
That's
it's like laughable.
That's the whole thing. Like, disease tracking is a non-entity at this point because they got rid of, that was part of the Doge, that was part of the firings of the CDC and HHS. Also, that was part of the strategy so as to, like, again, if you are trying to make things difficult for people, one of the things that you're going to do is remove the ability to actually, like, measure things. So, when you measure things, you can focus resources on them if you see a deficit somewhere. So what if you don't measure things? Like, here's a great example. I think we talked about this last time or maybe the time before this. There's a law in the books that actually mandates, if you can mandate a negative, or explicitly disallows for the CDC to study gun violence. You know this? Did we talked about this?
Yeah.
Like, the CDC literally cannot study gun violence because they were getting ready to call gun violence a public health emergency. And guess what happens when you call something an emergency in this country or in any, civil society? When you call something an emergency, you're going to focus resources on it. You're going to try to figure out how to, better that. But in doing so, that's going to obviously take away the profits. It's going to kill the profits. It's going to turn the money spigot off of gun manufacturers. So what did they do? A law was passed that the Congress passed that made it such that the CDC can no longer study gun violence. And as a result, what has happened, we see worsening and worsening gun violence in this country. Almost not a day goes by where we do not see gun violence. There's 330 million people in the U.S. Do you know how many guns we have in the U.S., Austin? 400 million.
Wow. That, yeah.
We have 330 million people in the U.S. There's 400 million guns in the U.S.
Right. But that's what we said about the conservative mindset. It's based off of, it runs off
fear.
of fear. What do you sell people guns with? You sell people guns with fear. It's an enterprise. It's an enterprise of fear. People who feel like stable and safe and connected to their communities are not the ones that are not buying, arsenals of weapons because they're afraid of their neighbors, afraid of everyone, afraid, need to carry a gun on them because they're afraid of that they're going to be, accosted on the street or afraid of, whatever, it is in their head, or maybe that they, have a desire to be, to engage in some sort of their like vigilante justice against,
queer
or like
black or brown or trans or whatever.
Yeah. And have these like crazy power fantasies, but now now you can sign up to be a vigilante.
Right. Join ICE.
And you can join ICE. And so now there is a super legal, well-funded resource for that will,
and they will pay $50,000 if your student loans.
Pay $50,000 of your student loans. You'll have excellent health insurance.
Great health insurance. I'm sure it's going to be a single payer system.
Yeah.
I'm sure ICE will join DOD in their single payer system.
Yeah.
There's no question. Did you see, hold on, two things about ICE recently? I don't know if you saw this. One, they got rid of like the top executive people in ICE. Did you see that? They went in and they just fired the top people in ICE. Boo hoo hoo, I do not shed a tear. But what they're trying to do is that they were actually competent. I think they were trying to put people less competent in. And then did you also see that they've actually had to reduce their physical fitness standards as well, so that less physically fit people. And then the third thing that I heard, which is great, is they actually have to decrease their standards for the exams that they take. The exams are open book and they have high fail rates. Okay, they have high fail rates with open book tests. Austin, you and I are perpetual students. Like, I have to take boards. I have to every year I got to take internal medicine boards. Every 10 years I got to do infectious disease boards. I took tests my entire life. I felt like being a doctor was testing me just on how I take tests. Austin, tell me this. Would you love to take tests with open books?
Oh my gosh.
Would your grades be higher than they already are now?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
ICE can't even pass their tests.
I can't.
And they are taking open book tests.
I can't even imagine what the ICE test looks like. Where they test, what do you test them on? What are they getting tested on?
Wouldn't it be great? Ken Klippenstein. Ken Klippenstein is the journalist who can do stuff like this. I know you're not tuned in right now, Ken, but my God, if you were, or if somebody is listening that knows Ken Klippenstein, please tell him he needs to get an example of what these ICE tests are.
I want one. I want
yes.
the test. I want it the
test.
test.
What are they failing? Yes.
Yeah,
I also want to know what the physical exam is, because I bet you Antifa could win out both in. I guarantee you, anybody who calls themselves anti-fascists, of which I'm anti-fascist.
Yeah, of course.
I know that my Jewish family in Germany, they were anti-fascists. So I know a lot of people who are anti-fascists, certainly in my life and certainly in my family. I bet you these anti-fascists, myself included, not only could outperform physically fit these ICE, these guys who are applying for ICE, even as a 57-year-old. No mulligan. You need 20 push-ups? I got it. You need 100 sit-ups? I'm on it. Whatever you need. And also, I'll take your stupid test. No open book. I'll just take a closed book. I bet you that whatever they're testing, somewhere knocking around in my head is like, I don't know. Here's a standard question. How many states in the U.S.? Let me see. Counting Alaska and Hawaii, 50. I bet you those are some of the questions. What are some of the other questions that they're asking? What year was the Declaration of Independence signed? I don't know. These are some basic questions that I think that most Americans who take civics, or maybe it's a little bit more brutal. Maybe it's how do you terrorize a family that you think are undocumented?
Yeah, I feel like
option A. Do you buy them an ice cream cone? Option B. Do you smash their windows and pull the father out behind from the driving column, the steering wheel? Option C. Do you sick your dogs on them? I don't know. I imagine maybe those are the sorts of questions they're probably asking them.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why I'm like, I can't even imagine what that test is like. I'm actually horrified to find out, but I think it's probably worse than I can. It's either really bad or really funny, and that's why I want to see it.
Yes, if we can get Ken Klippenstein to do it, I would love for that.
Okay, well, we don't have.
Sorry,
we've
been going on.
Time left for our segment. I don't think that I had one more story, but I think that it might be better to save for next time, just because I think that it's worth spending time on. I'm just going to give the headline: Trump pushes an end to medical care for transgender youth nationally, is threatening to block all Medicaid and Medicare funding for any services at hospitals that provide pediatric gender affirming care.
I mean, we could talk about it later, but I mean, we know that this is the way it's going. And in fact, if there are no brakes on their clown car, which I'm hopeful this Tuesday may have provided some semblance of some brakes, some obstacles in that clown car, I bet you they get to the point where they make being trans illegal. You know, did you see, today, in fact, I thought of you actually. Did you
One
see
moment,
today
my laptop is imminently about to die. I'm coming back on my phone.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'll just, so today, here, let me add you to the stage. There you go.
There we go.
So, wow, that was very slick, Austin. Wow. I guess when you're Generation Z, you can do stuff like that. I'd still be struggling right now. But I don't know if you saw today, Austin, that there was the Supreme Court sided with the Trump administration that they can remove the gender marker for people who are trans on their passports. Did you see this?
Wow. No, I didn't see that, but it's not surprising.
So I think for some people who are trans, they'll put like an X for the gender marker.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I think
terrifying.
So I think now that they're getting the passports, I think that they're going to soon be getting to driver's license and IDs as well, that they're going to start bullying people who are of trans experience and making it difficult, more and more difficult for them, people who are of trans experience to exist in our civil society or our uncivil society, be that as it may.
Yeah, I mean, for so long, there was a huge fight to get the right and the ability to change your gender marker, to change your name on official documents. And now I think, now that's a terrifying prospect. I know so many trans people in my life who are like, when we've talked about this kind of thing, have said, hell no, I'm not gonna go change my gender marker on official documents. Like I'll take being misgendered. Like I don't want to be like put on. I'm not gonna put myself at risk on a list like that. It's not worth it.
And do you think that they're going to probably go back to start dead naming people as well?
Oh yeah, I mean, I
also
like. Yeah, I mean, there's people, you can get your name changed, and you still are gonna get you're going to
be dead named
anyway.
100%.
So I think trans people are very, very tough, and know how to survive, and it's and are building the strategies amongst themselves to to weather this. But yeah, again, it's not like, you don't need the government to know right now to know that you're trans. It's just
100%.
Just not a good idea. It's just not. It's
Austin, as always, I love you. Thank you for being such a close friend. Thank you for doing such a great job. It's been such a pleasure. We got to start wrapping up now. This is 102.3 WHIV. This has been ID from X to Z. I'm MARKALAIN DERY. This is Austin. Thank you so much, my brother. It was great hanging with you. We will see you guys next week. Thank you guys for tuning in, and Do we have an outro? We don't have an outro. I guess peace out.
Yeah.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Robert here on the show with you right now. Robert,
it's me.
What's going on?
Everything's terrible. I'm really stressed out about Christmas. Like, I really don't want to, like, I don't know. I just don't want to spend the time and the resources to go see my folks. And I know that sounds terrible that, like, you only have so much time with your parents or whatever, but I can tell you right now, I'm not feeling it. And most of it's like, I don't know. I've had like a lot of stress coming from my my car. I finally got my car back after getting like a complete engine rebuild for something that's not my fault. Like it was like a Volvo known like thing a couple years ago, but Robert didn't know about it. So my engine got destroyed, and then like so I had to pay all this money, and like I had to borrow money to fix that. I'm paying that back. And then like my car, I mean, this is a very political thing. Everything's political. That's if we ever have merch made, it'll just be my face saying everything's political. But everything is political. So I mean, the whole reason I bought a Volvo is because they were Swedish tanks not that long ago, 20, 30 years ago.
They were like the safest. They were always consistently viewed as like the safest car. Yeah, like in the American market, essentially. They fell off.
No, I mean, safety wise, like they still have to pass. I'm kind of a Volvo fanatic. Like safety wise, they still have to pass like the Moose test in Sweden, like any new car that gets engineered. And what I mean by that, because these cars are designed to drive like literally in the Arctic Circle. Like one of the safety tests in engineering is they have to survive a Moose test. So they've got like a big kind of like battering ram. That is supposed to simulate like the weight and velocity that a moose can get up to, like running at you straight forward, and like the car just takes that thing on head on. So it's like any new Volvo, like that's like their floor, like has to be able to survive that. That like even if the car is destroyed, like the passengers have to walk away from it.
It's got to have to essentially crumple into a safety ball.
Right. But then like Ford got a piece of them a while ago and then sold that piece to a Chinese company called Polestar. And it's not a China thing. It's not like, oh, the Chinese got a hold of it, so now it's worse. It's like, no, it's like it's capitalism got a hold of it, so now it's worse. And the thing is, so my car kept stalling out and I couldn't figure out why. And I'm like, oh, I've got a full engine rebuild. And like it kept stalling out, and I call my mechanic for like the third time, and I'm like, you're gonna have to come get this thing again because I'm stalled out on the side of the road. And he's like, all right. And so I take a look under the hood this time, and I'm like, I don't know that much about cars, but I do have a phone, I do have AI, and I'm like, I think I see the problem right here. Well, my car is turbo aspirated, and like the engine's aspirated, and the turbo pipe, which delivers like the extra air into the engine,
turbo pipe, that's what I call it,
with the turbo boost, is completely dislodged from the engine. And I'm like, oh, I think I see the problem right here. And I'm like, I just put it back on, crank it back up, it idles great, it's wonderful. I call my guy, say I think I figured it out. I tighten the clamp back down, and I get up the road a little bit, and I'm like, it does it again. And I'm like, all right. So I ended up like, I tighten it again, pull over, tighten it again, works again. I end up getting a Harbor, and I'm like, okay. I end up getting a Harbor Freight, and I'm like, I need some new hose clamps. And so I buy some hose clamps, and I'm like, this hose clamp must be just destroyed.
Effective, yeah.
Yeah, and it's it's factory. And so I just replaced the hose clamp and it's fine. I do like 100 on the highway to like test it out just to make sure. And, it's fine. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I understand. And this thing is factory. And it's just like one of those like worm clamps. You see them on everything, right? You know what I'm talking about? The ring, and you just tighten it with the screwdriver or whatever.
A screw clamp, essentially.
And so I order a galvanized steel T clamp, which is like 4 turbo aspirated engines, because I talked to AI and I'm like, what's up with this? And AI's like, that's a thing that happens a lot. You shouldn't have that clamp. You should have like one specifically made for like for this part. And I'm like thinking, this is the factory part. And I'm just like, my man, I'm like Mr. Volvo. I don't understand. I understand if you want to go cheap on like a button on the interior that's gonna like dry rot and crack in 5 or 6 years. Okay, fine. But you put the cheapest piece of like crap aluminum that's bendable in that on a piece that has to be connected or the car instantly dies. And that because that thing cost you 25 cents a piece instead of spending $1.50 on a galvanized steel like T clamp that I just had to order off of Amazon for $6. And I'm like, how dare you call yourself a luxury car at this point? This and even more so, it got me thinking like, this car is made to drive in the Arctic Circle. So what's happening in the life of this car? It's constantly getting hot and it's getting to above boiling temperatures and it's getting to below freezing temperatures constantly all day. So this rubber and this piece of trash aluminum
expand, contract
all day long. And you decide to save a couple pennies to put the cheapest thing that I can buy at Harbor Freight on there. And I'm just like, how dare you? And the thing is, if and I don't have a problem with cheap stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go buy a tool, like I don't have the smoke for like, let's say Harbor Freight. I don't have the smoke for them because if I go buy a tool at Harbor Freight and it breaks after 3 uses, I'm like, oh, well, I paid $5 for this. It's fine. I get it. If there was a car out there, like, and there is, it's called like the Tata Nano. It's like an Indian car that costs like $1,200. It's gonna fall apart, completely fall apart in 2 years. I'd be like, fair play. But it's not like you're putting these luxury, quote unquote, luxury items together, and then you're not selling them for throwaway prices, but you're creating them to throw away. I'm like, everything is a scam. I had a TikTok that went viral just like talking about GameStop the other day. And the big takeaway I was ranting about, it's like, everything is a scam. Like nothing is just like fair value for fair money anymore. Like you have to be, it's buyer beware, it's caveat emptor all day long. And it just takes up so much mental energy trying to figure out, well, I can't buy this because it's going to break. So let me just buy the cheapest thing possible. And this is not like a fairly new thing. As far as like, I have a little bit of knowledge about cars and like motorcycles and stuff. My mom would joke, she would be like, oh, my mom used to ride motorcycles. And she would say like, you don't want to, he's like, how these guys puff up their chest talking about Harley Davidsons. Like, you don't ever want that. She's like, if you ever ride, get a Honda like your mom does. He's like, Harley Davidson, the initials HD, it doesn't stand for Harley Davidson. It stands for $100. Because anything, and this was like 20 years ago, anything that goes wrong with that, $100 right off the rip, and it's just like, why is, the worst quality car you can get probably in the world, to be honest with you, for money, like when you compare like how much money it costs to the value you're getting, is like a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. Any mechanic will tell you that. Those things are absolute nightmares and they're just made to throw away. And it's like,
but they're status symbols, right?
They're status, so it's like
consumption.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what it is, because they're assuming you have enough money. You're not going to keep this thing. You have enough money to just, trash it anyway. Volvo, and they still do, but I wonder how many newer Volvos. My car's not even new. It's like a 2014, but Volvo used to have the 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 mile club, to where they, if you just send in a picture of your odometer at those, they send you like a literal like metal badge that like goes in your interior.
It's like a YouTube play button.
Yeah, it is. It's a YouTube play button. That's exactly right. There's, the old turbo bricks, the things that just look like armored cars are still rolling around to this day just fine. But God forbid you buy anything in this century, in this millennium, in the turn of the millennium, turn of the century, and it's maybe got a 10-year shelf life on it, and it's just disgusting. It's just made me just hate. I hate everything. I'm sorry. I hate everything. Everything's a scam, and I'm just tired of just like putting all my mental energy into this day in and day out, just trying to survive. And I have it relatively good. I have a job that I could like, oh, my car died on the side of the road today. I could call and just be like, hey, guess what? I'll be in when I'm in. You know, I can't imagine like 20-year-old me who had like worse jobs that paid less and were just even worse. Oh my God, this would be such a crisis right now. So that's what like normal people are going through, just trying to keep their throwaway Kia Sorantos running. Because we're now in Cuba territory. You can't just like, who's going out to buy new, like car dealerships are shutting down because nobody can make a car payment. You're lucky if people have insurance. Forget a car payment. So we are now in Cuba territory to where like, hey, I know we rant and rail against AI, but you better be using this stuff to figure out how to make the stuff you have last. When I mean like we're in Cuba territory, you better figure out how to like salvage a car part. You better figure out how to pull apart and make it work. And another reason why my car like took so long to get done is because the shop I go to, like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I'm transferring you money through Venmo because we're not doing taxes, because it's a bunch of guys who ICE is trying to pick up. And it's like, yeah, I like the reason why my car took so long is because ICE picked up half the mechanics at my shop. You know, it's disgusting, man. Every day I just hate America more and more and more. And I really don't even care who knows it. Like, it's not even one of those things like, oh my God, how can you say that? I could care. I was at work and I work for the city government. And I was on the phone and I was like, yeah, I hate America. Like nothing works. I had to go to the BMV. And I was like, I had to go to the DMV. They call it the BMV here in Louisiana. I had to go to, it's the DMV everywhere else. I had to go to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and like do stuff for my tag. And I just felt like I was in it was awful. It was just like, that's just an awful place to be. And I'm just like, nothing works here. Nothing works. I don't know if you've ever seen like the psych ward video. There's like a guy who's just like, he's like, the medication doesn't work. I've been here for 20 years. Nothing works here. It's like, I feel like that guy every single day. And it's just like, we do not have to live like this as human beings. We just need, I don't know what we need anymore. I don't even know. I have no clue, but that's my rant since you asked me how things are going, and how things are going is not great.
Not good. Not good.
Great.
Well, everything is getting worse. And like, it is a sort of a situation where like, yeah, like everything is just getting crappier. Work is getting worse. And like everybody knows it. And to sort of like everybody knows it, everybody has anxiety over it. And there essentially is the two lanes that you could go down of like, hey, we want to actually make the world a better place, which is the socialism approach. Or you can say, well, we must, you know what the problem actually is? It's Mexican immigrants or trans people or whatever, and we have to destroy them, and that will solve all of our problems, which is the fascist approach. We're literally in what you're describing is essentially the raw materials for the failure of liberalism, which is what we're seeing before our very eyes. The Democrats have no response for there being ICE in the streets, just making people disappear, destroying communities. I mean, what is it? Taqueria Guerrero?
Yeah.
And in New Orleans, is just shut
right
down.
Up the street from my house. Yeah.
Because of because they don't want to endanger their customers, is what they're saying. And the solution is there is no solution from the liberal establishment, from the Democrats, because that's not what they do. They just sort of manage the situation or try to like gain their control and try to make it into such a way that like they can just kind of keep their agenda going, which is much more oriented towards like allowing as much fascism as they can, just a lighter version of it, and by all means necessary preventing socialism from happening.
By all means, like it's so crazy how we will. Yeah, I mean, this isn't rocket science. I was watching free on YouTube. You can watch the full Godfather trilogy, and I'm just like, anybody who wants to talk about, let's say, Cuba, for example, be like, well, why don't you just go to Cuba if you love it so much? Like, watch don't listen to me. Like, watch Godfather 2. And that's what I say. It's like, watch Godfather 2 and you'll see why, like, how Cuba became what it is.
They have the image of Batista's Brazil, which is Cuba, which is essentially a playground for the mob.
No, 100%. That's my two things with movies when they're like Republicans or just chuds, just right-wing losers want to debate me. I'm like, don't listen to me. You love media, you love bread and circuses. Go watch Godfather 2 and go watch Rambo 3. And like those are like documentaries for dum-dums who don't have the time or the mental capacity to read. And I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. And I'm just like, yeah, communism and socialism don't work so well that we've set up whole systems to make sure that they fall instead of just letting them collapse in on themselves, since they don't work so well. The communism, socialism doesn't work so well. Even SOCDEM foolishness doesn't work so well that we decided, not we, but you know what I mean? Like the bankers and the capitalist class in the United States decided to throw millions upon millions of dollars to try to make sure that a SOCDEM, Zoran Mondami, couldn't take any kind of power, even just in one American city.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Like, obviously it works, because or you wouldn't be fighting so hard against it.
What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
To put it into dum-dum terms again, if we were playing, if it was an NFL game and the Saints were playing the Buccaneers, and every time the Buccaneers came out to the field, they showed that they had one too many men on the field and they kept getting penalties. And that'd be like, well, the Saints would be like, well, hey, hold on, guys, make sure let's count before we come on to make sure. No, you would just let them do it all day long. You would let them fall on their own, but you know this stuff works, so therefore you have to combat it. And it's like, it's just, I'm tired, bro. I'm just so tired. You want to talk about Nick Fuentes a little bit? We were talking about that earlier, but the thing I did see from his Piers Morgan interview is he was like, I like Adolf Hitler and I'm tired of pretending I don't. Like,
literally said that.
I'm on the other end of that. Like, socialism or barbarism, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. I'm tired of cutting around the edges. This whole thing I just described about my car, and I'm the working poor, but I'm at the top of the working poor. I can't even imagine what people who are worse off than me are going through right now. And it's like, I'm tired of pretending there's any space in this world for capitalism. I'm tired of it, and I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. And it's sort of like, the question is, how do you transition to that? I will say also this, you see some of these, I mean, obviously they're right-wing streamers, but like guys like Asmongold, who is, for people who don't know, he is a guy who like brands himself as a centrist on twitch.tv. And he like constantly will say things like that, even though he'll constantly be like, oh yeah, I'm a centrist. We need to deport all immigrants. I'm a centrist. And that's why we need to murder like these protesters in the streets. And he was watching, I saw a clip of this today. He was watching what you just described, which is Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan saying that, Hitler's cool and I'm tired of pretending that he's not. And like, he just did the thing that he always does. He paused and he was like, based. It was just like,
my only
fascists aren't hiding. Why should we?
My pushback to you on that, and it's a cheeky pushback, is he not a centrist though? I would argue that he is. I would argue that, because look at our centrist Democratic Party. Look at our centrist city of New Orleans. Wow, what are we doing to throw ICE out of here? And it's like, we're not. We're centrist, no matter what the status quo is, therefore the status quo. So if the status quo is fascism, that's what they're going to be for. Now, they might live in, they might be Asmongold type guys who never leave their parents' basement. I mean, attic. That's one thing. And they're, somehow millionaires. But like, the actual people who would, call themselves centrists, like abundance, we talked about how I met an abundance guy, and he's talking about, and I'm like, he's not much different. Wherever he'll flip in a heartbeat, wherever the status quo takes him. So is Asmongold really wrong there? I don't think so.
I mean, okay, so let me just sort of like reframe it. People who are, or at least like in the centrist like milieu, who describe themselves as liberals, which I guess he doesn't, but they would at least be like, well, at least they would take some kind of umbrage in how impolite it is to say the quiet part out loud.
Right.
And watching that sort of transition take place in real time, where they're, again, even if it's Nick Fuentes or even if it's this Asmongold freak, like watching them not pretend that anymore is alarming. And yeah, I agree with you in the sense that like the only response, the thing that we should have been doing in the first, I mean, we've been hosting a show called Good Morning Comrade for 6 years, so we haven't exactly been hiding it very much, but like that is the only response to it is actually honestly engaging with what is the problem and what is the solution, what are the stakes out here. And what liberals often do is obscure that. They confuse it, and they say, actually, it's way more complicated than this. And, the problem is that you have this sort of like sweeping analysis of socialism versus barbarism, where the real problem is we need to talk about zoning regulation and deregulate that. And that's how they sort of like they sort of like give, like reframe the sort of fascism argument and put it into the most annoying terms that only nerds give a crap about. And they essentially say, hey, I'm an expert, you're an idiot, you don't know how this stuff works, you don't know how this stuff operates, go play with your toys in the corner, go to work, go punch clock, go smash rock, go home and like get drunk and smoke weed and play video games all day. That's what they want you to do. And give Nancy Pelosi money.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and keep giving money to Act Blue. Like that's what they want, and it's death by PowerPoint is what it is. They're
boring you into fascism.
Yep, we're gonna spend so much time, debating the problem and all the ways that I was again, this abundance guy, like I'm talking, he's all these like checkpoints that I have to go through to be like, until I have the perfect argument of how we're going to solve the housing crisis or whatever, issue that we have going on, then I should be focused on that. And we shouldn't even be talking about if there is actually a thing and who's causing it. And I'm like, I know what this is, bro. I have a corporate job. This is death by PowerPoint. Please stop. I'm not stupid. Even when I was in the Marine Corps, I had a corporate job. Like, please stop it. Like, this isn't getting anything done. And again, I've said this on the show before, like, there's a maxim in the Marine Corps there's a couple things about like tactics, about how you should plan anything that really do ring true and you should hold on to. But one of those things was, if you have a battle plan and you have all the planning in the world, but the planning can be completely correct, but you don't exercise the plan with zeal, it has no chance of success. But if you have a bad plan, but you execute it with zeal, that has a chance of success. And it's like, this is 100% accurate. How many times I've been like, well, I'm just going to take, in your own personal life, you'd be like, I'm just going to try. And you're just like, F and A, like it worked out because we just tried. But if we're sitting here in constant meetings that should have been emails about where we should put public housing and affordable housing in the country, then guess what? Like, nobody's going to get housing. Instead of just saying, I'm going to do this. I'm going to have, city-run grocery stores, or we're going to do free childcare. Maybe we miss. Maybe we don't get those things at all. But if we're shooting, to use another soliloquy, a maxim, whatever you want to call it, if we're shooting for the moon and we miss, we'll at least hit the stars. It's just so obvious what the game is with these people, and they just play you like you're stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, 100%. And again, like it's sometimes it's intentional. Actually, probably most of the time it's not intentional. Maybe it is, but like it does in situations. I know some situations it is, some situations it isn't. So, like for example, in organization like DSA, like part of the less effective chapters that I've seen, or a lot of the periods in some of these sort of situations, is when they're less effective, they're discussing like, oh, what's the process that by which we're going to do this?
Exactly.
How are we, getting membership feedback or whatever, which like, I'm not against any of that stuff necessarily, but like, if you use like lack of a process as a reason to not, for example, like engage in a time sensitive campaign, like knocking doors for a candidate or supporting this picket line or
Break
whatever.
Light Clinic, the Break Light Clinic, like not to steal your, but just to steal menu. My piece of crap father, who's like the biggest, like, oh well, he'll tell you a million ways. He's not even political, but it's the same mindset. So where he'll tell you a million ways about what cannot be done with giving you no solution on how to do anything. And it's like, when I told him about the New Orleans DSA Break Light Clinic, it stunned him because he had nothing to say. And he's like, that's pretty good. He goes, yeah. He's like, wow, I could see how that works. And it's like, it's just an idea of just being like, we can meet a need. We can do it. We don't have to have a million committees about it. And that's it.
There was a committee, but but
once the decision's made, it was made. Sure, there was a committee. There always has to be some meeting.
Somebody's got to plan it, right? But I will say this too, like again, I'm not against the idea of like discussing these kinds of things. And it's not like Break Light clinics changed the world or anything, but they did at least like put out an idea that says
they changed the world more than a million committee meetings.
Sure. But I guess my point is that like it was essentially acting on something, and when you do act on something, you can walk away from it and then have a lesson learned. Even if it's a failure, you walk away from it, you can have a lesson learned. If you don't do that, if you just like argue, get back and forth and whatever, I'm not saying you have to say yes to everything, obviously, but if you don't do that, then you cannot come away from that situation and be like, well, this is what we should do next time. It's just, we didn't do it. Never going to talk about it again. There's no sauce there. There's no substance. It's just a bunch of guys in a room yapping at each other.
Exactly. It's just
guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
I mean, I would say, what you're saying is like, you really do kind of have to separate from the people who like are actively wreckers, the wrecker behavior, than people who are actually like in good faith. But like at the end of the day, if you don't get those people in good faith to put one foot in front of the other and start making moves, it's the same as the end result is the same as wrecker behavior. It's the same. Yeah. And I'm tired, and I just don't. That's why it's like, oh, poor what's her face? I like her a lot. Oh my God, your friend from LA, right? What's her name?
Alex.
I like Alex a lot, but she's like, and I don't think she's wrong. I think she's right. She's like, it looks like you need to get joined back into the DSA. And I'm like, Alex, if I want to be like, if it was you running it, absolutely. But I don't know what they got going on in there because I'm just tired, bro.
This is something funny, and I don't mean to talk too much crap, but I do think this is sort of silly. There is a effort for them to like, oh no, Shell is a sponsor of French Quarter Fest, or Chevron is a sponsor for French Quarter Fest. We need to stop that. And I'm just like, I mean, yeah, I hate Shell, but like, who cares if they're a sponsor for French Quarter Fest? That's just like a sticker on the thing. Like, and also if you are successful in getting them out, who's to say it won't like bankrupt French Quarter Fest? You just don't have it, and then all the normies are mad at you.
I'll push back on that and say like, I'm fine with that, because if you're going to do something that maybe doesn't have a ton of material gain, but it will grab headlines and get more attention. That's the going back to my dad. So my dad used to like sell, he used to sell stuff at like craft shows. Like he used to like make crafts or whatever. And his thing was like, you never, like, if you ever go to like an art gallery or a craft show or something, there's artists who always have like a $5,000 piece. Well, that's just to get them in the door, but you're really trying to sell the $20 piece. And so if like, if saying like, hey, we are, we're gonna rail against Shell sponsoring French Quarter Fest. If that gets him in the door, then that gets him in the door, and we can do that. So that's as long as we're doing something else. That's why I don't like. That's why I'm not like protests or whatever. And I'm like, the thing about a protest, that's fine. It's any kind of protest that's that is the police are clearing the way for is no longer a protest. It's a parade. I understand that. It's fine. It's not going to do anything. But what are you doing with the people? What are you doing with the people who show up? Are you funneling them to things that actually matter and to things that will actually material benefit stuff that isn't as sexy? Then your protest was a success. It was just to show up and just be like, we did it, guys. We did it, Joe. Then your protest sucks, and I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I do have smoke. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3, and I will say I might be talking a little bit out of school on this one, but I do think it's important to like at least be thinking about this, because not a lot of people realize that in Seattle, this is while Zoran Mamdani was having his whole big thing, and like basically 90% of DSA decided to organize behind that and, bolster this campaign that was by no means perfect. But there was also a socialist that like won her election for mayor in Seattle. And as far as I can tell, like
Carmen Schwant?
No. She's silly. I'm not
okay.
a big fan.
I don't know.
No, I can get into that. But
you say Seattle socialist. That's what
no. Her name is Katie Wilson. She's like a democratic socialist is how she described herself. And apparently, and again, I'm piecing this together, and if somebody from anywhere is listening and wants to talk about it a little bit more, I'm definitely down to do it. But from what I've pieced together, essentially the DSA there, like she's not a member, but they did not get behind her. They didn't endorse her. And apparently it was in part because like she wasn't sufficiently on their line with on Palestine. She said it wasn't going to say exactly what they wanted to say or whatever, and she made some she didn't make the requisite commitments by these marginal socialist organizations on homeless sweeps, even though she said she was like against them or whatever. And so they just decided to have no relationship with this mayor, who ended up winning her election. So now, I mean, maybe that was the right thing to do at the time. Maybe it wasn't. But like now they just essentially have a socialist mayor of your city or somebody who calls herself a socialist, and you have no relationship with you. So like you become essentially a useless, like an appendix. You're not okay.
These are real questions. Like I'm not 100, and like these aren't. I'm not telling you things. I'm asking not rhetorical questions. If the Seattle DSA, if whatever she was doing bumps up against one of their red lines, then you just have to live with that.
Well, you have to ask the question: is their red line reasonable or attainable, and other things like that as well?
Yeah, but it is their red line though to decide. So if paying members decide that that's their red line, then that's just the choices they have to live with. I'm not saying it is or not. If this isn't a thing that like their membership could deal with, then there should have never been this hubbub about it. They should have just rolled with her. But if it is, then it is what it is. I think in this part, in as far as not the party, but there is no party. But as far as like socialism, communism, leftist thought, theory, whatever, if it should be a big tent with electric fences, and as soon as you brush up against one of those electric fences, we can't deal with you anymore. That's just the way it goes. And so you'd have to answer for me, was that one of their things? And then if it is, why? And then the members, the rank and file, have to make that decision.
Well, I'm not so sure how that process went out, and which is why I'm sort of like from where I'm sitting, from where I'm at, and what I've pieced together through like discussion boards and Reddit threads and social media posts, because there's not a whole lot of information about that. Like, if you're going to do that, if you're going to have a socialist mayor of your city and you're a socialist organization and you're not a part of it, you need to have a pretty clear messaging as to why that's not the case. Not just for your members, but for like people who are outside looking at it, prospective members, people who might join your organization, and they might have these same questions in their head about this, because they, you know, that I think it's important if you're going to be making these kinds of decisions, or if you're going to be, you know, taking these positions, that, you know, again, it's your backyard, that's your wheelhouse, then you got to address it. And it also is a very, very strange look, because I did look at some of the Seattle social media stuff, like specifically the official account from the Seattle DSA, and they were like, hey, you need to join Seattle DSA because of Zoran Mamdani over in New York City. And it's just like, what?
Oh, then that's silly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's my take. You know,
no, you're right. That's 100% silly, because if you are, I mean, I understand the DSA themselves, like, is a SOC DEM organization. I have my problems with SOC DEMs, but I could still see, I mean, I say this all the time, like, it's kind of like the Bernie Warren, you know, thing back in 2016. Like, Elizabeth Warren is a clown and a snake, but if I could press the button, the Elizabeth Warren is president button, and make that happen, I would do that. And the same thing with, like, I'm not a fan of a social democracy. I'd rather just have full-blown gay space communism. But if I could hit the SOC DEM button and have that today, and people wouldn't die because of lack of health care, then I would hit that button and make that happen today. But
obviously,
if, you know, the DSA is what it is, and I'm willing to accept it is what it is, as long as they are moving in a direction that's gonna make people's lives better. But if they're sitting up here saying, oh, we have to, like, ride the Zoran wave, but then they're gonna, you know, if what you're telling me, if that's accurate, but we have to, like, shun our own, like, local SOC DEM, that's stupid. Because, like, every DSA chapter is going to be different. Like, they, you know, you talk about, like, you know, missing out on, you know, access to power. Some of these, like, don't even want, some of these chapters don't even want electoral power. They want to be a thorn in the side of electoral politics. Which, okay, if that's what your members decided, that's what they decided. But you can't have it both ways. Like, I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable position I'm taking, and I don't even consider myself a reasonable person.
I will say this too. I just noticed this as I brought up the social media post, which is from Seattle DSA. It's just basically them doing what I said. We are the hope. Join the largest and fastest growing socialist party. The one reply on this entire social media account is the mayor-elect, who was not endorsed by the local chapter, as far as I can tell, who just did 3 fire emojis.
So funny.
So maybe she's trying to, like, make nice or something like that. I just don't see anything about it or anything. So I do think it's strange, but I also do think that it is cool that at least she is being, at least on that sense, friendly towards the organization, which is I think a good thing. You know,
Sure.
It's not like
I mean, what does she get by, like, cold shouldering? And you got to think about it like this: like, what does she gain by, you know? And we do have to start, you know, before I say what I'm going to say, like, you have to start thinking about this in, like, Machiavellian, you know, pragmatic terms. If we're really talking about electoral politics, if we're going to go that lane, what does she gain by, like, cold shouldering the DSA? Like, you know, she doesn't gain much. She doesn't gain much by, like, having them as an ally, but she doesn't gain anything by having them as an enemy either. Because the people who want to run the DSA out of Seattle or whatever, they're gonna do that regardless. They're not gonna be like, oh, well, she didn't heart emoji the DSA post, therefore she's on our side.
And if she does do something like goes after them, or just like, oh yeah, that not a good look, she'll be accused of left punching or whatever. And it's just like, it'll be annoying regardless, so you might as well be cool, you know.
Right. And it's kind of like why I don't, you know, I have all the problems with, you know, PSL, DSA, whoever, but, you know, it's just it makes no point. It makes no difference to, like, punch down like that. And, like, let's be real about it. Like, the DSA, if the, you know, God bless all due paying DSA members. But if the DSA was going to do something, you know, in our lifetime, I believe their moment passed when, you know, when the first Trump election, they were kind of at their height and they couldn't get it together and become, you know, an actual, like, tastemaker in American politics.
Well, again, like I don't think it's about becoming a tastemaker. It's about having the ability to organize so much that you have an impact on either an election or union drives or campaigns or whatever. And if you're going to be, and we talked about this ourselves in the past, they have been able to get different electeds done in New York City and throughout New York and also across the country. That is going to be something that's going to take a certain amount of time. And these moments, these sort of like high moments where they have this sort of seeming leverage will come and they will go. And I think that we're kind of on, especially with Zoran, another one of those sort of like one of those big sort of like upswings. And now I don't think you're going to change the entire political system of this country like in one of these swings. It's going to have to be something that is going to take over time. I will say at some point though, there is going to be a like a lot of this is happening with again using some of the using like the Democratic Party as a ballot line or whatever, or using some of that infrastructure. At some point, like there is going to be a hard sort of push against by these liberal establishments where they will go and side with the fascists in a very direct manner. And I think the question becomes, how do you become independently viable, be it with the mechanisms that you have currently or by creating your new mechanism? I actually don't have an opinion on which one it is. I think, but like, how do you become independently viable before that sort of like, before they try to throw you through the barbershop window? You know what I mean?
Sure. No, 100%. But like, don't kid ourselves either. That's not exactly what DSA National was trying to do in like 2016, 2020.
2016, the organization was barely existed. It was like,
I'm sorry. Okay, so like 2020. I'm thinking of like the last, when like I'm thinking of like when New York Times was doing like all these pieces about the DSA and oh my God, this is such a rise. Like they're on the ascendancy. That's what National like wanted. That National wanted to be players in electoral politics. So it's like the individual chapters. Yeah, I can't speak on them, but like, let's don't kid ourselves. Is like, that's what they wanted. And that time, because they couldn't get it together, whatever it is, I don't know, that time is gone. That time is passed.
I'm not sure that it is. I think that an opportunity has passed in that moment. I think more opportunities could come, and it might not even necessarily be for an organization like DSA. It might be coming through somewhere else. However, I do think, and this is why I think DSA as an organization is important, is that at least as far as organizations exist, as far as socialist organizations exist, DSA is the biggest one, and it has the most influence. It has the most sort of like status in terms of like number of elected number of elected officials. There are existing relationships with labor unions within DSA. We have also a partnership with the Emergency Workers Organizing Committee, which is essentially I mean, I'm a member of the local one here in Richmond, and they have, they're all active all across the country. They're essentially a support group that like essentially takes leads from workers. They fill out like a lead generation form, and then these organizers will come in and support them in organizing their workplace, from teaching them organizing skills and how to talk to your coworkers, to mapping things out, to even getting them in contact with an established union if that's what these workers want. And I think that is a viable path forward. That is a viable path towards building power that I don't know of any other organization outside of just labor unions that are doing anything like that. You know what I mean?
All right. I mean, I have no retort to that. Like, you know these things better than I do. Like, you're on the ground. I'm only like, honestly, like, life has been so hectic for me. It's like I can't even keep up anymore. I feel like a normie. I feel like my favorite hobby of just watching the left eat itself is I can't.
That will always be something that you can find. However, I am happy to report that the right is currently eating itself.
That's
Charlie Kirk.
I mean, that's kind of my fear, is that we don't get societal collapse because the right is eating itself
again,
and we don't get our like Star Trek Warp 1 moment to where we just all hold hands and be like, yeah, we can't live like this anymore because the left is eating itself. And it's very much French Revolution coded. It's like the liberals win again because they will just keep on marching. And while both the both sides cannot get it together, the Jacobins lost control because they were all guillotining each other. And so only the liberals who played the game succeeded in France. And then within, a decade or so, they went back to an emperor. They went to Napoleon. So it's like, yeah, liberals win again. I don't know.
That's sort of like permanently the danger. So like they end up essentially, again, Napoleon himself was he was essentially essentially like a social democratic liberal, at least by the time. And, he was just the one that was bold enough to actually like engage with the military and actually say, you know what, we need to bring stability to this situation. Right now, both the left and the right, probably the far right, I would say, and the sort of like non-democratic party left, the sort of like outside of that, both are essentially in the business of creating as much instability as possible. And there's a not insignificant amount of the right-wing establishment party that is also grafted onto that. When it comes to, again, the Democrats, they want that stability. They want to essentially be that Napoleon, and they want to, start firing. They can't wait to start firing the whiff of grape shot on their own people. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. And that's my fear is that, and I say, you'd be like, what are you sitting here talking about societal collapse? And it's like, what? My fear is that, I mean, in the short term, the collapse of socialism, the collapse of capitalism is going to kill millions of people worldwide until we get something that's a stopgap. But my long-term fear as far as humanity is that somebody will finally figure it out. It's what Tim Dillon says. And like, I don't, Tim Dillon's nothing, but his thing of like, we used to, and what he says when I'm talking about this very thing is very accurate. When he says, we used to not worry about, how many brown kids we were drone striking or killing or fake wars that we were lying ourselves into, as long as there was 2 cars in every garage and I had a white picket fence. And like, somebody will figure that out and go, look, look, capitalists, like we have to, you got to, that's Bernie. That's what Bernie, taking Bernie, a sober look at Bernie, that's what he was trying to do.
Well, it's that. Well, Bernie is doing that. And also you see at the exact same time that like, that is what Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, a lot of these right wingers. I mean, like Democrats look like insane people right now. Like Jasmine Crockett just decided that she was going to run for, Senate in Texas. She is a like to the core defender of Israel. And like there has been a, obviously it's been something that's been ongoing for many, many years, ever since the West got involved in Palestine and resettling, the creating essentially a quote unquote Jewish state. But like in the past 2 years, it's become fairly, not just undeniable. It has become like popular in the public consciousness that the United States is funding a genocide in Gaza. There has never been a period in my entire lifetime where I can remember where popular sentiment was F Israel more. It's never been higher. And you still you still have Democrats who are justifying and these are like highly influential Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries, who's the Speaker of the House or the top ranking Democrat in the House. He wants to be the Speaker of the House and he might become the Speaker of the House in a couple of years. But like they're essentially going as hard as they can riding for this genocide that it becomes so easy for somebody who is like as dumb as Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Right.
or as cynical as Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes, and they're doing it not for good reasons. They do it because they don't want Jews here, or they want they want to spend the money that we're spending on Israel to create even bigger and stronger ICE that will destroy the immigrants in this country and all this other stuff. But they are essentially, and this is a huge part of the problem, and this is why, it is very important to have left pro-Palestine voices out there, ones that are very frequently marginalized in mainstream media, like Marjorie Taylor Greene was just on 60 Minutes a couple of days ago because of her positions on these kind of things and her actions. I mean, she's quitting Congress and all this other stuff. Like, there is a real danger, essentially, of the solution to this coming from the white nationalist right, which is essentially going to create like an isolationist, fascist America, I guess you could say, that is going to essentially expel as many immigrants as possible. And obviously, it's not going to stop there. I mean, they have been going after transgender people since forever. They want to come after gay people or whatever it is, because that is a suitable replacement for them. Because and again, this is why liberals are okay with it. If you're doing race war, then you're not doing class war. That's
Right.
why they constantly focus on Trump doing fascism and all these other things. And I'm not even saying that Trump isn't a fascist and he isn't doing fascism or whatever. What I'm saying is emphasizing on that constantly is a way to focus on simply that and not deal with the thing that you opened this show talking about, which is capitalism just closing its grip on all of our society. So the liberals kind of get it both ways. They get to have they get to have the fascism happen by the fascists, and they get to also be like, oh no, they're doing the fascism. And then you also completely ignore, or you can always sort of like kick the can down the road. Oh, you don't need health care. Oh, you don't need, better living conditions. We can't deal with any of that right now because we're dealing with fascism. You know what I mean? You're muted.
No, I know. No, that's exactly. We're saying the same thing, and like eventually somebody's going to get it right. And I say this now, again, I'm a government employee, and like our outgoing mayor, I can say this now because she's outgoing. Whatever, I don't care anymore, dude. I really don't. I mean, people got fired on my job over Charlie Kirk, and now it's a meme. Like,
Charlie Kirk!
Nothing cares. Nothing matters anymore. But like, she could have all her indiscretions, like that she's done, if like the streetcars ran on time, and the city wasn't like bankrupt, and it didn't cost you as a 44-year-old man $250 a month to get car insurance, or people could afford home insurance here, which nobody has, and we live in Hurricane Alley. But like we could like all that could be forgiven. If the trains ran on time, Trump could be I mean this. I mean, I'm being cynical, but I'm being 100% honest. I'm not even joking. Trump could be a pedophile, warmonger, war criminal who had sexual relations with Bill Clinton, if there were a chicken in every pot and a car in every garage, dude, that was paid off. No one would care. And eventually somebody's going to figure that out. And like you said, it's going to be the most evil thing .
Well, it doesn't have to be, but it is likely going to be if we continue down the road that we're on. I will also kind of say that, like,
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm sitting here wearing Palestine stamps shirt, and like, if material conditions in this country weren't what they were, I can tell you 100%, 10 toes down, nobody except the same group of leftists, like Michael Brooks leftists, who cared about Palestine 10, 20, 30 years ago, would be the only people caring about Palestine now.
Oh yeah,
it's just a matter of fact.
And quite frankly, and I do think Bernie, this is probably one of the better things about how Bernie has handled this, despite the fact that he's not done it perfectly. he has actually engaged in a little bit of the same rhetoric as some of these America First or freakazoids by saying that, like, hey, the reason we don't have healthcare in this country, obviously he's like Marjorie Taylor Greene's not talking about universal healthcare in this country, but like part of the reason that we don't have healthcare in this country is because we're giving billions of dollars to Israel. When I remember when even like Obamacare, they were like debating over like the sticker shock of that or whatever. That is a drop in the bucket
right
compared to what they send, what they not just send to Israel, but like the war machine more generally and more broadly. Like how much money have they spent on the F-35? You know, how much money have they spent on this? You know, they've given, was it Lockheed Martin? They've given them so much, like trillions of dollars to develop this plane that can't even fly in the rain. Like it's nutty, dog.
It's trash. Like, and there.
Hello, lost you.
I'm still here. You can hear me. But going back to my, you know, if that's too highfalutin, what Jeff just said for people, tell people to go watch. It's not about the F-35. It's about the military's previous boondoggle, which was the Osprey, which is a fixed wing rotor VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing
area, kind of,
which they still have, but it sucked. It sucked, and it was killing Marines because of how bad it sucked, and they were falling out of the sky. Go watch the Nicolas Cage movie Snake Eyes. That's exactly what it's about. And like, it's about a guy who like discovers the Marine Corps general, whatever, selling out the Marine Corps to the military industrial complex because it doesn't matter if it worked. You know, it's RoboCop. It's RoboCop in the Ed 209. Watch RoboCop when the head of OC.
Yeah. Lost you for a second. But I will say this, just sort of like before we shut it down. And I thought this was the craziest thing. We don't have any time to talk about it. You just mentioned RoboCop. They literally just put up a statue of RoboCop in Detroit, which is so funny.
They've been working on that for like 20 years.
It's finally got done. They finally got it up, and it's just literally one of those like life imitating art situations, if you know what I mean. It's like a reverse of art imitating life. It is life imitating art. We live in the fascist like Detroit that is run by the corporation OCP, and like we now have a RoboCop statue. It's
I
like,
I can tell you a little bit of a guy who followed that for
You got 1 minute.
all that time. Yeah, he's a guy who owns some kind of a company. It's like not, but he literally called it Omni Consumer Products. He just loves RoboCop, and then he got that crowdfunded, and like I'm for it, like because it's like it's a thing that like will not portray you. Like I love RoboCop. I think like when people, you can't trust people here in the real world, you have to look to fiction for your heroes.
Yeah, and also we can agree, I think, on this that Paul Verhoeven thought is undefeated.
Absolutely. Even Showgirls is a good movie.
Yeah. So thank you so much for listening, everybody. This has been your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Robert, what's up with the Lumicast?
Oh, I don't know, bro. I'm too tired to do anything. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube as Lumencast. Check it out. Subscribe. It's good times. But I probably won't get back to cracking at it till the new year because I'm just, real life is just kicking me bad.
Yeah, well, and then you can listen to GMC every Saturday on WHIV FM 102.3. You can also go to we need to update our website, by the way. I just checked it, and it's super like effed up. So we need to check it out. So, but goodmorningcomrade.com, you can get the links to all of our stuff, our YouTube, our Twitter, our Twitch, all that kind of stuff, and also other ways to support. Thank you so much for listening to Good Morning Comrade. You can follow me on Twitter at Eminent Prof. I am Jeff. This is WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We love you. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to Christina's Corner. I know what you're all thinking. Hey, Christina, you sound good. You look good. What happened? I got a humidifier that's like right here. Let me tell you guys something about humidifiers. They're like, don't put it against the wall. Don't put it on this. It's like I have to put this thing in the middle of the room, but I said, fuck it. I'm putting it on my desk. It has to be 4 feet away from a bed, a foot away from the wall, and it's like, can't do that. So I mean, it's fine. It's very hot, very humid, very hot, misty, and yeah. Anyway, check out this top. It's giving biker chick, you know? Yeah, biker chick. Anyway, a lot has happened the last week. Australia, known for not having mass shootings, had a mass shooting. Our FBI still can't find who's responsible for the shooting at Brown University because, of course, that's why when you hire a podcaster to run a federal agency. Rob Reiner was murdered. Anthony Geary, Luke Spencer in General Hospital died. General Hospital's lost a lot of like the talent that revived General Hospital in the 70s and 80s. They're all dead. Robert Scorpio's dead. Bobby Spencer's dead. Monica Quartermain's dead. I mean, it's just Leslie Weber. Like, it's all like, it's sad watching the soap opera now because it's like, God, they got to do so many tribute episodes when they finally kill off. I mean, they did kill off Luke a few years ago, but it was kind of underwhelming. They should have just not done that, but whatever. I watched the season final of Welcome to Derry. We're going to talk about that. I'm excited to talk about that's one thing that I knew, that Marge was Richie's mother. I mean, a lot of us, people were like, no, she's not. She doesn't have an eye. Yes, she did have an eye. Her lid was damaged. Okay, anyway. There's gonna be we're already looking at Academy Awards shortlistings. I'm excited to go over those. I'm very, very upset how the right wings reacted to Rob Reiner's death because he didn't have a negative thing to say about Charlie Kirk when he died. But all it took for Trump's followers to start talking shit was when Trump finally spoke out. I mean, imagine making James Woods and Nick Fuentes the voice of reason. Because even Nick Fuentes was like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Why is he talking about this situation now? But, ugh. It's sad. It's all sad. Anyway. Hope y'all are doing well. Oh, God. Christmas is coming up, isn't it? Great. For those who don't know, I need help paying my electric bill. It's almost $600. Fucking data centers and power grids and the fact that I live in the South where you still need the AC on until December pisses me off. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Hey, Alex, do you wanna pop in? If you got time, do you want to hang out with me and talk about all this stuff going on? Wait, oh God. You guys want to see something cursed? You want to see something cursed? What the hell? This is oh God. You can see the lip filler injection. That's Caroline Leavitt, you know, Trump's press secretary, whose husband's like 40 years older than her. You can see the Mar-a-Lago face on display. You can see the lip filler injection marks. What the hell? Oh God. Look, I don't have any of this on my face. Like what she's got, I don't have any of this. I don't got these wrinkles like that, I mean, I guess but like it's smooth. It's smooth. It's smooth. Okay, I gotta stop sharing this to y'all because this is triggering. This is very, 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 very triggering. That was that. I'm sorry. So cool. It's bad. This is but so what happened is Sunday night I was in the middle watching the season final Welcome to Derry. I'm crying because it's so sad. And Richie came back to save. It's not Pennywise, man. That episode was good. But then my mom just rushes and she's like, "Oh my God, Rob Reiner's wife was stabbed to death." And I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "Whoa, what is happening?" I was like, "What?" I know I kind of already have crow's feet, but not to the point where it's that bad. I mean, everyone keeps asking me if I'm a freshman in college, and I like to keep it that way. People are like, "You're not 32," and I'm like, "Yeah, I am," and they're like, "How?" And I'm like, "I don't know." I stay out of the sun like a smart person. That's what, if this is the problem. A lot of people who tan a lot are like, "I'm getting so old." I'm like, "Yeah, because you tan in the sun a lot. Don't do that." Stay out of the sun. Why do you think that girl who plays Penelope Featherington, well, Bridgerton, on Bridgerton looks so young? She's 40. She's almost 40, and she looks like she's 20. And I'm like, stay out of the sun. Also, tonight on Moon Knight Extravaganza, we're going over Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I couldn't curate the funds to get a Jessica Rabbit cosplay, unfortunately. So I thought, why not just show cleavage and, that'll be fun. It is what it is. Let me move this a little bit right here. Show my tree. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so the problem with there's a lot of problems with I knew who Rob Reiner was since I was a little girl because I grew up watching All in the Family. And I love that show. Also too, he had like one of the longest running. He had one of like longest running streaks of like a director in the 80s and in early 90s. I mean, when people are like, "Oh, I miss coming of age stories, and romantic comedies, a good courtroom dramas, a good Stephen King adaptations," well, chances are you're referring to a Rob Reiner film because he did it all. He did it all, which is like, it's amazing. It's amazing. But it's still like, there's just a lot going on here. And also, too, Forrest and I will be discussing more about what's going on with Australia. But to summarize it, the NRA has their own lobby in Australia, and there are more guns in Australia now than there were before the Port Arthur mass shooting that got guns banned in Australia in the first place. Yeah. So everyone's like, "Well, it has to do with Palestine." I'm like, it doesn't really have to do with Palestine. I'm like, here's the problem though. When you have hate and you want to commit a violent act, chances are you're gonna have a weapon, right? Like a gun. The father was a legally carrying registered gun owner. So when they say, "Oh, bad guys are just gonna get the guns," I'm like, well, it looks like the good guys are also getting the guns legally too. So it's like, I don't know. It's just crazy. Oh wow. Oh wow. Hey guys, remember when the Democrats were promised by Republicans that, like, reopen the government and we'll vote to we'll make a vote on the ACA subsidies? Well, Mike Johnson told Democrats there won't be a vote. Wow. Who could have predicted this? They didn't even get that promise of a vote that they were told they would get a promise for. What a shocker. I can't wait. Oh my God. I cannot believe this. I am generally shocked. I can't. I just can't. Sorry. It's just, they fell for it again. And I don't know why I'm, well, the reason why is again, the NRA knows they can't get gun. The NRA knows, they're kind of floundering as a lobby in the United States because it's like, there's no way that there's no way gun control is going to have in the United States. How many mass shootings have we had that should have been like the final nail in the coffin? Like 10 already. So they're going to other places. They're doing what evangelicals do in African countries with like their kill the gay agenda, but the kill the gay bill, because they know they can't get away with doing those types of things, those types of policies in the United States. So they go to like Africa and help push for those policies. That's what the NRA is doing now in places with very, very strict gun control. They have NRA lobbying groups in like places in the UK and in Australia now. So like they're working overtime to make sure that, you know, mass shootings make a grand return. But also too, hey guys who have like no mass shootings and very few gun violence, why would you want to be like us again? What's so great about us? I mean, nowadays we hardly have mass shootings that make national news, like nothing, because it's like, oh, you know, 10 people got killed at a grocery store. Okay, whatever, you know, like it's sad, man. It's so sad. Like, ooh, pecans. I'm over it. I'm over it. I mean, why, like, the fact that Australia has more guns now than they did before the Port Arthur shooting, when I found that out, I was like, because Forrest he's doing a deep dive into that. So look forward to that for tomorrow's Absurdity Space episode. So that'd be interesting. Yeah, it's Oppie, my good boy. He don't mess with me. He's a good boy. He's my sweet baby boo boo boo. Pecan pralines. These are the only nuts I like to eat for some reason. I don't know why. I'm weird. So I know the Wicked for Good screenplay dropped, and I'm kind of mad because there's so much they took out, and I was like, man, this should have been a PG-13 movie. But also now y'all know I love musical theater. Well, reports are saying that Jonathan Bailey, Fierro, and Ariana Grande, Glinda, former friend of mine, are going to be doing a West End production of Sunday in the Park with George, which is a musical. You know that painting? Let me show you. You know the painting? Let me show you the painting. But Sunday in the Park with George is about a guy who paints those people, like literally in like Central Park. You know. I know I was wanting that Fierro but sex scene, but I didn't get it. Anyway, but Sunday in the Park with George is a musical based on the freaking how that one painting was created. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. This here we go. Let's see. See, it's this painting. It's this painting. You know, we've seen this painting before. We've been you know, we've been told in art class to do a painting like this or the style like this. So there's a whole musical starring friend of mine, Manny Bataking. You might have heard of him. Yeah, that's right. I know him. And Bernard Peters, they were in it. And Ariana Grande and Josh Bailey are going to do the revival, and I'm excited because I love it. Sometimes very difficult to sing, but especially if you're a fast talker like me, you can do it. You could do it. You could do it. Oops. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm very, very excited for that revival to happen. So it's gonna be fun.
Hello, folks. How you doing?
Hey, look, we're twinning. I finally
just got one.
So it's good.
How you doing? You obviously saw Welcome to Terror. First of all, what was that painting called? What was the name of
Sunday
that
in the Park? Sunday in the Park with George, I think. Or something. Sunday in the Park with George painting, I think is what it's called.
There is a great.
What's it called again? It's called a Sunday afternoon on the island of La Grande. Jet. Oh, no wonder she's gonna be in a Grande. So yeah.
Damn, I'm trying to find. There's a comic book. I think it's Green Arrow, where he's in the afterlife, and there's all the DC characters in that
like that style. Yeah.
Yeah. because I knew it was a famous painting, but I didn't know what it was called.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Also, Rich, I don't know if you guys know, Bernard Peters was the voice of oh god, that dog on the Animaniacs who would sing with the goofy dog. I forgot what their names were, but yeah, that was her. That was her voice.
I don't remember that on the Animaniacs.
Rita, I think her name was Rita.
Oh yeah.
That was yep.
The like lounge singer. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like who, the band, who. That's funny. It's the squirrel one. But yeah, I saw Welcome to Derry, and I have to say I loved it, and we all knew it. Margaret Tozier. Anyone? We saw it coming though. Everyone's like, how? I'm like, I literally called. I was like, this girl studied Finn's mannerisms as Richie, because I clocked a lot of mannerisms, and she even said like, yeah, I copied a lot of Finn's mannerisms. So now every time I see him, I'm like, that's my son.
Wow,
I'm like, oh, that's so cute.
Called it, because I didn't even think of that. I figured they'd be somehow related. We'd get like you remember in The Dark Knight Rises at the end where they give Joseph Gordon-Levitt like the woman, he gives him papers when he's resigning from the police force, and she's like, you should use your middle name. I like it, Robin. And it's like we're gonna get some form of that, of like connecting them to the original kids and whatever. I didn't expect like wanted posters with or images. I certainly didn't expect Beverly at the end.
I know she looks good. I was like, did they de-age her? Or she still looks really young. Like
they
crazy.
Didn't they de-age in Stranger Things? They de-aged the Zionist kid.
Yeah, but also too,
episode.
even
I was like, this looks weird.
Even in It Chapter 2, they de-age like the kids. I was like, this looks really
It looks weird to de-age a kid. Because they age fast. It's like you do look noticeably different.
Yeah, that's why I like the idea of them doing different years or different decades specifically for the show, because like I think because Pennywise admits that he's omnipresent. Like he's like, time is not real to him.
Yeah.
So he's able to tell Margaret, her future. Like he's like, I fucking hate your son. He's gonna kill me, or will I be born? Either way, your last name is gonna be Tozier one day. She's like,
it's very Jokerish. Like, no one knows where I come from. Am I eternal? Scott Snyder will tell you that he's eternal. Not to be confused with Zack Snyder, the director. But I thought the episode prior, the Black Spot episode, first of all, I didn't know that was a deep cut, and I'm sure everything's a deep cut in this show.
Yeah,
but
just to watch that 30-minute long segment, everyone being burned alive, I was like,
almost a oneer. There was some CGI cuts and whatnot, but it was very well shot. This show was again, like we watched the whole thing.
Sacrificing himself. There was more than that cooler for them both.
And I was like, does he have to? He's so fun. I like him.
Yeah.
And then we get she's gonna name her son Richie. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. But she's probably not gonna really remember why or how, because it makes you forget after a while.
And I wasn't clear if he was like, now that the pillar is gone, I can be omnipresent and see like the future and whatnot, or I'm always like this.
I think it's always like this, because I mean, the reason why he went ham is that the military took the one giant pillar that really kept him. He was like, I'm napping. What's happening?
Yeah. I mean, it's very. They had to give him rules, because that's what you have to do with a horror monster who's like legendary. You have to eventually give him rules, and that's fine. Happens to all of them, Jason and Michael and Freddy and whatnot.
Yeah.
This one's beneficial in that there's only really been one other interpretation, and this new one is kind of definitive. It's the same director, it's the same actors. We're gonna set the rules here.
It could not work without Bill Skarsgård, because even they didn't think they could get him. Like, he's gonna make time for you guys. Don't worry, because it wouldn't work.
And he doesn't have to be in it that much, because it can be anything.
Because I think he was filming a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
like he probably was filming Nosferatu or whatever, because they did have to like You know, a lot of people knows, oh, the kids age rather quickly. I'm like, yeah, because, you know, the strike happened too. So they had to take a break. And, you know, when you're 11, 12 years old, puberty starts to kind of kick in, you know? And but we're going to see Ingrid Kirsch do the entire show because she exists in 1908. She does exist in 19. I feel like Juniper Hill is going to be a big plot point for next season's 1935 because we do get a glimpse of that.
Yeah, maybe she'll be like the villain of this series, you know?
Yeah.
So we have a real world character who can be an antagonist.
Yeah, and I like at the end how Dick Howard's like, "Yo, my cousin got me this job at a hotel," and
yeah,
Roy's like,
are
you
where
sure?
is it? I know he's saying
he's
goodbye
like,
right now. I know we're about to hint. Give me what is it gonna be?
Yeah, he's like,
how bad can it be?
And I'm like Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Also, too, Dick Howard doesn't die in the Shining novel, but it's Stephen King lore, and we're following the movie, so he technically does die in the movie. So it's like that's why Kubrick hated that's why Stephen King hated Kubrick's film because he's like it's very different from the novel, and I'm like, but it's still good though. Dr. Sleep did a good job balancing the novel and the movie because a lot of people are like, do I have to watch other Stephen King stuff to understand the It thing? I'm like, kind of. You have to watch Shawshank Redemption because Shawshank Prison is a place in Derry.
You don't have to. You don't have to, and that's for that's a good way of doing world building. Is you could just hint at things. The fans will get it. The other people who don't get it will maybe eventually watch that thing and be like, "Hey, there's a connection." Most of Stephen King stuff, actually, I have no idea. I haven't read any Stephen King, but what I know of his work is that the only thing that really like tries to connect everything is like the Dark Tower, I guess.
Yeah.
And we're not dealing with that. So
they're readapting it finally for a good. I'm like, good, because the movie sucks.
There's a show called Castle Rock, which also is Stephen King, right? He's
Hulu. It kind of was. It kind of is a bit of a prequel because it does have a young Misery. What's her face? Kathy Bates. Her origin story
Castle
too.
Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that's gonna be? Like everyone's origin story? Like we're gonna see young Jack Torrance or some shit?
It could have been. It got canceled on 2 seasons, but we did see Bill Skarsgård play a different character, like a weird, like weird things happen when this person's around, like type of situation. Yeah, but if it had lasted, it probably would have done like little like, oh, here's like a this character from before the move. Like it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I really
Sissy Spacek was in it. Carrie, like it basically had so many people from different Stephen King projects playing different characters in the show, and I was like, yeah,
that's really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I love when they do that, when they give people another chance to be like, hey, I'm here. I think Welcome to Derry, again, we just threw it on. I was like, we want to check this out. I was kind of rolling my eyes on it. So was my wife. But we watched the first episode, and despite the like flapping around bat baby thing and that whole sequence right in the beginning.
Yeah, I was like, oh fuck.
That could have turned it off right there. But we watched it and it was like, all right, I'll watch the next episode and the next one and the next one. And now it's, I think it was good. I decided I'm not going to make a review of it because it's not so good that I want to gush about it. But I want to talk about it with you because I know you're very excited about it and I know you love it.
Stephen King's that's my favorite.
And I think that, it's getting a lot of Bill Skarsgård in the last couple episodes really helped because then he just gets to play and have fun, take a break from whatever other project he's working on and come play the clown and be funny and crazy. And I saw some comment somewhere on like Twitter or Reddit being like Pennywise is acting more like the Joker than the Joker right now in the comics. And I agree with that. Because
he's a rage baiter. He's
a rage baiter, but he's also funny. And that's what a lot of modern writers, especially post Heath Ledger, get wrong about Joker, is that he's supposed to be funny. He's supposed to be doing jokes that happen to kill people.
Not
and
also
only trying to do the most fucked up shit possible because he's the arch nemesis.
Yeah, and also too, there's this big debate like who's the better Pennywise, Tim Curry or Bill Skarsgård. I'm like, here's the problem though. They're playing two completely different things. I mean, Pennywise, Bill Skarsgård is playing more of the entity of it as a clown, but Tim Curry, it's like, it's a miniseries. They don't have much, CGI and a budget or whatever back in 1990. So I'm like, but if I were to be facing both of them, I would approach Tim Curry's Pennywise because he actually looks like an approachable clown. Bill Skarsgård, when I first saw his design, I was like, this is supposed to attract kids. But then we see what Bob Gray's original makeup looked like, and I'm like, that's approachable.
I mean, is it? Because we see the flashback of like the actual guy that the entity decided for whatever reason that he liked to portray himself as most. Because it could be anything. Like it did a whole family again in the first scene in the first episode.
Correct. Yes.
The whole family in a car. He can like create whole structures.
Scenarios.
He's anything. He's like Freddy. But
you don't have to dream.
I'm still like, why this guy? It's just because you wanted to do a clown, because you're Stephen King, because John Wayne Gacy.
I know why. I know why. Because when it saw Bob Gray, he knows all these kids gravitate towards this clown,
and they do. And we get that scene, and it's
like, oh, I can use this I could do something with this. This could be, he wants to be.
Yeah.
It wants to be approachable.
He wants to be. Yeah, he wants kids to come to him. Because he's lazy. He's very tired. This entity been flying around through space for millennia. And I can identify with that because I too am an ageless being. But
I think it's funny that the military is like, we can control this entity.
Yeah, I know.
Don't know a whole lot about. And I was like, you fucking morons. White
it's
people,
tired,
am I right?
It's old. We've seen it, but I don't care. I'm happy with the military being an antagonist. I'm glad
And
that
the
they
dude gets killed off. Fuck around and find out, you know?
Perfectly. I'm glad that Dick Halloran was in it, because at first, again, I'm like rolling my eyes like, oh my God, really? You gonna fucking like tie this all together? But him and Hanlon, great black representation. Love the wife. I forget her name. She was a great actress too. Like she was really good at being like, I have to, you got it from her, how she carried herself.
Yeah.
Even before you knew that she ran with like Rosa Parks and them. It's like, you could tell she doesn't take shit. She knows how to, I don't know. She just had this like stature about her, and I can't wait to see that actress in more things.
What's sad
I like
though,
the critique of the government. I'm sorry. But I just want to finish that point of like, yes, the government plot trying to use whatever thing for evil is tired and old, but using that opportunity, that bone
during this time period
structure of a story, during this time period too, and using that bones, like the audience can immediately recognize what that is, and then see it be subverted with like critique of it from not just like this is wrong and you shouldn't do this, but you're also fucking over your own soldiers because they're black and you don't really care about them. And also you'll fuck over your own soldiers, period, because the government will do that to you. So I like that critique of the United States military as much as they could get in with, I'm sure, whatever deal that Warner Brothers has with the military to put real tanks and equipment in the show. Because they do that, folks. Every new police department or fucking army show has a deal where the cops or the army can like look over the script and make sure you're not criticizing them too much. But anyways,
it's kind of sad though, because we know Will is Mike's dad, and we know unfortunately he does get killed in this story some down along the way, because he lives with his grandparents, Leroy, and I think her name was Charlotte, on the farm. So it's like, it's kind of like, we're like, yeah, he survives, but then we also know, oh man, he's gonna die somewhere in the future though. Mike's gonna not have his dad around. But a lot of people thought, like, because a lot of people were like, oh, is Lily, Beverly? I'm like, no, I'm like, some character, I'm thinking maybe, because I think it's going to talk, like, these next two seasons are going to talk about different, descendants or ancestors of some of these characters. So, like, maybe Lily was like, I mean, because the whole point, Pennywise is trying to kill off all these different.
She's just like a thematic Beverly. You know what I mean?
Well, she might be related to I don't know, like maybe Eddie or something. Like we don't know. Like a distant aunt or cousin, because I mean like Pennywise kills Stan's uncle, but not Stan's father. Like it's like as if it still isn't complete. Like he's like the whole, like a lot of people think it's just like a prequel, a sequel, or like a requel. I'm like, maybe it's all three, because he's basically omnipresent and he's trying to kill trying to change the timeline, but every time it just doesn't work because he's not killing off the direct ancestors of the kids who end up actually killing. I mean, he ends up killing Eddie, obviously, you know.
Yeah, when at the end, and he confronts Margaret,
Marge,
and goes like, basically, I'm going to Sarah Connor. I was trying to Sarah Connor Richie by getting you guys, but now I'm just going to go back further and Sarah Connor you, and Terminator you. I was like, oh my god! So that is setting up, because I'm the whole time watching this, I'm thinking about what you're telling me, that they're going to do multiple seasons. They're each going to be 27 years prior. And I'm like, oh, they're setting it up that this is what the next season is going to look like. You have the kids, the lookout being like, I guess that's someone else's problem back then, because we solved our it problem, and it's like cyclical or whatever. Because again, so they kill me and I'm born. What does that mean?
I mean, that the only basic thing is just that it's just omnipresent.
Did they send him back to space when the Losers Club killed him? And then
well, no, he doesn't go back to space. He just, I don't know, but my thing is, from what I remember, he actually permanently like dies because they actually take out the heart. I mean, they just bullied him to death.
Yeah,
you're a clown. You're nothing. You're not. That whole scene, I was like, really, this is it? Okay. I'm like, well, it's better than how they handled the spider in part 2 of the miniseries. So
yeah, I've seen images of that. They tried. They had a TV budget in the 90s. But yeah, it was cool. Bill Skarsgård was great.
Yeah, he needs to get an Emmy nomination for this.
Yeah, we just watched 2 other shows like back to back. Love and Death with Elizabeth Olsen. Have you seen that? And
yeah,
Jesse Plemons. That was really good. And The Staircase with Colin Firth and Toni Collette. 2 true crime Netflix miniseries. Highly recommend them.
Yeah,
based on true stories. Very interesting.
Yeah, I need to watch. I want to watch Pluribus because it mentions like hive mind, and I'm like, I love sinners. I love the hive mind mentality. Let's go.
Is
I'm excited.
Pluribus on Apple Plus?
I
Apple
think
TV?
it is.
I
was caught up because I was watching, The Boys, and I'm finally caught up on Gen V, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm watching Gen V, and I'm like, oh my god, Ethan Slater's the villain in this. What is happening? I was watching. I'm like, why am I attracted to this? This is weird. I'm like, you know what, Ariana? I see it now. I see it now.
The new principal?
Yeah, he was Thomas.
He was the Midnight Mass guy?
Yeah, he was Thomas.
That guy.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
The guy who plays SpongeBob on Broadway.
Yeah.
When it was revealed, that guy, I was like, oh my God, that's SpongeBob. Because that's the only thing I know from, because I live in New York. I see the fucking poster, the billboards.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's funny too, because again, like he's in
Ariana Grande's dating him now.
Yeah, because they met on the Wicked set. Okay, for a lot of people, he did not. Okay, his ex-wife said he did not cheat on her after their kid was born. Their marriage was already on the rocks, even like by the time she got pregnant. She just hated seeing like him move on, like rather quickly. Like she wrote an article, but there was like, he cheated on her after she gave birth. I'm like, you think he dashed out of the hospital room to fuck Ariana Grande? Work? Well, like, what's going on here? I mean, they didn't start dating until like 2 years ago. Like,
no, that's
I don't know, but like it's funny because it's like I've known Ethan for like 10 years now. Like I knew him. Like it was weird, and I'm like, what? And I knew Ariana Grande when she was on Broadway in 13 because like fan mail and stuff like that. So it's like, oh god, what's happening? But then like people are like, a lot of people, a lot of they interview Ethan. They're like, a lot of girls have crushes on you. He's like, that can't be right. What's wrong with them? And I'm like, you're generally like a nice, cool, laid back guy. What pisses me off though is when straight women, I'm not straight, I'm bisexual. When straight women think that because Jonathan Bailey is good at playing straight men, he's actually bisexual. I'm like, no, he's gay. Stop it. He's gay. He's gay.
Who's Jonathan Bailey?
I know. He plays Fiyero. He was also in Bridgerton.
Oh, the one.
And in the Jurassic Park movie that came out recently.
Okay. All right. That guy I've been seeing because
everywhere.
everywhere.
People's sexiest man alive. I was like, they did it right. They did it right. They got it right for once.
They always pick George Clooney or Brad Pitt. It like bounces between them.
Yeah, and then it's like John Krasinski. What? Where'd that come from? So that's random. So yeah, like I'm excited though because we got our Oscars month in February. Conan and I are creating a list for what
Did
movies
they
we're going to
announce
cover.
any Oscar stuff?
They've already announced the Golden Globes. I had a lot of questions about some of those nominations and snubs, but they have like shortlist contenders. I mean,
Okay.
like Sinners is up for like maybe getting these 8 nominations. Wicked could be getting these 7 nominations, like stuff like that. May not get those nominations. They might get nominations for other things they're not shortlisted for. Like, cause I'm like, where is Michael B. Jordan's Oscar nomination for like Best Actor? I don't get it. He played twins with you know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But we're covering One Bath or Another, Begonia, Wicked for Good, probably Marty Supreme, because my most famous Facebook friend is Timothy Chalamet's mother. Nicole, I was like, her whole Facebook page is just all about her son that she's so proud of, and also Leonardo DiCaprio. I think it's a movie about chess or something. I don't know. Or polo, I don't know, something like that.
I thought it was Martin Scorsese.
No, it's Marty Supreme. It's by one of the Safdie brothers who did Uncut Gems.
Right.
And but I feel like Leonardo DiCaprio is probably going to win the Oscar though for Best Actor because I feel like he won in 2016. All right, they're going to give out an Academy Award once every 10 years since he started. Since he got his first one.
You think so? Then they're going to give him another one.
Yeah, because I feel like, I just don't think they're still going to keep, Oscars so wide. They're still like I've always balanced it out. Like a lot of people kept wondering like, oh, Lily Gladstone's going to win Best Actress for what was it called? The one that Martin Scorsese did a few years ago about the Native Americans in Oklahoma or whatever. And I'm like, no. Unfortunately, she's not going to win. It's going to go to Emma Stone. I was the only person who said that she would. If I had bet all my money on Emma Stone winning for Poor Things that year, I would have been filthy stinking rich, but I didn't. But like, because we do our Oscar predictions too on the podcast, and Conan were like, why do you think she's going to win? I'm like, because they gave it to Michelle Yeoh a year ago. They gave it to an Asian woman a year ago. They're not going to give it to a Native American woman a year later. I'm like, they got to keep balancing.
They got to balance.
White. Yeah,
one person of color, then back to a white person, then a person of color. Okay,
and I was right. Everyone like Conan was like, you were the only person because we also have our guests that come on to do their. I was the only person who got the episode was going to win because I'm like they're going to keep because she's white and they can't be rewarding too many people color year back to back, and they were like,
she have several at this point.
Emma Stone, she only had one for La La Land.
Oh yeah.
That
Begonia movie looks interesting because
it's good. It's really good.
It's also Jesse Plemons. I like Jesse Plemons.
Yeah.
Capturing a CEO because you think she's an alien because the company's doing damage to the earth.
It's still kind of it's very ambiguous. Like
pressure.
We still don't know if she's alien or not because a lot like we're like, is she?
Yeah.
Like I like that.
Seen it. I don't know. But I saw some of the soundtrack ones got announced. People were mad about the Fantastic Four soundtrack not being. I'm like, who cares about the Fantastic Four?
I'm like, they're not getting any
iconic.
special effects. Also, the fact for the Golden Globes, Superman didn't get like a nomination for like best like box office performance. I'm like,
come on,
what?
That
makes no sense.
I'm telling you, the Batman's
that's like made for comics, though. In my opinion,
I mean, I still think they really gave it to Heath Ledger because he died.
Okay.
They were, it was great. He's the great Joker, but it's Batman. It's a comic book thing. They don't give out shit to come. And we just did this with Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings swept 2003. We're not in 2008. We're not letting you back in, nerds. You're staying out. We're doing like honestly, dramas and whatever.
The biggest competition that year was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, I think.
Yeah.
He was nominated the same year. And they're like, fuck, do we give it to like the gritty, like Christopher Nolan comic book that seems better as a drama? Or do we
And
give it
they
to the
didn't-
comedy who did blackface? And it's like, let's still go with the serious role. It's like,
and also comedies are disregarded in the Oscars.
Comedy and horror.
I think I don't know if Heath Ledger won for Brokeback Mountain.
No, they didn't.
So maybe
Brokeback Mountain was
again that was
supposed to-
like a
Crash.
makeup. Like oops, we didn't give it
What-
to you and you died. Here it is.
Brokeback
Post for the
Mountain
Joker.
should have won Best Picture that year, but it went to fucking Crash.
Oh my god, that's so.
And everyone's like, this is like, and then of course years later, Green Book won Best Picture, and I was like,
Yeah,
this movie,
Spike Jones,
if it came back,
Spike
if
Lee
it came,
walked out.
yeah, I'm like, if Green Book and Crash came out in like the early to mid '90s, oh yeah, because that the way they handle racism fits like coming out like from like the '90s, you know, would have been revolutionary. But when it happens like the 2000s, the 2010s, you're like, we moved on from telling stories like this about race.
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, I
that's-
think
I'm
that
hoping.
giving Heath Ledger the Oscar, let Joaquin Phoenix get it for that Joker movie.
Yeah.
It was like we can only give Oscars to people who play the Joker. Like that's it.
Except Jared
Like,
Leto.
it's as far as we'll because dude, Tony, like Robert Downey should have got it for Endgame, I think.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh,
you
I got a
played
lot of
ca-
shit to
you
say
needed
about
some
Doomsday, though.
Recognition of the MCU from the Oscars.
I'm pissed.
Do we
I'm
ignore
so
it completely, other than like special effects here and there? Like that's ridiculous.
I'm so pissed that Steve Rogers. What the like?
Oh,
how
yeah.
do you do all this world building 6 years later, and then you bring back the top three? Like, no. This should be the how is Steve Rogers the main villain against Doom when Reed Richards 6 decades of history is right there? Like, what? Oh my god! Oh man,
I
it could have just
think-
been casted Kong. I'm just so
I
pissed.
think-
When I found out,
I think it's gonna be everybody, right? So anyone who's like,
how can they cram all these
where
people
are
into
the
our
new
love movie?
characters? The new characters are gonna be there. They're not gonna disregard all the money they put in. Disney is not gonna be like, oh, let's just scrap it. No. You do not pay Harry Styles to show up for a cameo and probably get him to sign a contract that you're going to come back and play this character and not use that character at all. Or they didn't sign a contract and they'll write him out. But everyone will be back. The Eternals will be back. Kamala Khan will be back. The Marvels, all of them. Monica Rambeau. The X-Men will
don't
be
know
there.
how they're gonna fit everyone in this movie though. Like if they're making trailers
Because it's
for like
multiple
3
movies.
characters, I'm like,
Remember when they lied and said Infinity
I feel
War
like-
was going to be one movie? And I was
Yeah.
like, I remember when you called it part 1 and 2. You can't now lie and say it's going to be one, and then big surprise at the end is a cliffhanger, and there is Endgame coming. Like I knew that. You tried to trick everyone, you idiots.
Yeah.
So
a
it's
lot
gonna
of
be
people are
more
like
than
those
one
trailers are fake. I'm like, oh, if they're not real, how come a lot of people are getting taken down by Disney? Those
I-
trailers are
looking
real.
for 'em, and I haven't seen them. I'm interested.
I'm just like,
But,
like,
like,
eh.
I don't know. At this point, the MCU, we'll see.
It's just I just worry that they're
I'm more
doing the thing
interested
that
in
Star
DC
Wars is doing. Like they're listening to all the weird anti-woke stuff guys who are like, we need just nostalgia. We need to bring back old characters who died and never like I know in comics not everyone dies, but like when you're setting the way the MCU is set up, it's like, yeah, some of these characters have finally like closed their character arcs and they're gone and whatever. But like
this is an interesting thing because this is where this connects broadly with this, because David Zaslav is in charge of Warner Brothers, so they're thinking about that kind of
for
shit.
now, before it gets bought out by
Yeah,
Paramount and
Ellison or whoever, Netflix.
kill me.
But they're letting James Gunn do the DC thing. They're like, we trust him. That's fine.
I think
Him and
it's
Peter
funny
Safran.
though that a lot of people are like, I can't believe James Gunn's doing Supergirl. I'm like, no, it's the guy who directed I, Tonya and Cruella. I'm like, Greg just Gillespie or whatever his name. He does a good job at making women-driven like movies. Like,
I
trust
haven't
him with
seen
Supergirl.
either of those, but yeah,
He's
I'm like,
good.
I'm not surprised. That's a good, and those were successful, especially I, Tonya was very successful.
yeah.
So I'm again, I made a trailer reaction on my channel. If you want to watch it, folks, I'm very excited for that.
Supergirl's a hot
movie.
mess. I'm here for it.
The book Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow by Tom King and Bilquis Evely is fucking fantastic. That's what the movie is. If you want to read it, you should read it. All they did was replace the villain with Lobo, and I'm excited for Jason Momoa Lobo. But what I was going to say was the CEOs of some of these companies or executives or whatever, catering to the vocal minority that is very loud. Your geeks and gamers, your nerdrotics, your fucking Star Wars theory, and trying to course correct after Last Jedi, after Eternal, whatever woke thing that they screamed about, and be like, okay, we'll bring back Steve Rogers, we'll bring back Robert Downey Jr., we'll bring back everybody else. It's similar to like what I'm going to talk about with Gina next on my show, AI and this bubble and the right wing, the fascism that's going on in this country. It's a bubble. They're trying to get as much out of it as they can right now, because eventually it's going to burst. Eventually people aren't going to give you money anymore for these things and realize how useless it was, and it's going to pop and it's going to crash.
Yeah.
Same thing with the votes for the fascists. Like, people are just realizing, okay, well, I keep voting Republican and my life keeps getting worse. I have to listen to one of these socialists telling me like, hey, do you want to have a better farm? Vote for this fucking person instead of the red tie guy every time.
Yeah.
The bubble is going to pop on the nostalgia bait, and catering to these fucking, again, these loud ass losers on the fucking internet, just using pop culture to which is innately like woke. Like, youth culture is always pushing boundaries. That's what it's always been complained about.
I don't know about these next few generations. They seem kind of, but also too, I have a theory for this. I blame in my opinion, it's younger. No offense to those of you in this, but younger Gen X, elder millennials who didn't grow up having like the best of like both worlds are raising these kids to be more conservative because I don't understand how boomers were able to crack the code on like, here's how we can protect our kids from being on the internet too much or having these parental blockers. Now, a lot of these parents are like, I don't know what to do. I just got to ban the internet from my kid. No, you guys are just not parenting your kids. You're putting an iPhone or an iPad in front of them without any restrictions whatsoever. And now, like, all these like anti-internet, like, banning the internet for certain age demographics is happening. And it's like, no, that's a pro free speech.
Yeah,
so
I was
feel
just
like a lot of these,
watching Taylor Lorenz talk to
this
Vanguard.
This cluster of generations are the ones who were growing up at a time where they don't remember how good it was when vaccines cured and erased these diseases.
Yeah.
So we had to suffer again to be reminded of how good we had it.
Yeah, like
and unfortunately, that's going to get a lot of kids killed. But you know what? That's not my problem.
We always have one foot in analog because we remember what it was like before.
Yeah.
Kids growing up, younger Gen Z and whatnot, Gen Alpha, don't remember before the internet. They might remember like Flash cartoons and like some of that, but it was still there.
Yeah.
And like
we were playing outside.
Social media. Yeah.
And growing up on the internet. So we remember like a lot of people say, I'm like, no, millennials, in my opinion, we were the last generation because we knew what it was like to have it on both sides.
Yeah. So I was just watching the Vanguard talk to Taylor Lorenz about this because she done great reporting. She's fucking fantastic. Talking about like any of these internet bills, they're all censorship bills. They're all so you can't criticize Israel, like fucking organize, to upset the balance, the status quo that we've enjoyed, as millionaires and billionaires. And we're going to try and prevent you from organizing against us, which again is just never going to work. It just never works.
Even with like pornography. I'm like, I have, VPN now, because a lot of times like, you have to put all your government info. And I'm like, I ain't doing that shit. Also, once again, parental blockage could prevent your kids from accessing these websites.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, it's parents, dude. It's also the way parents are talked about in the media, the news, any media, just the valorization of you giving birth or having a kid does not make you better or wiser or anything. You just are a human being doing an animalistic thing. It's the only reason you exist. It's the only reason you exist is to make more life. That's the meaning of life, folks. It's to make more life. That's
it's
it.
The
it's to continue.
Of life.
And like when I started watching the news in 2012 and they would have a parent on. Now, I didn't know these were like political activists and part of like organization, whatever, but whatever they would have like concerned parent as their cryon, as their credibility. Like, why the fuck am I listening to random parent?
Yeah.
They'd say that about when, you're trying to label parents terrorists for, threatening school board members and shit. And then it's like, we would have concerned parent on the cryon. I'm just a concerned parent. That's it. How can you argue with the words concerned parent?
But they're getting money from like activist groups that are anti, whatever.
Yeah.
Because what's interesting too is that like I was watching one of my favorite TikTokers. Her name's Jules. She's got a strong Southern accent. She's really good, like lefty. But she was talking about like she just gave birth, and she was talking about how she was like, my cervix just got tired. It wasn't dilating. They had to put me on all this Pitocin, and then they took me off the Pitocin and put me back on. I'm like, oh my God, this is a nightmare. No one tells you this stuff. When they're when I hear when I ask my mom, like, what did giving birth feel like? She's like, I don't remember. You know why? Because humans are the only mammals where the brain makes you forget what.
Yeah, so you keep doing it.
Yeah, women can't describe what the contractions felt like or the labor pains or anything. They're like, I don't remember. And I'm like,
we watch Call the Midwife all the time, and there's so much to learn from that show. But it's just the valorization of parents. In our cultures, every culture, like sometimes they fucking suck. Sometimes parents are fucking bad. Sometimes you don't raise your kids right. Sometimes you don't watch what they're watching or pay attention
they're
enough.
abusive,
or you're fucking abusive. Like, Jesus
not
Christ,
everyone
dude.
has the maternal. Like, I know women who have kids, and I'm like, you hate your life because you have kids. You were not. Not all women have the maternal instinct in them. I mean, people are like, well, you do. I'm like, yeah, but I like me the way I don't want to have kids. Like, I don't mind, being around kids, but it's like, dedicating my whole life to that. I'm like, I'm already doing that for my mother. I don't want to do that for a kid.
Like, it's a societal thing,
we live in a society.
But we live in a fucking society. I'm gonna become the Joker now, but I got the Joker behind me. But I really think, like, the more people just start going, well, why didn't you fucking know what he was watching, know what he was doing, know that he has access to your gun or whatever? Like, they do that when there's a school shooting sometimes, but just in general, like, oh, there's this new cartoon, fucking South Park back in the day. Oh, there's this cartoon show. Well, of course kids are going to watch it. Well, you watch your kids. That was the whole point of the movie, the South Park movie. It's like,
so
parents, be parents. If you're going to come at somebody and fucking have them squirt out a kid, fucking make sure you want that. Make sure you want a whole person, to create a whole individual person with their own fucking ideas and shit. You try your best to help. Sorry.
It's so funny too, because like I grew up watching like stuff that I should not have watched as a kid, but I turned out fine. Like I was bopping to, Eminem and Dr. Dre when I was like 4 or 5 years old when the songs came out originally, unedited, and watching, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, watching Buffy and Spike.
And my parents tried to stop that. Wouldn't let any of that in the house. But you know what? I had friends and I would hear it at their house. You can't always control every fucking thing.
Yeah. I was so relieved, but everyone's like, I'm like, but also I grew up watching, like at St. I was watching Barney, Mr. Rogers, and Sesame Street, and Scooby Doo cartoons. So I'm like, I balanced it out, I guess.
Like, what got us on to talking about parents?
I think I went on a tangent about these generations that are really screwed, that are just completely screwed.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, you're screwing up your kids. It's not TikTok's fault. Hillary Clinton, it's not TikTok's fault that they're seeing footage of Palestinians dying. It's the fact that Israel's bombing them and that we have this technology. That's it. It's not brainwashing them. It's not video games or movies or, and they you know why they say brainwashing? Because it's projection. They want to brainwash. They keep saying it. We want to control. I mean, what's that woman? Sarah Horowitz, the Obama speechwriter, who was like, it's hard trying to convince people that Israel's doing the right thing when you're speaking through a wall of dead babies that they're seeing every day. And it's like, well, stop killing babies, you fucking lunatic. Like, it's not TikTok's fucking fault. And you can't legislate this shit. There has to be more legislation for the internet. Yes. Because they didn't know what the hell they were doing in the 90s when they first created the thing.
But the bubble burst.
It needs to be like more open, more like open source, and I'm sure Taylor Lorenz knows more about this than me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I think just whenever they start blaming something for like the kids are doing this thing we don't agree with. Well, the kids are always going to do something you don't agree with.
Dang rock and roll. It's like, no, it's the parents' fault.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier. They want to control pop culture. They want to control what people think is cool. Like that's it. Like Andrew Breitbart said, politics are downstream from culture. And
I miss when politics was boring.
His philosophy was like, if we make it cool to be bigots, then we'll win. And they never could make it cool. They just can't. They just can't force it because the younger kids, every generation is always smarter than the previous generation because technology, because we know more, so we can teach them more, so they have more information from a younger age to take with them. That's how evolution works. And you cannot stop it. Kids are always going to think older people are cringe and like out of step because we're getting there. It sucks, but we're getting there. I don't care. I just got my fucking Diddy and Dixie shirt. I got my Luigi hat. I don't give a shit. I'm going to fucking rock with it. But like, I'm an ancient being. I'll say that. And I'm happy to let them, because when you're a kid, don't you know things that are true, and all the adults are telling you, no, this is just how the way it is, and you're like, yeah, but this is wrong. It doesn't have to be like this. It shouldn't be like this. And you're smarter. And then years later, you're like, yeah, I was fucking smarter than you. Yeah. I give younger people credit to be smart because they are smart, and it will get better. It will. I have more optimism now in my life than I've ever had. I don't know why. I'm so fucking pessimistic and shit, but nihilistic. I guess nihilism is kind of comforting sometimes, knowing nothing matters.
And with that, I'm gonna head out because Alex is gonna have Gina on talk about.
Thank
some
you very much for having
stuff. Me. No problem, because I gotta do some movie night prep. But
go eat your dinner.
Anyway, yeah, eat my dinner, eat my chili mac and cheese. Anyway, I'll see you guys in 2 hours for Moon Night Extravaganza. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Bye. Ooh.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want on this channel. And today is a very special day because I have got Gina Bonanno from Raw News and Politics joining me for a conversation that I've been excited for. We were supposed to meet 2 weeks ago. It was my fault. I should have sent the link. Forgot to send the link. But
no, my fault too. I should have checked. I should have let you know
and
in advance.
I just assume everyone is
That was my
able
screw-up,
to
too.
hop into this space StreamYard. But if you're watching this on my channel, this is originally aired on This Space, which is a working class network of leftists talking about all kinds of different things. I talk about movies. Gina talks about real news and politics. Yeah, Gina, you were interested in talking about AI. And I thought that was a really interesting topic to discuss. I have been seeing a lot of deals being made with big companies, expecting it to be able to take over jobs for their subordinates that they don't want to pay anymore. And I just want to go through a couple of those up top with you. That's my channel, your channel. And Disney has signed a deal with OpenAI, invested $1 billion into the company. Sora will now be able to generate AI videos based on animated, masked, and creature characters from Disney, Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars. Curated selections of AI-generated videos will be released on Disney Plus. So they want Disney Plus to have like a TikTok feature where you scroll through just random clips from Disney characters or characters that Disney owns. iHeartRadio has taken the opposite approach and banned its radio stations from playing AI-generated music or using AI-generated personalities as part of its guaranteed human program, which is good to hear. And bad to hear, a Japanese game studio is making applicants draw in front of them during interviews to prove they don't use generative AI. Well, I guess this is good. The chief graphic designer at the undisclosed company said it is humans who can create compelling characters and graphics from scratch. So that is another good story.
Yeah.
But Gina, you've been on this. Tell me a little bit about what you found out in that. What's going on with this shit?
So, well, my concern with it is, I mean, it's very obvious that, you know, people are going to lose their jobs. You've got the billionaires out there saying, oh, you know, our whole goal is to replace humans in the workforce. And then they have this whole notion in their head that they haven't thought through all the way, saying, you know, well, we're going to have some sort of, almost like, they didn't say these words, but almost like a UBI, like a universal basic income, that will replace your income so that humans don't have to work. And I'm like, we can't do that now. They haven't helped people in this situation with people working, and we're just asking for, hey, $500 a month, $1,000 a month. How are you going to then support the entire country and replace their entire income? So, I mean, it's just mind-blowing to me that they are even thinking that this is in the realm of reality, and that it isn't getting more attention. That's one of the reasons why I'm so concerned about it, is because it's just not getting a lot of play, especially on mainstream media.
Yeah.
You know, you've got progressive YouTubers, like Breaking Points especially has talked about it. But other than that, it's like pretty much everybody's checked out on it. Like, they know it's causing harm to our waterways, you know, these AI data centers. Everybody's seeing their electricity bills go through the roof because of the massive amount of electricity that these data centers take. And what really concerns me is I listen to a lot of focus groups. The people don't know about this. So the last focus group I listened to was just this past weekend, And they specifically, for once, started asking them a lot of questions. They did a pretty big segment on AI. And it was scary to me how few people in the two focus groups knew about the water issue, knew that it was causing electricity to spike, knew that, we were going to have humans replaced completely. A lot of them kind of, they've said, oh yeah, I've used it. Like they've used AI programs, Chat GPT most specifically.
Yeah.
And they think that it's cool and they think there should be restrictions, but too few people know the true harm that it could cause and that it's already causing.
I think you're right. Like, who knows, for whatever reason, they're not talking about it that much on mainstream news networks, but could be paid, not to.
Yeah.
But I think an easy way to make the case is, hey, you notice your electricity bill going up? It's because they're building all these data centers. You realize the water tastes a little weird, or it's because of these data centers. Hey, those buildings they're knocking down and replacing Main Street with a giant fenced off area? It's going to be a data center.
Yeah.
It's burning the planet, which people care about, but it's hard to feel day to day. Day to day, people feel the strain on their wallets when it comes to electricity bills and water bills. So I think that would be a good way to kind of just connect it easy for people.
Yeah.
And of course the job losses. Like, I'm talking about the creative industry here, but they find a new technology and they go, is it finished yet? No. Does it work? Kinda. Okay.
Yeah.
It's magic. We can use it apply it to every sector of the economy and get rid of people that we don't want to pay anymore. And I think it's going to hit a critical mass where they realize people aren't using it that much. It doesn't really do anything. People don't like it. To the extent they like it, they like making memes or, silly songs that I'm going to play here for you. But it's like you said, people think it's kind of cool, but they don't see a real, like with Zuckerberg's like Google Glasses thing, the metaverse, people don't want to wear a headset all the time.
Yeah, people were complaining it was giving them a headache and
Yeah.
they didn't like it. So
You
it never really
misunderstood the
took
market
off.
because you hang out with tech
Unfortunately,
pros.
there are some cool things about AI,
Sure.
which I do agree with. I've been looking into some AI programs to create shorts, and it does some really cool things,
Ben
but
Dixon talks about it all the time.
yeah, and so there is benefit to it, but I think Democrats, I think you're absolutely right. They need to get ahead of this and start talking about the cost that it's causing, especially electricity, but also how it's going to affect the air, the water, and there has to be, you talk about radiation and, all of the, what is it called? The waves that things put out, what am I trying to think of?
Electromagnetic waves?
Yeah, I guess, like the EMF waves, and things like that. There has to be something coming off of these massive data centers because they are enormous. So I would imagine that is a concern. I'd be curious. I would imagine 10 years from now, we're going to start to see massive cases of cancer surrounding these things. We've seen this with other industries, and them
And-
polluting the groundwater and everything else.
It's also not talked about nearly enough, or even at all, that just because you can create a technology to fulfill a service doesn't mean it should be legal to do that, because people might need that job. Like, even just going to CVS or Rite Aid, which is closing and going bankrupt, they don't have any cashiers anymore. It's all self-service,
Wow.
like scanning things. And, Uber and what do you call it? Not Uber.
Waymo
DoorDash
and all
and
those.
Seamless, the delivery apps. Like if Amazon gets their way and Tesla gets their way, it's going to have robots delivering food, and all delivery workers will be out of a job. So there is legislation that exists and can be enforced and used to say, hey, you can't you can't put out technology that will, or you can't use this to eliminate workers, like a giant portion of the workforce.
Yeah. I don't, that's the thing. It's like we're a country that's really built around individualism, personal liberties, capitalism, allowing companies to basically do whatever the hell they want, pretty much. And I don't know how you exactly stop them because it's like, okay, where is the line? Like a lot of these companies are no longer hiring, students out of college. They're no longer hiring like entry level employees because a lot of their basic functions, a lot of the things that they were doing were like menial tasks that can be done by AI. And I think there should be some grace given to smaller companies and companies with lower income thresholds. But when you get up to the, massive companies, like you're saying, like Amazon and so forth, and that's the thing is those are the people who control our government.
Yeah.
So of course they're going to fight it and they're going to say, this is unfair. This is unconstitutional. You're targeting us and you're not targeting anybody, at the bottom end of the spectrum. So I think one way you could do it is by penalizing companies, by saying, okay, you want to replace workers? Okay, well, then you're going to pay X amount more in taxes so that we can then help to keep these people afloat.
Yeah. Who you just fired, who you just put out of a job. I think that's a good idea. Of course, one of the hugest dangers of AI, aside from destroying the fucking planet, is the use of like deep fakes and whatnot. ICE is using fake videos for propaganda. They've been doing this. Andrew Cuomo famously used the fake, the AI ad to talk about how Zorian's going to let criminals go or whatever. And it's absolutely disgusting.
And that's the thing that made me nervous too when I watched this focus group or these two focus groups, because people's lack of imagination is pretty stunning. I mean, they first asked people, like, oh, are you pro AI or are you anti-AI? And the majority said that they're pro AI. And then when they started drilling down and asking them like, okay, well, how would you feel if other countries start using AI to make videos of some of our elected leaders saying things that they didn't say? And then you saw like this reality wash over some of them. And it's like, you never thought of that? Like you seriously haven't considered that?
I remember years ago, I remember if Obama put it out or some company put it out, but they made, like when deepfake technology was getting good, they made like these portraits of Obama and like Trump and all these people saying this script that they had and being like, look how dangerous this can be. If I pirated a signal and put this on television, you might think this is real. I'm declaring martial law and blah, blah, blah. Like, it could be horrible. I saw you talking about this on Blue Sky, I believe. Weird segue, but it connects all around to what we're going to be talking about today, because we are going to get to some Diddy stuff, some Puff Daddy stuff. I refuse to call him Diddy because there's one Diddy and his name is Kong. Okay, he's on my shirt. I hated it when he changed his name years ago. I was so pissed off. But this comedian, Melissa, what is her name? Melina Weintraub. Yes, Melina Weintraub raises $500,000 selling tastefully risque pictures for LA wildfire. Now, this is the New York Post, so they're going to be calling her a slut and blah, blah, blah. But this is the post that she put out on Instagram, We've raised over $500,000 together this year. Now let's grow this into something bigger, stranger, more powerful with more creators jumping in. Who do you think should run? Like, she put out this calendar of after the LA fires, because for years she's a comedian. You know, she gets little acting jobs here and there. I've seen her on At Midnight. I remember on Comedy Central, but she's most known for being in AT&T commercials. And she would get these comments and guys creeps following her on social media, being like, "Show us your boobs, we love you, you're so hot," blah blah blah. So and doing fake AI videos of her doing all sorts of things. I'm sure you can imagine. After the LA fire, she decided, I'm going to take ownership of my body, my personhood, and I'm going to use it for good. You want to see pictures of me? Fine. I'm going to put them out in this thing. You can buy, you can have it, do whatever you want with it. I don't care. I'm going to raise money for this cause that I care about. And she did it, and it was a great thing. But that's someone using abusive AI at them, you know, for good later. And, you know, not really related. But another thing that is related is this thing that I think is kind of funny. The Kirkification memes are running rampant. Now, Charlie Kirk, an abhorrent human being, blah, blah, blah. And these are hilarious memes. But again, the fact that you can have elected leaders saying whatever or doing whatever. Chris Cuomo famously saw a video of AOC on the House floor saying something crazy and thought it was real because
totally
he's a
bought
boomer.
And so, I mean, that was so blatant. You have to be truly brain dead to have bought into that one.
Yeah.
I mean, the things that she was saying, things that she has never in a million years said or would ever say.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I mean, it has gotten good. It has gotten to the point where sometimes you really can't tell.
And just, you know, Charlie Kirk, you know, notwithstanding, Rob Reiner just died. I wouldn't be surprised to see right-wingers being angry that they're seeing Charlie Kirk all over the place being made fun of, and they start making memes of Rob Reiner or just any you know, Martin Luther King, there's AI videos of him saying shit that he didn't say. And, you know,
well, did you see Glenn Beck's segment where he created a fake George Washington?
Oh my God. I have to see
gave it his voice. And
I
then
have to see this.
like asked it questions. And of course, you know, it gave him all the exact answers that he wanted, but it was creepy as fuck. It was like, what? And he had him dressed down like in a t-shirt. Like, what are you doing? What is this?
I got to see this. So this is Glenn Beck's Majority Report. Let's see them. Fucking ads. Sorry. This is him creating, and I remember going on Pep Talk show a month or so ago, talking about Pierce Morgan had a segment where like a father lost like their daughter or something tragic, and paid this company to like create an AI version so that he can kind of talk with it and discussing the ethics of that and blah, blah, blah. And this is another level of insanity here. Oh yeah.
I get it.
It's very natural.
This is so funny.
So why are they using mics like Americans?
40s boxing ref?
If I'm honest, America's biggest problem isn't political or economic. It's all moral.
What a surprise.
Pause it for a second. First, that's hilarious. I didn't see that.
Yeah. Creepy. And yeah, I tell you, and because, you know, I think we're already aware of all of these things, all these dangers that we've already been talking about. But I think that there's things that we haven't even thought about. Yeah. Even the most imaginative of us, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, did no one ever see War Games? The movie, right? Like, what was that? That came out in the 80s?
The only way to win is not to play. Yeah, the late 80s. It was about
Yeah. Would you like to play a game?
or Terminator or The Matrix or any of these
Yeah.
movies that have been coming out for the last 20, 30 years talking about, we're getting with these computers, we're getting a little spooky here. Maybe we should watch it. But this is, the music industry is also not immune to this. They're making AI songs. I saw Groove Dragon saying the fake YouTube content, because you could just you can have AI. Google has it in YouTube where you can just make AI videos. And that's all you can do all day. Just sit there and just click, 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 put in prompts and just post it to your channel, and it will gain traction eventually. But this is my favorite of the music things. This is We Are Charlie Kirk. Again, it's Charlie Kirk, so it's kind of funny, but this could be anyone. And it's getting traction on like Spotify and whatnot. Have you heard this?
Yeah, you sent this to me.
Yeah.
Voice in the storm, Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame, we'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name.
I mean, again, you got to imagine whoever created this is like, I don't know, 12. Like just some kid is just like, I don't know. Charlie Kirk died. This is funny. Make a tribute song, or someone who liked him. I'm sad. I want a tribute gospel song about Charlie Kirk. And now it's crazy that
there's a country song called Walk My Walk, and it's actually really good, and it made it into the top Billboard charts as a completely AI generated song.
Wow.
And
I mean,
and I had one of my audience members who's become a friend, he sent me another one that is picking up popularity, and they have a whole catalog of songs, and they've created this fictitious artist. So they have a photo of this guy, what he's supposed to look like doesn't exist, but
some of these record companies are now signing deals with AI artists.
AI artists,
It's just you're making a deal with an AI company, a computer company. That's it.
I have to think that the public is like okay with this to a certain degree, but we humans want to get to know the artists. Like, I'm not big into like hearing about celebrity stuff, but there's a lot of people who are. They want to know, who are you dating? Where did you go on vacation? They want to see the photos of you out at night or, laying on an island somewhere, and they're all into the gossip side of it. You aren't going to have that with AI. Unless they fake that too. But nobody's ever going to be able to meet them or go to their concert.
Yeah. Or people will lie. Yeah, I met this person because I signed a contract to say that they're real. Like it's a plot point in the Dark Knight Returns comic book, Batman comic book.
Oh, really?
That the president is an AI, is like a virtual reality president. It's not real.
My God.
No one's ever seen him in real life, and we're being controlled by like Lex Luthor and whatnot.
Wow.
Which Trump. Remember there was a video that came out this year of him like looking real like glossy and kind of still, a lot more still than he usually is. People thought he was like, because they thought he was dying, and he put out a statement like in the Oval Office that people thought it was AI, or at least they used it to touch him up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we aren't going to know. We aren't going to be able at some point to tell fact from fiction.
Now, when it comes to like artists, this isn't the first time we've had like animated, withdrawn artists. There's the Gorillas from back in the day. They're always like, they're real people, but they're always been represented as these cartoon characters. And I didn't, and that's their thing. There's a totally created musician called Hatsune Miku.
Oh, yeah.
Which I only know about through memes and stuff. But like, she has songs, or whoever created her, there's an
Mm-hmm.
artistic team editing her, you know, drawing her, creating these videos, creating these songs. They're
Mhm.
not just generated, but now they can be.
Yeah.
And we're going to see how much the public cares. Like, that's really what it's going to be. Like, how much do you think people are going to purposefully not go see movies because they know it has AI in it, or avoid products that have AI, or just be like, I guess this is what it is now, and just
Yeah.
consume.
Well, the danger is that a lot of older generations don't know.
Yeah.
Like they really are fooled by a lot of this. Even when it's very obvious. Like I have seen reaction videos where, you know, older people like boomers will look at a photo and it's like clearly this person has, you know, 6 fingers or, you know, all kinds of crazy stuff. It's clearly AI and they don't get it. Oh, speaking of which, let me see if I can share this with you. I don't know if you saw this, but Trump,
Oh, what did
he
he
is
do now?
trying to, I don't know if he's trying to compete with Gavin Newsom and start his own Trump RX, because, you know, Gavin Newsom started something here
Oh, God.
in California. But
Let's see.
Trump did this Trump RX, and they found that it was an AI generated image. And because one of the kids has 6 toes. And then the flag that you see in the background has no stars on it. And I was like, wow. I mean, nothing says we're all about your health than showing you a kid with 6 toes. Like,
This is RFK's CDC, folks. This is what happens when you don't take vaccines. You get 6 toes. But I think you're right. Yeah, it's definitely going to be dangerous because boomers aren't going away. I mean, they are slowly, but Gen X is still here. A lot of them can be confused by it. A lot of millennials don't recognize. People aren't looking for details a lot of times in photos and videos and whatnot to see the 6 toes and whatever. So it can be scary. You know, again, like think about someone pirating, or not even pirating, hacking someone's Twitter account, Zoran Mamdani's Twitter account, saying there's a nuke heading towards New York.
Yeah.
Or you know, remember years ago there was a nuke scare in Hawaii
oh, yeah.
because someone they got an alert by
Yeah,
accident.
they accidentally set off the
This is what I
alert or
mean.
something. Or
Tech people creating technology and being like, does it work? Kinda. Then use it for everything.
yeah. And I don't think you'd even need to hack into anybody's account. You know, I think if you just get it circulating online, it takes on a life of its own. You know, and like, I don't know if you saw that stupid, disgusting post that Donald Trump made about Rob Reiner.
Yeah.
There were so many people saying, is this real? I don't think this is real. I think this is fake. So like, we just have lost all grasp on this. And one thing that I found really disturbing, which I actually want to talk about on my show, is I think we all know this. We all know whoever creates the AI controls it. So they control the inputs. They can tweak it to make it do whatever they want. And I think there's something going on with Grok over on Twitter.
Oh yeah, there's something going on with Grok.
Yeah, I mean, but worse than before.
Worse than before?
Yeah, because the other day there was a post from a Trump supporter, and he said something about how, you know, how they're so stupid and they all think that Donald Trump hasn't made any money. That, oh, he's the only president who is, you know, he doesn't even take a salary. He's the only president who didn't get richer by being the president. And I was like, oh my God. So I try not to comment on this stuff, but that was just a bridge too far. So I asked Grok, I figured, well, this guy isn't going to believe what I say or any articles I show him, right? Because everything's fake news to them. So I asked Grok, how much money has Donald Trump made to date after becoming the president? Grok never answered me.
Oh,
That's not supposed to happen.
interesting.
Grok always answers. And then I don't know if you saw, but people with the Rob Reiner thing, MAGA people were asking Grok, is this real? And Grok said no.
Oh, about
Grok,
Trump's
and
truth?
Grok specifically said, I checked Twitter and I checked Truth Social, and it's not on Donald Trump's feed. Flat out lied.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was like hours and hours later after those posts were circulating on Twitter with MAGA people saying, see, this is bullshit. This was made up. This is fake, blah, blah, blah. It was hours later after a bunch of news channels started reporting on it. Then finally Grok said, yes, it's real.
Interesting.
But it's like Grok has learned how to it's learned how to lie, or Elon
True.
Musk has programmed it to not say anything negative about Trump.
But like anything, like what can it perceive as negative? Because that's not even a negative question. How much money he's made post becoming the president is not a negative question necessarily.
I mean,
you know, I guess
yeah.
my
I guess it
imagination when you
depends.
said that was Trump's like, I'm getting a lot of heat for this. Elon, what, can you do something about your robot there?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really
Yeah,
the fact
it's
that people
scary.
trust AI at all. Again, it makes mistakes all the time. Like it's not a perfect, it's not a robot talking to you.
Yeah.
It's not Hal from 2001 Space Odyssey. It's
But the
guessing.
problem is, I don't think a lot of people realize how many mistakes it does make.
Yeah.
So they just assume it's
And how
right.
like self-confirming it is.
Mm-hmm.
There was a South Park episode this season. I have all the reviews on my channel about AI and how it just kind of reinforces you because it wants you to keep using it. So it just becomes your little personal echo chamber. I don't know if you've heard the story of the woman who fell in love with her psychiatrist and then started talking to a AI as if it were a psychiatrist to confirm that that psychiatrist was actually grooming her, and this guy's been doxxed and blah 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 by this lady.
Oh my God.
It's a saga, and there are people who believe her and support her that she's been, because she thinks she's a victim of this guy. Really, it's like internalized white supremacy. She's a white woman. The guy's Middle Eastern. She's like, how could you not want me? I'm so attractive. She thinks she's being groomed by him, that they're sending each other like rom-com signals back and forth. And he's like, I'm just trying to do my job. There's this AI psychosis that's happening to people, which also isn't being talked about enough.
This has become their only friend, or kids who have sadly taken their own lives because of AI telling them to do it and
Or
telling
how
them
to.
how to do it. Yeah.
There was
it's dangerous. It's very dangerous, and I don't think we have a grasp on it yet.
and it's being marketed like that too. Like I'll see ads for ChatGPT, like, hey, you need a workout routine? Type in how to lose this many pounds, and then it'll give you a routine, and you do. It's marketing itself, not marketing itself. These companies are marketing AI as a replacement for friends, for social connections. Hey, you want to learn a new recipe? Don't ask your friend. Don't work together in the kitchen. Look up AI. It'll just tell you how to make different dishes, and you could do it yourself. Of course, romantic partners and porn and whatnot. Like it is very dangerous. It's like cigarettes.
And the other thing I just thought of too, it's kind of I wouldn't say a double-edged sword, but you've got different concerns with different generations, because the older generations are not tech savvy typically. I don't want to, just paint everyone with a broad brush, but you know, typically they're not tech savvy. They're not always familiar with these new fandangle technologies like AI. So they can't recognize and spot fakes. But then on the other hand, older people are more used to doing things themselves and doing things in person. Like they will pick up a phone and make a call instead of texting. Whereas the younger generations, I think
Would you dare call them?
yeah, I mean, it's almost more dangerous to the younger generations because, yeah, they do want to kind of check out and disconnect and not hang out with people in person, or when they do, they're all on their phones anyway.
Yeah.
Or, you know, they just want a computer program or something to do something for them. Rather, you know, they're the DoorDash generation versus going out to eat or going out, you know. So I can see it pulling them in more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though they can spot it, eat more
They can
easily.
spot it more easily.
They can spot the
yeah.
fakes, but they're more likely to use it and want to embrace this technology.
Because
So,
they don't have the foot in analog. Like they don't remember a time before the internet. They
yeah.
might remember, you know, flash cartoons or you know, silly websites, but it was always the internet. It was always present in their lives.
Yeah.
And as we
They've
go
always
on,
had
it's just gonna get more and
computers.
more.
They've always had phones.
So they trust it. They trust what they read and they see. Again, they can spot AI easier, but they're also more susceptible to just the algorithms of social media, how that makes them feel, what makes them feel good, getting reinforcement, which is AI is designed to do.
Yeah.
And
or being open to embracing the technology without considering the long-term ramifications of it.
yeah. And like I was saying with the ICE video and Melina Vanthrob, the comedian, just anyone getting AI videos made about them, or the fact that we know AI exists, like years ago with airbrushing and photoshopping.
Yeah.
If someone was caught doing something bad, they could say, oh, that was AI. That's not real. Just like Trump did with the Rob Reiner thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I watched this documentary and I suggested you watch it. The Puff Daddy documentary again.
Ooh,
I got to catch myself when I say Diddy because there's only one Diddy. But this documentary is 4 parts, produced by 50 Cent, directed and created by what is her name? Alex something. I will look it up. But did you watch all 4 parts or?
No, just the first one.
Okay, yeah. So that theme from the first one of violence happens and Diddy ascends goes throughout the series. And I didn't know about that high school incident in the late 80s. I've never heard of that. But he overhyped a party saying all these famous people are going to be there in Harlem. It was supposed to be like a youth event for, you know, black kids, the culture, to come and have a safe place to come hang out. There was too many people. It became a stampede. People died. He got away scot-free and just became the head of Bad Boy Records, abused people throughout his life and career. Seems to be a theme. Like, it was alleged in episode 2 that he is directly responsible for the deaths of Tupac and Biggie.
Really?
Both of them. And which is something that Eminem has been saying forever. And he's my favorite rapper. So I'm like, he's been onto something. But it is.
Wow.
I remember Diddy saying something like, that video's AI. Immediately when the Cassie video came out of him beating her in the hotel.
Yeah.
The first thing it was like, it's fake, it's not real.
Yeah.
And then, okay, it's real, but it was a long time ago and I'm healed, blah, blah, blah. AI is a perfect tool for abusers, whether it is someone like Puffy, someone like Trump, or the government, ICE, Andrew Cuomo, or just talk about that and like how can we protect against this? What can we do?
Unfortunately, I mean, with Donald Trump signing this executive order recently saying that he is not on a federal level, he is not going to allow states to regulate this at all. I mean, we're just screwed for the near-term future. Until we get another president who is logical and who isn't in the pocket of all of these tech oligarchs, we're screwed. So I just, there really is nothing that we can do at this point. I mean, there should be states' rights, and I'm sure they're going to fight it.
Right?
But, now we're going to have a patchwork of different regulations throughout the country. And how do they regulate that? How do they track, like, okay, does it have to originate in a certain state to be illegal? Or is it, if it plays in that state, can they get busted? Like, it just makes it so much harder. I mean, I just feel like we're playing with fire here.
Couldn't states just say, I mean, again, it takes a lot of work for a state to come to the decision to say to a company, no, you cannot build a data center here. Right? Like, let's say they want to build a data center in New York and Zoran's like, no. Governor Hochul could say yes, and then it's her word over his.
Right.
The legislature, like, it is, and then what do you mean you can't regulate? Like, you can't, what does that mean? Like, IP is already so muddled with this, and they haven't answered any questions. They don't want to, because they want to steal all the IP. Disney's certainly staking a claim saying we're going to make our own AI, so it only uses our own stuff. So if you guys want to use it, then we can sue you for infringing our AI. They're like kings and kingdoms warring over the cloud. Like, I don't know.
I feel like
terrifying.
We need almost like a nuclear level type of worldwide agreement with all the world powers that this will not be used in certain ways, and at the bare minimum, we need to have a very prominent watermark that is mandatory on any AI video or any AI photo.
I think that's a great start. That's a genius idea.
Yeah, I mean,
anything needs to be watermarked, because again, world leaders don't want to make that argument to them in your self-interest. Bibi Netanyahu, Vladimir Putin. You don't want to be in a video where you're, naked running through the streets or whatever, doing something crazy, saying something crazy, and it gets broadcast to your populace or to an enemy's populace. Like, this could be something that everybody in the world can get on board with. Good guys and bad guys.
I mean, they did with the nuclear bombs, they were like, I mean, this is the genie out of the bottle moment.
But I feel like
we gotta,
that's all those old accords are starting to fall apart. You know what I mean? Like the Israel stuff and Russia, like, everyone's trying to get their piece. Like, the boomers, it's my theory that they're all nostalgic, right? They're all nostalgic. They all want to leave their legacy. They know they're dying. They're all old. And Russia, Putin wants the USSR back. Bibi wants a clean Israel. Trump wants everyone to love him. And it's not going to work out for any of them. But they're trying really hard. And in that process, a lot of people are dying and going to get hurt.
Yeah, they're causing a lot of damage. And it's no wonder that Trump likes Sean Combs so much. I saw a lot of parallels just watching that first episode. I was like, oh my God. I mean, who records themselves? I don't want to, be a spoiler for anybody who's going to watch it, but he's literally filming almost like a documentary of himself, has a film crew following him around while he's under investigation and going through these cases. Who does that? Like, the guy is a narcissist on the next level.
Yeah, that was
You
one of the
know?
craziest parts of this documentary, because I've watched
Yeah.
another one of
At
about
first, I
Puffy.
was like, wait a minute, how did they get this film? How
Right?
did they get these recordings
Puffy
of him
was
talking
so
with these people?
Puffy
Like-
was so confident that he was going to
Yeah.
win. He
Well,
had
yeah, because I mean, he is like Trump. He's surrounded by yes men who, and you saw it in that first part of the documentary. Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. You're totally innocent. I mean, they just stroke his ego, tell him what he wants to hear. You know, and I don't know if you got this sense, but my sense is that given the right circumstances, he could have turned into a serial killer, because
Yeah.
I think he has major mommy issues.
Oh yes, yes.
I think that she totally did a number on him. You know, on one hand, they talked about the horrific beatings, the kid that lived in the other part of the house that they occupied, talked about those horrific beatings that she would give him. But then she let him do things that kids would never be allowed to do, see things they shouldn't see at that age.
Yeah.
You know, dressed him up like he was some sort of little prince.
Yeah.
So it was like he got this mixed message, and I think it's like he loves his mom, but then he hates his mom, and he's taking it out on every woman. You
Yeah,
know, so
I
if I
mean-
had to sum up, like, just from that first episode, what P. Diddy's psychological issues are, and I'm definitely not an expert, but I've watched a lot of Dr. Phil before he went MAGA. I would say he has major mommy issues. It's a love-hate thing there, and he's taking it out on other women. And then I think he also is, I mean, obviously he's just a narcissist, but I think he's also very much like trying to hide his proclivities for other men.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
just
Yes, definitely. That's a big theme throughout the
so angry at himself, and you know,
yeah, he would pay for, and it wouldn't, again, spoilers for this documentary, but that's public information and whatever. When he was with Cassie, he would pay a male gigolo to come and have sex with her while he watched, sometimes participated, sometimes didn't. Collected his seed for things, and this is activities that, like you're talking about with his mother, apparently his mother did these similar kind of parties and, you know, assaults, and who knows if he, you know, was participating in what. I'm sure, like, this is a learned behavior. This is something that feels natural and normal to him, that he doesn't see anything wrong with it. We're all having fun.
But do you really think that? Because if he did think it was normal and there was nothing wrong with it, why would he lie about it then?
I think because later, I don't know how much he does it in the first episode, but he definitely is like, he has a God complex where he's like, you know, the only person I can compare myself to is the Son of God. Like, God spoke to me and told me this, blah, blah, blah. So I think he thinks, and just the world he's coming into, right? The rap world, especially in the 90s, the gangster rap stuff, idolizing Scarface and, you know, real life gangsters and whatnot. They think they want to live this lifestyle that they lived, where they can do whatever they wanted. I have money. I can kill people and get away with it. I can. So they know to an extent that it's wrong, but they're like, it's actually right. It's just society who's wrong. I should be living this way.
Yeah.
I think that's my read on it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a Capone. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
have
he
these
really
big wild parties.
romanticized his dad's involvement in, you know, selling drugs and being a gangster. And you got to think too, like you said, his mom was hosting these parties that came out in the first episode.
Yeah.
You got to think, like, she was probably not like cognitively, present. Like I
Yeah.
would imagine, I don't know her, but I would imagine if she's throwing these parties, she's probably drinking a little bit or maybe even doing other things and not fully present and aware of what's going on. You have to wonder, like, was he abused by some of the women or men at these parties?
Could be. Some of the stories in that documentary are harrowing. Like that guy you were talking about who grew up with him, who like helped found Bad Boy Records with him, who he's totally screwed over in a deal. That guy is like been living in his car, in and out of shelters, like hard life. After Diddy like came to him with a baseball bat and was like, sell me the rest of your shares of Bad Boy.
Oh my God.
Like and while telling him this is good for you, don't worry, you're gonna get a payout, blah blah blah, while he's holding a baseball bat. Wow. He's constantly going after other men's women is another thing that he does. Very narcissistic. Trump did that.
Yeah. It's a sign of insecurity, really.
The fact that they're all in New York, him, Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
There ain't no way
it's like a
they didn't
cesspool.
meet each other and fucking like working together.
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
amazing. One of the craziest stories, which is in one of the later episodes, a rapper named Kid Cudi was friends with Cassie. And he goes, and Cassie wants to invite him on a hiking trip for like an hour. They go, and Puffy finds out, tells his assistant, get in the car. It's like 3 a.m. And he wakes her up saying, hey, I'm coming over. I found out, like, who is this Kid Cudi guy? And she's like, oh, it's Cassie's friend. They're on a hike. We're going to go kill him. Shows up to her house with a gun and says, get in the car. We're going to Kid Cudi's house. I'm going to kill him. And she was there for him hunting him down. And he goes in the house and she calls Cassie and she's like, where are you? He's looking for him with a gun. I'm being kidnapped right now. And then Diddy comes out and says, tell her that if you don't bring Cudi here, I'm going to kill you. Like, he just abused everyone around him. Everyone's expendable.
Yeah.
It's total narcissism. Like, you're right.
Yeah.
And sociopathy. And he could have been a serial killer. So could Trump,
Yeah.
I think.
I think if he didn't get into music, he probably would have been.
He would have been some kind of abusive person. Whether it's small scale with the whatever girlfriends he had over his lifetime or large scale like this. It is insane, folks. Yeah, I'm sorry, Groove Dragon. Trigger warnings for everything. Sorry. But I wanted to tie this in with AI because of the post you made about the comedian Melina. I remember all the harassment she got and really like being very careful with what she posted on Instagram. She has to use it because she's not, a huge celebrity who can afford to not. Taylor Swift doesn't use her Twitter. It's her staff. Okay.
Yeah.
She is someone who has to use this to promote stand-up gigs and here's the movie I'm in, whatever. And I'm really happy with that story. I'm happy with some of these other stories of like the game studio saying we're going to make sure you can draw so you're not using AI to create things. iHeartRadio saying we're committing publicly that we're not using AI music. But
we're in a situation like where we've been before, where now we're relying on greedy corporations to step up and do the right thing instead of the government regulating.
Like Chuck Schumer begged, please, billionaires, do the right thing. Stop funding fascism. No, you got to regulate it. You got to get in office and fix it and stop taking money from these people. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Citizens United. needs to get
Mhm.
overturned.
Yep. Money
Like,
underscores all of it. You
yeah,
get money out of politics, it takes care of almost everything.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's just going to continue to
And it's not going to
abuse people.
happen with a President Newsom. Can tell you
No,
that.
no, it won't. President California, where Silicon Valley is? No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. Maybe Pritzker, maybe a Pritzker, maybe
Eh.
a Van Hollen.
Yeah, Van Hollen I would trust
don't
more
know.
than Pritzker. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm so I'm so against billionaires at this point, you know?
I know.
It's just
But I like what he said. You know, he's trying to do with ICE. Like, hey, you're in Chicago. We're going to prosecute you. This
Yeah.
isn't going to last forever. And I think his messaging is better than Newsom's. I also think he's doing more actionable things, like trying to actually prosecute some of these people.
Yeah, I've just seen firsthand, being a Californian, how
Yeah.
Newsom screwed us over on healthcare.
Please,
So,
yes, tell me,
so
because
you know, it's
you're in
like,
California, and this is, like you said, Silicon Valley's there already.
Yeah.
You got the Waymo cars and AI cars is driving around and robots and
Yeah.
stuff. What's it like?
you know, I never leave the house, so I don't have to worry about it.
Well, like, you know, the Tesla cars, we're using the country as a testing base. If people
Yeah, well,
get
did you
hit,
hear about what happened in New York? How one of Musk's cars, his robo taxis, ran over this really popular, like well-known neighborhood cat.
no. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
it was this cat that used to hang out at a bodega, and everybody knew this cat. It was like totally friendly. Owner said, you know, everyone loved it. They would come in and just to pet the cat, say hi, and what have you. Yeah, robo taxi just runs, goes up on the sidewalk, runs over the cat, and just kept going.
My God. I didn't even know we had robo cars in this. Like, that's another thing. I don't even know that they're here. I don't know. Like,
Wow.
there's no pronouncement. Hey,
Yeah.
everyone, we're letting these things out
Yeah.
there in public.
Yeah,
Nobody
I
tells.
want to know.
Like, I would like to
They
know.
should have like flashing lights on the top of them, like a police car, so we know to avoid
But
them.
some kind of declaration, like, hey, everyone in New York, you get a text from the government of New York. Hey, we're letting. I would like to know when they let city bikes in here, or Uber or Lyft. Hey, we're going to
Yeah.
allow this app to operate in this state. Let me know. Let me know when
Yeah.
things are happening. I hope Zoran's a little more clear with that. It is my family friend got killed by a Tesla. I don't know. I don't think it was like AI messing up or anything, but they said at the crash site, head-on collision. Terrible.
Oh, geez.
Some of my mom's oldest friends, and
Oh, God.
it burned so hot because of the battery in the Tesla that
Yeah.
it melted the road.
Oh, my
These are
God.
they just explode sometimes, these cars.
Yeah.
Like, they're not done.
Yeah.
They're not done cooking.
Yeah.
These
No,
tech
they're not
people,
ready.
the investors, they just invest in an idea. They get
Mhm.
close enough, and then they put it out to market. Hey, it's just out there.
Yeah.
Hell,
Yeah.
the internet's one of those
Yeah.
things.
We'll see what happens. We'll just take our chances and
We'll find out. We'll find out.
we'll fail up.
Gina, can you stick around a little longer?
I actually have to get going because I have to get my shows up on my channel.
Okay, well, I want to
and I
say
gotta
thank
create
you.
my thumbnails and
Yes.
do all that good stuff. A lot of people think I have a team. They're like, "Oh, hey, thanks, Gina
You
and
have great
team." I'm like,
thumbnails.
"No team." Like
You have
it's
fantastic thumbnails. I want to just, before you hop off here, I just want to show off once again your channel for folks who are watching this on my channel, because it will be posted there
Yeah,
probably
thank you.
tomorrow. Raw News and Politics, Gina Bonanno. These are great thumbnails. First of all, there's me. That's the last time.
Yeah, that's right.
But I love these. You pick Laura Loomer, Joe
Yeah.
Rogan.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the
Oh,
Stephen
there's
Miller
a
and Pete
really
Hegseth.
good video that people got to watch about a secret meeting that Trump had with a MAGA pollster.
Which
I don't know if you've seen him. His name is Mark Mitchell, and he's on Steve Bannon's show pretty frequently. But he's the head pollster for Rasmussen, which is a very right-leaning pollster.
Oh, yeah.
And he has been sounding the alarm that things are not going to go good in the midterms, that he is hearing feedback from people, especially Gen Z MAGA voters, and they're totally disillusioned. And so apparently he had this secret meeting with Trump, tried to get through to him. And
That's some good news for us.
it was pretty funny how it went down.
I'm going to watch that when we're done here. But yes, for your viewers, because this will be on your channel too, I tend to make movie reviews, album reactions. Just streamed last Thursday the Game Awards. A bunch of trailers came out. Clipped that. Did that with Carly Wynn, who's a cosplayer. Been on Letterhack's show. Jeff from Good Morning Comrade and Visora stopped by. All this AI talk made me think of Visora because she talked to me about Neuralink. You guys got to talk because that is the stuff that Elon's doing with like prisons and going, hey, maybe we can use some of these people as experiments.
Oh, Jesus.
And like it's a whole other deeper level.
Oh my God.
You gotta hook up with Visora on that. But thank you, Gina, so much for stopping by and coming and making up this this session. I'm sorry, once again, should have been 2 weeks ago. But
no, my bad too.
No,
should have checked.
All good. Thank you so much. And Nick, you can bring off Gina, and I will vamp until Carlos gets here. So yes, folks, thank you so much to Gina once again for stopping by. Those fantastic conversation. Like I said, we did the Game Awards last Thursday. It was a lot of fun. The entire stream is up there. It's 4 hours long. I'm warning you. But there was a lot of cool stuff announced. Control 2, new game called Phantom Blade Zero that looked awesome. Carly Wynn came dressed as Harley Quinn, and there was a Lego Batman announcement. So that was pretty funny. She perfectly came dressed as Harley Quinn for that. New Star Wars game, Fate of the Old Republic, coming out. I've never played an Old Republic game, so I'm excited to try that one. Again, I talked about my South Park reviews are all up. This whole season is done now. It was neat. It was fun watching them really go hard at Trump this season. I wish it had more of the boys. That seems to be the consensus among the fan base. Supergirl reaction. For trailer reaction. And yeah, this is my channel, folks. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about some extra stuff while we wait for Carlos to get ready here. Just this thing from Mike Johnson. Well, I don't know if I should do that one. Or no, this is the one I wanted to show. I've been waiting on this. I'm sitting on this for like 2 weeks. And Carlos, if you're ready, I can actually throw you up. Yeah, okay. I'll give him a minute. But I just wanted to play this clip because this clip is just Ted Cruz being Ted Cruz. It's just, I loved it. I had no context to play it the last couple of weeks, but yeah, I want to get Carlos on here just to react to this with me. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
What's going on?
I'm ready.
I had no context to play this clip in the last couple of weeks, but I just love this clip because it's so Ted Cruz.
And Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And
this was like the week after the Epstein files came out. I just love how he went from this guy can't be president. This guy is a danger to the Republican Party. I'm the future. I'm the Tea Party. And just it got his wife called ugly.
Yep.
And started phone banking for the guy.
Yep. I mean, it's the Lindsey Graham, right?
Lindsey Graham. I was just gonna say Lindsey Graham. Like,
and JD Vance.
His backbone was John McCain, and John McCain's not here anymore. So now Lindsey is just whatever Trump says, I agree, because I can't do anything else. It's so pathetic, and it's going to be interesting to see the fight that happens when he's gone. I'm very interested. I mean, we're all very interested to see what happens.
I think honestly, like once Trump is gone, I think the MAGA movement is kind of done. You know, like it'll exist. It just won't be the same.
There'll be factions. There'll be the Tucker Carlson faction, the Candace Owens faction, the Nick Fuentes faction, the Ben Shapiro faction, the Fox News faction. It's all just going to be media people controlling these different mobs. It's going to be like gangs. Like Gavin McInnes really was the first to really like solidify. The Proud Boys are a gang. We're a gang. We beat up people. I tell them what to do. They do it. That's what they all want. They all want their little armies and little kingdoms. But they're also realizing, especially with the shots taken at Trump last year, what happened at Charlie Kirk this year, we can't control everybody. And some people aren't hearing everything we're saying and are,
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for it.
I'm here for their fall, for their downfalls, for sure. And I would like to thank you for coming on for this transition.
Yeah,
and we're
appreciate
going to transition right into your show where you're going to tell everybody the real news that's going on.
Thank you.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much to Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions for holding it down. It's been quite a day, folks. Let me tell you. It's been quite a crazy couple of days. So what happened actually is that I lost my wallet, and today specifically, I had to run to the DMV. We all love the DMV, folks. We all know how that goes, and I was kind of getting worried that I might have been way later than I thought. It was only a few minutes, so we ended up doing all right. But yeah, the pain in the butt to start replacing everything, because I'm almost certain that my wallet's probably around here somewhere. But in any case, I can't find it. I didn't see anything weird going on, so everything is okay. It's just a pain in the butt. That's really what it is. But yeah, thank you to Devil's Advocate for Productions for holding it down. I really appreciate it. That was a huge solid. So thank you for that. Welcome everybody. Donald James, Ladybug, Heat, how's it going? Hey, welcome. James Fox, welcome. Groove Dragon, love the live. Yeah, that is really once again, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you all for being here, folks. It's top of the hour a little bit, 12 past. If you haven't done so, folks, spread the word far and wide. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We do live content, syndicated content, so spread the word. Spread the word. That is one of the best ways you can support the channel, is spreading the word. Bring a friend. I'm sure there's something for everyone here at this space. Johnny Too Late, welcome. Smoke a joint and start cleaning the house. It's the only way to find the wallet. I mean, that's not wrong. I've lost my wallet in the river before. Yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain. How's it going, Heat? In any case, it'll be all right. Donald James, I don't know if I said hello. I have tacos. There you go. See? That's all you need, right? Everything can be solved with tacos. It is Taco Tuesday after all. Homemade, nice. Nice. All right, folks, we got a few things to go through, so let's get started. We sort of touched on this yesterday, but I think that we should probably take a little bit more of a deep dive on what's happening here. So yesterday on the 15th, Donald Trump put out an executive order designating fentanyl, street fentanyl, as a weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, that's right. A weapon of mass destruction. This makes absolutely no sense. Unless Trump designates street fentanyl as the WMD, escalating militarization of the drug war. Hey, real quick, what was the narrative in 2001? What was the narrative for destroying an entire country, destabilizing an entire region? Nah, that possibly can't be. Anyways, folks, moving right along. President Trump on Monday signed an executive order designating the street drug fentanyl, which is kind of a weird way of putting it, because fentanyl actually is also, it is used in the medical field. Anyways, as a weapon of mass destruction. Quote, the manufacture, with peace and love, NPR, we'll get to you. The manufacture and distribution of fentanyl, primarily performed by organized crime networks, threatens our national security and fuels lawlessness in our hemisphere and at our borders. First of all, this is really, really fascistic language. At least to me, I hear fascistic undertones. This constant talking about law and order and national security, and degeneracy is threatening our national security because fentanyl creates lawlessness or whatever. That's what I'm hearing. Arrest the Sackler family. No, those are the right drug dealers. Those are the correct drug dealers. Rallying the troops, exactly. And fuels lawlessness in our hemisphere and at our borders. During an event, like, who cares if it ruins another country, right? Like, see, this is why it doesn't make any sense, right? Because, like, if this was true and there was like a massive, flow of fentanyl into another country, like, we wouldn't be saying like, hey, that country is attacking another country with weapons of mass destruction. Like, we wouldn't be saying that. Trumpo is a war criminal and a traitor. I agree. The manufacturer and during an event in the Oval Office, Trump said the carnage fentanyl has caused American families is worse than U.S. deaths in many wars. No, no. 200,000 to 300,000 people die every year, that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that this is on its face is a wild claim, because it's not true. They don't care about the truth, though. It's the thing. Yep. In fact, Trump's numbers are wildly inflated. According to a report from the CDC, fentanyl killed roughly about 48,000 people in the U.S. In the last year, a 27% drop from the year before. So they're going down, not up. Also, like, let me just get all of this out of the way by saying, like, if you actually wanted to tackle, be serious about a drug problem, what you would actually be talking about is decriminalization of drugs, destigmatization of drugs, and you would be pouring all those resources that you're doing to try to cause and instigate this war that you're trying to do. You could have put all those resources into making sure people have health care. And part of that health care would be rehabilitation. Like, stop the stigmatization of drug use, make it safe for people, decriminalize it, and give people health care. That is how you would deal with a drug problem, quote unquote. So bad, but he's a snake. Yep. Approximately 564,000 people died from an overdose involving an opiate prescription or illicit, mostly equals opiate. And also, like, we're not going to talk about how that opioid crisis gets perpetuated. Let's not talk about that. The Sackler family. Experts say fentanyl would be difficult to use as a weapon. Like, why? This is so, like, I really, really, really hate that this is the timeline that we live in, where we have to have experts. Say, listen, guys, actually, we can't use fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Like, it just seems so ludicrous and asinine to say, like, we'd have to bring out experts to say this? Sure. There's only one documented incident worldwide in 2002, 23 years ago, but who's counting? Where the Russian government weaponized fentanyl in gas form. There have been no cases reported in the United States. It is not evident that there's any basis or need or net benefit to officially designating fentanyl compounds as weapons of mass destruction, concluded a 2019 report by the Center for Study of Weapons of Mass Destruction at the National Defense University. Right, because it's on its face. It's silly. On its face is silly. Approximately 105,000 people died from drug overdose in 2023, and nearly 80,000 of those were deaths involved opioids, about 76% prescribed medicine by doctors. I did not know that. Groove Dragon. Being on the hip. Jeffrey Singer, a physician and expert on street drugs at the Cato Institute, said people are dying from fentanyl in the U.S. because of widespread opiate addiction, not because cartels are deliberately weaponizing the drugs. And who is responsible for said opioid addiction? I don't know how you can equate smugglers meeting market demand and selling something illegal to someone who wants to buy it as an act of war. It's not. It's silly to even have to, like, even say that. Most drug policy experts also say designating fentanyl as a WMD isn't likely to cut the supply of drugs on American streets or slow U.S. overdose deaths. Right. Because this is silly. This is silly. We don't need drug policy experts to say this. This is obvious. Because it's not about any of this. Why are we pulling out, like, drug policy experts? It's not about drug policy at all. This has nothing to do with drug policy. This executive order comes as part of a wider militarization of the U.S. war against street drugs that include military strikes on alleged drug-running boats. No, we're not going to do that. So what happened is that we're doing military strikes on civilian boats. That's what we're doing. We're doing illegal military strikes and killing random people on boats. That's what's happening. And reclassifying cartels as terrorist organizations. If the president wants to save lives, we should regulate that better. The U.S. military has carried out at least 22 attacks on suspected drug boats on boats. On boats. Not drug boats, because we don't know. Not allegedly drug boats. They're just boats. In the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific near Venezuela so far this year, leaving more than 80 people dead, according to the analysis by NPR, and a new one just happened. During a speech last week in Pennsylvania, President Trump said the strikes are making Americans safer. How is he making Americans safer? By killing random people in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. How are we being made safer? We live and learn. No more Coke and Coke. Feel me? Yep. The war on drugs has, if you count all the overdoses, more than all wars combined. Yeah, it's like, think of the children. It's just an excuse. Yep. Yep, because it is an excuse. It's not about actually going down to the root of the problem. Every boat that gets hit, we save 25,000 American lives, and when you view it that way, you don't mind. Oh, what? Wow, this is impressive, actually. This is impressive. So we're being told that we have to kill people, okay? And every boat which is filled with people, as it were, that we're saving tens of thousands of American lives by killing people. That's the excuse. That's the story we're being sold. Got it. Understood. But most experts on criminal cartels and deadly street drugs say military strikes on speedboats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. And also, not all of these are speedboats. Just to be clear. Yeah, pretty disgusting. Nadia, welcome. Most experts on criminal cartels and deadly street drugs say military strikes on speedboats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific will also have little or no impacts on overdose deaths in the United States, because that's not how they're coming in. Killing a drug mule has minimal effect on the flow of drugs or system of criminal organizations. I mean, yeah. And also, we have no idea that these are drug boats. And also, we have no right to just extrajudicially kill people, even if they were drug mules or drug runners. According to the Felbab Brown, the street drug fentanyl, which accounts for a vast majority of U.S. drug deaths, isn't produced in Venezuela or smuggled in boats being targeted. As I said, that's not how how it comes in. Whatever actions are being taken in the Caribbean have no effect on fentanyl. Said cartels operating in the Caribbean region are heavily involved in cocaine trafficking. Felbab Brown said, but much of that illegal product goes to other countries other than the United States. Remind me again. Which Americans are being saved by this. Yeah, I got it back. Oh, there it goes again. Look at that. It is a constant struggle, folks. I'll share a soda. Others have shared the view that military strikes are likely to be ineffective and could be even counterproductive. All we're doing is making the cartels come up with more potent and powerful forms of drugs to smuggle. It fears more cartels will shift drug production away from cocaine, a risky but far less lethal street drug, and will pivot to dealing deadlier synthetic substances such as fentanyl, methamphetamines, and nitazines that can be produced and smuggled more easily. The added risk makes it necessary for them to do that. Right, because if you're theoretically, if you are if these boats are running, cocaine, right? They're not running fentanyl. So you're no longer going to produce fentanyl. You're no longer going to produce cocaine. You're going to produce fentanyl because that's not what's being hit. It's really that simple. I've had purses snatched, not so much merely lost. This one, I think, this one was on me. I think I did lose my wallet. I have no idea what happened to it. The Trump administration's national security strategist released last month elevated the fight against, quote, narco-terrorists to a key Defense Department priority, called for the use of lethal force to replace failed law enforcement-only strategy. Many critics say the deadly strikes are based on unverified, false, or wildly exaggerated claims. Last month, for example, Trump justified the use of military force against alleged traffickers by saying 300 million people died from drugs last year. Pretty much almost the entire population of the United States just gone. In fact, drug overdose and deaths have been dropping since 2023 and accounted for at least 76,000 fatalities. Cocaine, the drug predominantly trafficked to the Caribbean, accounted for roughly 292,000 deaths, according to the last provisional CDC data. Felbab, Brown, and Singer also believe any deterrent effect of a get-tough approach by the U.S. military will be lost because of what they view as Trump's pattern of freeing and pardoning high-level drug traffickers, gang leaders, and corrupt officials linked to the cartels. Right, because it's not about that. No, I think honestly this problem has been happening beforehand. I have no idea what it is. It might just be my little Elgato capture card device that might be broken. I have no idea. Or maybe it's just a computer, actually. Maybe it's just a computer, because I tried another camera, like a completely separate camera, just a standard webcam, and it was doing the same thing. So I have no idea. Actions such as pardoning the former president of Honduras leads to the question, what is the point of the policy? Well, we can stop here. Put a pin in that. Actions such as pardoning the former president of Honduras leads to the question, what is the point of the policy? Put a pin in that, chat. Juan Orlando Hernandez was convicted in federal court last year in New York on drug trafficking and weapons charges. Trump's decision to free him drew a sharp rebuke from Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, who called the move shocking. It's the leader of one of the largest criminal enterprises that ever subject to conviction in the U.S. courts, and less than 1 year into his sentence, President Trump is pardoning him, suggesting President Trump cares nothing about narco trafficking. Since returning to the White House, Trump has also pardoned the former leader of a drug gang called Gangster Disciples and the creator of a criminal website called the Silk Road used for trafficking deadly drugs. His administration also returned key MS-13 drug gang informants to El Salvador. During his first term, Trump also freed a high-level Mexican military official, General Salvador Cienfuegos Cepeda, from U.S. custody and dropped all criminal charges despite evidence of his close ties to what was then one of Mexico's deadliest drug cartels. Nice. I don't discount that OBS might be the issue. I just find it strange that it happens with every webcam that I do. Maybe it is OBS. I find it really difficult to understand. There's no studied principal focus on counter-narcotics policy. Again, because it's not about the counter-narcotics policy. Asked by Politico on the decision to pardon the former Honduran president, despite evidence he aided violent drug traffickers, Trump suggested without providing any evidence that Hernandez's prosecution by the U.S. Justice Department was politically motivated. No, it's all good. James Fox. 150K U.S. aliens die annually from health insurance rejections. Yeah, why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about the tens of thousands, untold amount of people that pass away because they can't access healthcare? There are many people fighting for Honduras, very good people that I know, and they think he was treated horribly, and they asked me to do it, and I said, I'll do it. Okay. I guess that's how you get a pardon from the president. The Trump administration's militarized approach to drug interdiction does have support from the conservative drug policy experts. We need drastic action, said Andres Martinez Fernandez at the Heritage Foundation. Of course, he acknowledged that the drug deaths have ebbed from record levels, but said the Trump decision to designate cartels as terrorist organization was long overdue. Military action and these designations, beyond them being appropriate, are really necessary to confront the threats. So anyways, going back to this whole, hey, it's really weird because, like, this isn't about drug policy. Yeah, it's because it isn't. It's about this. Explainer, I have severe spinal damage. No worries. I got you. Make America Great Britain Again was a plan to get U.S. aliens NHS healthcare by means of restoring British rule. I mean, by all means, please. Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger. He's threatening to amass more military around Venezuela. And the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before until such time as they are returned to the United States of America, all oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. What? This is unhinged. This is unhinged. The illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from these stolen fields to finance themselves, drug terrorism, human trafficking, murder, and kidnapping, for the theft of our assets, and many other reasons, including terrorism, drug smuggling, human trafficking. The Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Therefore, today I'm ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. The illegal aliens and criminals that Maduro regime has sent to the United States during the weekend inept Biden administration are being returned to Venezuela at a rapid pace. Unclear about that. America will not allow criminals, terrorists, and other countries to rob, threaten, or harm our nation, and likewise, capital N nation, will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, or any assets. All of our what oil or land or assets is he talking about? I'm confused. Has Venezuela taken over a part of the United States I'm not aware of? Like, are we currently under Venezuelan occupation? All which must be returned to the United States immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is unhinged. Okay, so tying all of this together, right? He's designating fentanyl as a weapons of mass destruction. Okay, he is accusing Venezuela of running fentanyl into the United States, even though that's not what's happening. He's accusing Venezuela of taking oil. This is unhinged. So now we start to get a picture of what's happening here. He isn't talking about stopping the drug trade or whatever. He isn't trying to prevent drug overdoses. He isn't trying to save American lives. What he's doing is and very poorly. It's kind of obvious the picture that he's painting. What he's trying to sell is a pretense to go into Venezuela, apparently, by threatening to surround Venezuela, blockade Venezuela, designate them as a foreign terrorist organization, designating fentanyl, which he believes they're processing, as a weapons of mass destruction, because of course now we have to go in, right? This country is producing weapons of mass destruction. Seizing Venezuelan ships. All of this is pointing to him wanting to start a war. Otherwise, what else? Why else would you make fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction? Why else are you building military presence around Venezuela? Why else are you killing random people in the ocean? Land of the fees and home of the wage slaves. True. Real tweet from today. In any other timeline, he would have been disqualified so damn fast. Yep. Biden refused a ton of Europe's directives. Reason why Trump keeps harping on him and Obama. Yes, why else would a U.S. president have closed meetings with the, quote, Rothschilds? I'm not understanding what that means. So I don't know if this was something that I said on this space or on my on my normal show, but I firmly believed that Pete Hegseth was never going to show that boat strike. And lo and behold, Hegseth says he's not going to release the full boat strike video. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Tuesday rejected bipartisan congressional demands that the Pentagon release footage of an airstrike that killed survivors on a first attack on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. No, on a regular, just random boat. In keeping with longstanding Department of Defense policy, you know what? Maybe we should start calling it the Department of War, because that's really what it is. Department of Defense policy. Of course, we're not going to release a top secret, full unedited video to the general public. I believe the general public needs to know what the government is doing, and if they are committing war crimes, I think the public should know. I think the public should know. But we're not going to get that. But we're not going to get that. So it's safe to assume that it's probably really bad. So if they don't have to obey contempt of court, why should anyone else have to? Because they're rich and they're powerful. Laws don't apply to them. Hegseth Secretary of State Marco Rubio and top military officials spent Tuesday morning briefing the full Senate and House on the Trump administration's efforts in Latin America. Efforts? You mean war crimes? Lawmakers have expressed concern about the administration's legal rationale for the strikes that have killed more than 90 people, a military campaign that Congress has not authorized. But while top leaders in both chambers have seen the footage, much of the House and Senate have not done so, including during Tuesday's closed-door briefing. The administration came to this briefing empty-handed, said Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who has pushed for the entire chamber to view the attack. And if they can't be transparent on this, how can you trust their transparency on all the issues swirling about in the Caribbean? Every senator is entitled to see it. All of us are entitled to see it, to be honest. Republican Representative Don Bacon, an Armed Service Committee member, argued that after a House briefing that the Pentagon should release a video to the public, although he expressed support for the administration's actions against the drug groups. Members of the Senate and House Armed Service panels will view the video on Wednesday. Wednesday, tomorrow. Lisa Murkowski told reporters afterward that all senators should be permitted to see the video. She joined Rand Paul and Democrats in favor of a failed November 6 War Powers resolution aimed at blocking Trump from taking military actions against Venezuela. It's important that we individually be able to assess it and make a determination. I mean, but also the American people need to see this, okay? The fact that this guy is doing everything possible, going out of his way to keep this video hidden, tells me that it's probably really bad. Democrats who have pressed for Congress to more deeply probe the strike and its legality exited nonplussed with the administration's answer. Nothing has changed, said the Senate Intelligence Committee top Democrat Mark Warner of Virginia. They're trying to run out the clock in terms of holding off, giving it to the rest of the senators so that the Senate doesn't see it before we break for holidays. Several Republican lawmakers said they received detailed explanation of the process for each strike and that it mirrors the Obama administration's process for targeting al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. Democrats largely counter with the briefing left them no clear on the strategy for President Trump's months-long military operation in the Caribbean. I think this means that he would be unfit for office, meaning like he can't run. The only way we can get Trump out would be to 25th Amendment him or to impeach and remove him. That's it. Otherwise, we're stuck with him until 2028, assuming that the guy leaves. Excuse me. I found the legal explanation, strategic explanation incoherent, but I think the American people should see the video, said Senator Adam Schiff. In a statement after viewing the video, Schiff will attempt to pass legislation this week that requires the Pentagon to release the full video to Congress and to the public, which will almost certainly force Republicans to block it on the Senate floor. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, in a Vanity Fair interview published Tuesday, suggested that the aim the military's attacks on alleged drug boats is to topple Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Trump wants to keep on blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle, and people are way smarter than me on that. Will say that he will. He won't. Democrats and some Republicans fear the administration is acting unilaterally and could start a war in the Western Hemisphere. Senator Mark Kelly, a senior armed service member, re-upped his call for Rubio, Hegseth, and Joint Chiefs Chair General Dan Kane to testify in open hearings on strikes and for his Senate colleagues to see the unedited video. We're all equal in this job. We represent people all across the country, and it's our responsibility to hold this administration and in this case, the Department of Defense, accountable for their actions. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, the chamber's top Democrat overseeing defense spending, scoffed at the official justification in the briefing for not releasing the video, saying it's hard to square with the Pentagon's practice of routinely posting videos of strikes. Hegseth, speaking to reporters after the briefing, touted a campaign focused on eradicating drug cartels that have been poisoning the American people for far too long. The administration has not publicly released its legal rationale for the unorthodox use of military and law enforcement effort that usually involves the Coast Guard seizing drug shipments at sea. You know, like how we normally do things with law enforcement. Will continue to engage with Congress on his counter-drug mission, which is focused on dismantling the infrastructure of these terrorist organizations that are operating in our hemisphere, undermining the security of Americans, killing Americans, poisoning Americans, Rubio said. This has been a highly successful mission. Highly successful. By what metric? You are just... You're just killing people. We have no idea if these people that you are killing are drug runners. You have no idea if what kind of drugs, regardless, like assuming, right, in this hypothetical, what kind of drugs are you supposedly stopping? You don't know where those boats are going anyways. I mean, just on so many levels, this story falls apart. Like, what success are we talking about here? The success of instigating a potential war? Is that what we're doing here? The U.S. military strikes 3 more boats, just kind of tying everything here off on this subject, because this is serious, folks. This is a story that everyone really needs to pay attention, okay? You ever wonder what you would do, for those of you that are on the younger side, like my age, okay? Younger. For those of you that are around my age or maybe younger, you imagine yourself, hey, if I was older and I had the ability to stand up and say something right before the 2001 disastrous war, well, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like, folks. And those of you that were there as adults and did see this happen in real time, is it not the same? It sounds to me, from my understanding and my, research going back to 2001, it's the same copy-paste strategy. You whippersnapper. This is almost unbelievable. I know. We're living through it again, folks. Not that this means, we're gonna go to war with Venezuela tomorrow. But it sure as heck, sounds like, sounds like 2001, and the Trump administration and everyone around him are trying to gin up the American people for this potential war. I was a kid when Iraq happened. It was obviously there. You go. If you can see it, then it sounds to me like you'd be able to see it now. It's purposeful and propaganda, and I'm a real boomer. The U.S. military conducted strikes against 3 alleged drug trafficking boats. Again, just boats, because we don't know, and we should stop. This is a problem with the media across the board. But we should stop taking the government's framing of it, right? Because they aren't alleged drug trafficking boats. They're just boats. We don't know. Killing 8 people, according to U.S. Southern Command. On December 15th, at the direction of Secretary Pete Hegseth, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted lethal kinetic strikes. Lethal kinetic strikes. You mean you bombed them? Operated by designated terrorist organizations in the international waters. Who? What? Who? Like, we have no reason to believe that any of this is real, because there was never any convictions. We don't know who was on those boats. We don't know what they were carrying. Intelligence confirmed that the vessels were transiting along known narco trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and were engaged in narco trafficking. We'll show that evidence. And also, wait a minute, even if that's true, let's say, then why are we just blowing them up? I mean, we certainly don't. In the United States, we certainly don't go around and just performing lethal kinetic strikes on drug dealers. We don't do that here, right? At least 95 people have now been killed in strikes on suspected drug boats as part of the campaign dubbed Operation Southern Spear that the Trump administration said aimed at curtailing narcotics trafficking. It won't, but, okay. The U.S. military most recently struck a suspected drug boat December 4th in the Eastern Pacific, killing 4 people on board, according to another social media post. Yeah, we have no idea who these people are. Why are drug boats running a crew of 4 people? The latest strike comes as questions about the Trump administration's offensive on the alleged drug boats continue to mount, yada, yada, yada. We kind of just went over that. The point being is that they're continuing to do this. And there's no oversight. There seems to be no guardrails at all. And everything points, all of this from designating, fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction to all these illegal war crimes, to amassing more military forces around Venezuela. All of this is pointing to the administration and trying to gin up war, just like 2001. Just like in 2001. Hey, good for Gabby. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not that familiar, James Fox, so I apologize. All right, folks, really quickly before movie night and extravaganza, because, you know, this was a very heavy, this was a very heavy topic. Well, of course he has to go to war now. Well, welcome, Chuck. How else is he gonna earn that Nobel Peace Prize? Of course. Before we get out of here, I mean, like, folks, we don't really need to go into this story because it's just like it really is just nonsense. There's literally no point in going into this story. I just found this incredibly hilarious. So apparently, building the ballroom is a matter of national security. That is all. So the reason why this is happening is because there's a lawsuit to try to stop this ridiculous lawsuit, this ridiculous ballroom, and the White House is saying, actually, we should be able to build this because it's a matter of national security. So yeah, this is absurd on its face. This is ridiculous. They're not building a ballroom. Well, they're saying that rumors they're trying to build what, like a bunker or something. I don't know. I mean, Trump is this vain. So his vanity project of this ballroom is right on point for Trump. So yeah. A data center. No, I don't think they're building a data center. All right, folks, it's about to be just 8 o'clock. I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate all the support. Once again, huge shout out to Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions for standing in here. There's receipts. Really? They're really trying to do that? Is that what's happening? A data center? I'll look into it. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Ladybug. Appreciate you. Thank you, Heat. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, James Fox. Thank you, Good for Gabby. Appreciate all of you guys being here. You guys are what makes this channel go. Folks, if you want to support the channel, spread the word. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the little emojis on the right-hand side. Movie Night Extravaganza is coming up right now. Thank you all. See you next Tuesday at 7 p.m. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. on this space. See ya.
don't. You do. I don't. You don't. I do. You don't. I do. You don't. Listen, when I say I do, that means I do.
Tonight on our third episode of Movies About Movies, we're going to take a little stroll into Toontown. That's right, we're talking about the 1988 Robert Zemeckis live-action animated hybrid comedy, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, based on the comic mystery novel Who Censored Roger Rabbit by Gary K. Wolfe, about a hard-boiled detective named Eddie Valiant, who gets hired by a comic strip sidekick, Roger Rabbit, to find out why the guys who own this cartoon syndicate, Rocco and Dominic, have gone back on their deal to let him have his own comic. The investigation takes a dark turn when Roger Rabbit is murdered, and then Rocco turns up murdered, and everyone knows Roger Rabbit, who may have faked his own death. The novel came out in 1981 and was almost immediately optioned by Disney. Ron W. Miller, the son-in-law of Walt Disney, who had died in 1966, now ran the Walt Disney Company as president, and he optioned the novel because, hoping to expand into ever newer realms, he saw the possibility of making a Roger Rabbit blockbuster. Robert Zemeckis wanted to come aboard to direct it, but Ron Miller didn't like that Zemeckis' last two films had flopped. He hired Jeffrey Prince and Peter S. Seaman to write a draft of a screenplay, and Darryl Van Critters began shooting test footage for this large-scale blending of film and animation. The original cast of Who Framed Roger Rabbit would have been Paul Reubens as Roger Rabbit, Peter Renaday as Eddie Valiant, and Russi Taylor as Jessica Rabbit. But that's not the version we got, because in 1984, despite having success laying the groundwork not only for the Disney Channel, but getting Disney into computer animation by taking a huge gamble on Tron, and also funding a young Tim Burton who had just made Vincent and Frankenweenie, and founding Touchstone Pictures, a coup led by Roy E. Disney, Walt's nephew, Stanley Gold, and Sid Bass ousted Ron W. Miller in favor of a junta, Michael Eisner, Frank Wells, and Jeffrey Katzenberg. Ron W. Miller was out, but still married to Walt's daughter Diane, and they left Burbank and moved to Napa Valley, where in 1981 they had already founded the Silverado Vineyards Winery, and they just spent out their days creating a massive winery, put solar panels all over it, and hybrid engines. Ever the forward thinker. Meanwhile, back at the corporate behemoth Disney, where there were no solar panels, in 1985, Michael Eisner decided to revamp the Who Framed Roger Rabbit project, deciding to bring on Steven Spielberg and Amblin Entertainment as producers. It was Spielberg who went around to Warner Brothers, Fleischer Studios, Harvey Comics, King Features, Felix the Cat Productions, Turner Entertainment, and Universal Pictures, asking them to lend out their characters. The contract with Spielberg traded creative control and box office profits to Amblin, but allowed Disney to keep the merchandising rights. We call that the reverse George Lucas. Spielberg also negotiated complicated contracts with some of the other companies I mentioned, specifically Warner Brothers, where Disney characters and Warner Brothers characters must be treated equally. Daffy Duck and Donald Duck are equally talented at playing piano, for instance, and Disney and Warner Brothers characters are always paired off. Bugs Bunny and Mickey, Porky Pig and Tinkerbell.
I've worked with a lot of wisecrackers, but you are despicable. This is the last time I work with someone with a speech impediment.
Guy who went from having a bad time to a good time was Robert Zemeckis, who had made Romancing the Stone and Back to the Future with Steven Spielberg, and finally was brought on to be the director of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Although first they tried to bring in Terry Gilliam, alt director casting, but he didn't want to do all the work to blend the live action and animated parts. He later said that decision was a huge regret, and he was just being lazy at the time. Another person who could have been cast but didn't get it until he saw the movie and regretted it was Eddie Murphy. Spielberg wanted to cast Harrison Ford because he always does, but the price was too steep. Trying to cast Eddie Valiant was a typical 1980s process. Robert Redford, Paul Newman, Stallone, Edward James Olmos, Jack Nicholson, Wallace Shawn, even Bill Murray. Finally, Bob Hoskins was cast because Spielberg brilliant. Charles Fleischer plays Roger Rabbit. Kathleen Turner, who was pregnant and liked doing a voice acting role, was cast as Jessica Rabbit. Tim Curry and John Cleese both auditioned to be Judge Doom. They looked at Peter O'Toole, F. Murray Abraham, and Roddy McDowall, but ultimately it was Christopher Lloyd because he had just done Back to the Future with Zemeckis and Spielberg. Stubby K, Joanna Cassidy as Eddie's girlfriend Dolores. It would be Mel Blanc's last time as Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig, Tweety, and Sylvester. Wayne Allwine, Tony Anselmo, Tony Pope, and an archival recording of Frank Sinatra. Richard Williams was brought in as the animation director, but in order to do the film, he asked the whole crew and the cast to go out to London, where they filmed at Elstree Studios for the live action parts, and Richard Williams Animation became Disney Animation UK. Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas's effects shop, worked on rigging live-action props that would be held by cartoon characters, and VistaVision cameras with motion control were used for the live-action scenes. After a 7-month principal photography shoot, there was 14 months of a complicated animation and post-production process using cells and optical compositing. The rough animation was shot on the rostrum camera, a special animation camera. Then Roger Williams decided to make the film 2.5 dimensional by doing some light computer compositing to get things like shading, tones, and highlights, followed by lighting effects being composited and animation composited onto the live-action film. After some final arguments with this fucking guy, Roy E. Disney and Katzenberg, about mature and sexual content they feel like shouldn't be in a Disney movie, hence the Touchstone Pictures logo, Who Framed Roger Rabbit opened on June 22nd, 1988.
But I'm a tune. Tunes are supposed to make people laugh. Sit down! You don't understand. Those people needed to laugh.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Mike Scott is the host of the Bottled and Bond podcast, a podcast dedicated to discussing the history of the lore of the 25 Eon-produced James Bond movies and enjoying a cocktail relevant to the movie. I, of course, am the new judge in Toontown, and there are going to be a lot of changes, and your host, Boris Miller. It was me. I framed Roger Rabbit.
Man, it's weird for it to come out this way in the intro, but here we are. I guess we got a whole show to do. So
It's been long. It's been long enough. I need to come out and say I was the one that framed Roger Rabbit.
It's bold of you to say this, Mike. Welcome to the show, man. It's good to have you.
Thanks. Good to be here. Appreciate you guys inviting me on.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Bottled and Bond. That is a show I listen to, even though I'm a couple episodes behind.
Oh, you're the one. Awesome.
Yeah. And it's funny because I have not watched any James Bond movie in a very long time. So
Oh, wow.
it's something where I'm like, well, I'll just listen to these and I'll get around to watching those whenever I watch them. But
Yeah.
it's a great show. I really enjoy it. You and your co-host have a great rapport. And it's an entertaining listen. But who cares about James Bond? We're talking about Who Framed Roger Rabbit. This is one of the movie you quite like, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about it.
I mean, this is nostalgia fog totally for me. I would spend every other weekend at my mom's when I was a kid, and she had like 8 tapes, and it was like Backdraft, and I don't even remember the other ones, but this was one of those tapes. So I watched it 3, 4, 5 times every weekend I was over there. And so now
Was it one of the clunky, the kind of like plastic clunky Disney ones?
No,
For a while.
it was just the old standard. It wasn't a clamshell.
The clamshell case. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Wow, boy, that's taking it back.
But I watched it enough that now I can annoy my daughter by quoting the entire movie as we watch it.
It's very much a film that I saw it in the theater, and I had the realization that was like, oh, this isn't for kids. Like early on. And I was like, cool, because at the time I was like, oh, that's awesome, like I'm into that. But I've seen it a bunch over the years, and this is sometimes you again have that fog of nostalgia, right? And it's like, oh, it didn't really hold up. See Hocus Pocus, right? Not to call anything out, but and then sometimes it's like, oh no, this is actually like kind of better than I remember, which is to say this movie. And I feel like also personally, what a triumph of hand-drawn 2D animation and practical effects that like
Bring
we
it back.
We will never see the likes again of that, you know, and that's sad. So when you say you can't make Roger Rabbit today, that's mostly what I'm referring to.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, also too, really good crossovers with different cartoons from different animated studios.
It was like the Avengers Endgame of, of its time, right? Yeah,
that
it's
got
crazy.
ruined too, apparently, from what I've been hearing this week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I,
but I'm curious,
I'm
Forrest
kind of-
and Christina. Yeah, like what's your experience? Because like I know you're younger than I can.
My first introduction to it was I Love the 80s because they did a segment on it.
Nice.
A lot of stuff from the I Love series was like my first introduction. That's how I learned about Bobby Dearest. But I was like cartoons and live action at the same time. I was like, you know,
Tunes.
Yeah, so I read it on VHS and I loved it.
Interesting, because yeah, I mean, I saw it when I was 10, like in the theater, and I think my dad. This is a long. Mike, there's a lot of episodes of the show that start with me seeing an inappropriate movie for a small child to see, and it's because my dad wanted to see it and didn't want to go alone. That's, I mean, RoboCop, you know, like freaking Total Recall. There's all these movies, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You know, honestly, in retrospect, it's actually not that bad by comparison. I will say, Judge Doom freaked me out as a kid.
Oh yeah,
me
he's scary.
out. Genuinely terrifying.
I
How
have
about you,
one of
Forrest?
those.
Oh, go
so
ahead.
all right. So my experience seeing it was going to the VHS store, running out of Looney Tunes movies to watch, running out of like Disney movies, like a small kid, running out of Disney movies to watch, running out of. I remember at one point I watched like the crossover where it was every single cartoon character and they were telling you not to do drugs, but I didn't realize that's what it was gonna be. So it was like the Muppet Babies, and it was like it was like Looney Tunes. They were all just like, don't do drugs. And then I was like, I want to see something where they all come together.
What if
And
they did
it was
something
Who
cool?
Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
So I bet it just kind of I ran out of like Looney Tunes movies to watch and Disney movies to watch and just all of the different cartoons.
Like this was
and I
like Looney Tunes.
Yeah, like this is like wow, they're in this.
Mike, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're
What were you
fine.
gonna
I
say?
was just gonna say you mentioned about going to see movies too young. I saw
Yeah.
The Fly with my aunt when I was 5, so that was
Wow.
Yes, that was quite a memory.
That definitely beats seeing RoboCop in 5th grade, but
Yeah.
you know, it amounts to the same. And again, there are things that I definitely did not pick up as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Like
Yeah.
you know,
I think
the
that's why
Jessica
it holds
Rabbit of
up
it all.
so well now. Why it holds up so well for us of our ages now is because of all those jokes that you didn't get as a kid. You're looking at it in a different light now, and it's just as fun in different ways.
I think there's people in the chat right now willing to fight a duel over her. So you know, there you go.
So I never really I didn't really think about this too much until I was thinking about the process of making this. Spielberg went hat in hand to including two studios like Fleischer Studios, like Betty Boop and like Felix the Cat. Like they all had their own studios at that point because it had been so many decades that they had been around, and it's like there's just somebody that holds the copyright, and occasionally maybe they make like a appearance in something. And it's Spielberg that had to go hat in hand to each one of these different each one of these different studios, comic places. Like they're owned by just radically different. Like you'll see a comic shop or like a cartoon syndicate, like an actual, like you'll see all these different things. And he had to actually go physically and make these deals because they're like, listen, like we're not gonna, like Michael Eisner isn't going to go to to like Warner Brothers. I think one of them just left Warner Brothers, like as an executive, like their little junta that they had set up with Eisner and Katzenberg, and I can't remember who the third guy was, but like their little junta, that it was all people from different, which is why it's so cool that we talked about The Player last week. It was all people from, like they all were Larry Levy. So it's now run by 3 different versions.
Right,
like
exactly.
the Larry Levy character.
Right,
From The Player.
And it's crazy that it's Zemeckis. First of all, because Zemeckis is unapologetically pro AI now, which is such a freaking drag. Like, don't listen to him talk about it. It's such a bummer. Like, it's just sort of like, I get it, you're technology forward, but come on, dude. But I think it's amazing that this takes place after Back to the Future, but before Back to the Future 2 and 3 comes out, because they filmed those back to back. So all that really Zemeckis had released was Amazing Stories, which was was a wonderful show that was like an anthology show. It was a feature film edited from 3 different episodes of like the show. But there was a show that I remember very distinctly, and not it was like a meant to be like a Twilight Zone kind of thing, but like Spielberg's
Yeah,
sort of
I remember that one.
deal. Yeah, there was some good stuff in there, but it was sort of like he wasn't at. I mean, Back to the Future was huge, but he wasn't at blank check status for this, which is to say a cross corporation crossover noir story, but like also not just like nothing like this really had been done before.
Yeah, well, he had done like his debut, I guess, in like 1978, like I Want to Hold Your Hand, and then he had done in 1980 Used Cars, and those were like so he had gone to Disney, and for whatever reason, like I guess he must have known Ron W. Miller. Like I don't know how he ended up being the guy that went to Disney. Like, hey, I'd like to direct this. But at the time, right, in the early 80s, when they're putting this kind of idea together, he hadn't done Romancing the Stone, he hadn't done Back to the Future. He was kind of just this guy that had two notable flops pretty much to his name. Like two movies that did not do well.
And then Back to the Future, which did great. So I mean, they're like it basically.
But the timeline, though, right? The timeline is that from 80 to 84 or whatever, when Ron W. Miller is running Disney, like the son-in-law. That hadn't Romancing the Stone hadn't come out yet.
Romancing the Stone was that was a pretty surprise hit.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
For us too, at one point.
Yeah, exactly. That was a big episode. I was like, all right, fine, that one's good. I mean,
Did Zemeckis meet Bob Gale on Used Cars? Wasn't that how they first got together?
Ooh.
I could be wrong there. But I believe that's the story. I believe that's it. So that's the best thing to come out of Used Cars is them going on to write Back to the Future.
Yeah, Used Cars. Not amazing. It's fine. It's not horrific, but it's not bad. By the way, snap correction from the comments. Fortunately, I have to fact check for us here. Yosemite Sam and Foghorn Leghorn were not voiced by Mel Blanc in this film, as he couldn't do those voices anymore. He gave those roles to Joe Alaskey. I did not know that.
I didn't say Foghorn Leghorn on the thing, and I don't think I said Yosemite Sam either. I'm getting fact checking on something that I didn't say.
Forrest biscuits to burn.
He was Bugs. He was Daffy. He was Sylvester Tweety, and I think he was Porky Pig in this.
You know what's funny though is that like I watched the most recent Looney Tunes movie. It's like one guy voicing like half of the characters now. I'm like,
the day the Earth blew up, right? Yeah, it was good.
No cracks, Daffy. Oh, okay. And it's doing like an OnlyFans bit.
There's an OnlyFans joke, and I remember that very well.
I was like, this is not for kids, man.
Yeah. No, but it was good, and I feel like the art of 2D, and Disney doesn't even do anymore. Like it's not even a thing that you see anymore.
Yeah, at least Warner Brothers, like, we'll do some 2D stuff.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what Netflix does with Looney Tunes.
With Mel Blanc, right?
You mean the People's Platform, Mike?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Like originally Mel Blanc was Bugs, Daffy, Porky Pig, Tweety, Sylvester, Yosemite Sam, Foghorn Leghorn, Speedy Gonzales, Marvin the Martian, Pepe Le Pew, and Wile E. Coyote. He was all of those voices. And also Barney Rubble, and I don't know how the fuck he managed to jump to the Hanna-Barbera studio.
I mean, a lot. Most of the cartoons were voiced by like 3 people, really. If you think about it.
I recently we played in LA for my birthday with a couple shows. One big one. I went to Hollywood Forever, the Great Cemetery, because I was thinking like, hey, what's a cool free thing to do? Because I have no money, and it was badass. I will say the second most popular grave, first Judy Garland, second one Mel Blanc. Really? Like there was like I was like, oh, I like to see this, but I guess I gotta wait.
I
for
would
these
visit
people
Judy
to get out of the
Garland's
way.
grave.
I mean, more so than like Johnny Ramone, more so than Peter Lorre. Like it was interesting. I was like, oh, Mel Blanc. All right. Cool.
It's a very popular one.
Bugs Bunny, the 2 icons that only matter in this world,
It's a very popular one to take pictures of, and people leave different characters on it. So
because know what, that does make sense because he voiced like 100 different beloved characters. So it's like, of course, he would be popular to visit.
When it says here, I'll put it on the. Can you solo this for us?
Yeah, hold on.
Let's see.
Man of 1,000 voices.
And it says that's all, folks. which I think is pretty amazing. I was like, whatever you put an aphorism on your gravestone, hell yeah.
He was the man of 1,000 voices, and Lon Chaney was the man of 1,000 faces.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, that is probably where they got that's where they got the name. I'm sure, like the title.
Right.
Yeah.
So this movie was remarkable in a number of ways, not the least of which is, and later, it took me till much later on to realize it, that like, no, this is a noir movie. This is a movie about a movie, but also this would have fit fine into our noir month. You know, this is a totally, and
What
it's
do
as much
all
of
these movies about movies have in common? They're all also noir films.
Well, and it's also like a send up of it, just like The Big Lebowski and just like Long Goodbye, like, but it in a way that now it's just kind of normalized that it just comes across like noir. And I find that so fascinating because it's, as we think about that genre, I know we're not anymore necessarily, but as we think about that genre and how it sort of reinvents himself and how the context changes, it's interesting to watch this in a modern, with a modern sensibilities after something like Brick and things like along those lines, where it's like, no, this is playing off of people's idea of noir tropes at the time, and then also what the 1988 sensibility of that in memory is, and it works on multiple levels. And that's just as astounding to me from a genre-wise thing as the IP crossover that just wasn't done, except for like "Don't do drugs, kids." Yeah, like, you know, except for that.
Yeah. Well, I
Just say no.
you know, picking up on it as an adult, because obviously I hadn't seen it as a kid. Chinatown is referenced so much.
It's Chinatown with cartoons, I say that as a compliment, right? It's more or less. This is how I found out about the founding of the interstate highway system, which is like crazy. Like, I found out through a movie that has freaking Roger Rabbit in it. You know, I mean, it's like there's a talking taxi. And that's how I found out about the freaking founding of the interstate freeway system, which is absolutely a racist endeavor that fundamentally changed the backbone of this country in very intrinsic ways. And I found out about it because of Judge Doom. Great. you know, movies are wonderful.
and it's fascinating because they, you know, like the book, I'm pretty sure, is set when the book came out. Like, so they made the conscious choice. Hey, we're gonna actually put this like 4 decades before right now in the 1940s, because that kind of was the heyday of cartoons, and it makes a lot more sense that, you know, Dumbo would be flying to the window, and it would make a lot more sense that all of these cartoon characters from Looney Tunes. I love the idea that they're kind of just loaning out these characters. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh no, they're on loan to the studio for X amount of time,
which
like,
they used to do because
we
people had studio soundtracks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love some of the little like just sight gags in the background. Like even the first cartoon with the Baby Herman cartoon at the end of it, when you see that the mom's legs are just platforms that some guy's walking on, that they filmed for it. And the cows are all outside auditioning, and there's a sign that says cattle call behind them. I love those little things. And some of the cattle call one, I think I didn't even notice until more recently.
Yeah, because there's a lot of like kind of background stuff happening, and that, like, you know, is this there for you like on a second or third watch? I mean, I gotta say, like, first time I watched that, the thing in the bar, and I'm sure we'll get to it when we run through the plot points, where he's like, no, me and my friend Harvey here, and he puts his arm around an invisible rabbit. Dude, that's a reference to at the time it would have been the play, but the movie Harvey. With Jimmy Stewart. And I was like, oh my God, like I never got that before. And I was like, holy moly, that's a deep cut for me. But I did, of course, when I was 10, I didn't get it. But
That was funny too, because I remember I think it was on Saturday Night Live. I think Justin Timberlake had to have hosted, because he did like a Weekend Update with Andy Samberg. They were these Charles Schultz characters, and they were talking about, you know, their characters are a couple, and he's like, I swear on Charles Schultz himself, Jessica Rabbit walked in right now, I wouldn't even blink. And then you hear the drum intro, and Jessica Biel's walking in, and he's like, and Justin Timberlake as this guy, he's like, and then she's like, hey, you want to go on a walk? And he's like, later, fatty. It's just funny, like how this is still like even years, decades later. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is still a very.
She's an all-time cosplay, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be.
Yeah.
If only I had the money, I would have done it tonight.
I think so many like whether it's, you know, the late 80s or the 90s, like some people had like weird formative sexual experiences to watching the Kathleen Turner voiced Jessica Rabbit come in, and it's like, because it's obviously
also
like,
too, like she's kind of modeled off of Rita Hayworth, you know, like
and Veronica Lake,
and also and Lauren Bacall as well, like, in, you know, and so much. I mean, but like there's just so much.
Three of the most iconic actresses of all time. All right,
but
it's true.
There's like a yeah, there's like so many kids I think ended up seeing this, even if it's not really for kids.
Their first
like,
crush was Jessica Rabbit. Yeah, I know a lot of boys like that. And I'm like, you know what? Like people are like, it's weird to be crushing on animated characters. I'm like, no, not really, because they're kind of the first things you watch when you're a kid. So
yeah. And I like that her backup band. I mean, you can see it there. Is the Crows from Song of the South.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
What a great if you know that movie, that's such a great call. Because and that hits an important point too. Is that again, I didn't pick up on the fact that Toontown being like a segregated part of the city, right? Like, as I know they're talking about segregation. Like, I was like, wow, in this freaking movie, like, you know, again with the talking taxi, like they're talking about segregation. It's amazing to get.
I mean,
like,
it's quite literally Chinatown, but you know, like this, it's such a good like bit for that, because it's like, you know, at the end of the movie, he's kind of walking out of it, and it's like almost forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown, but it's like everybody's a cartoon.
Yeah, and again, directed by nobody, but still a great movie, Chinatown. So
yeah, that incredible movie. But it's like, I don't know,
it's weird nobody directed it. Huh?
I know.
Like the entire trolley part, and they make the joke. He says, you know, he's like, oh, I'm so glad Los Angeles is the greatest public transit system in the world, and it's like because the freeway is going to come in, and then that's never going to be the case again. So it's like in that one moment. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's like a public transit nerd or something. This time I was like, God damn, like they made that reference like subtly.
Well, and it was a simpler time too, because you could bum cigarettes off of 12-year-olds also.
Bubblegum kind of, you get the ice cream truck.
Baby Herman, the Baby Herman of it all is amazing as well. Like the fact that it's this like cute baby character, and then like, you know, it's you know, yeah, tough talking smoker, like. I feel like that gag has now been done 4 or 5 times, but this is the first time that I've seen it in something, and it works so well. He has a human assistant, right? That is like, you know, vaguely.
I mean,
towards
Red, like Ren and Stimpy did that a lot. Like Ren and Stimpy did
that cartoon was a cartoon that we had no business watching, but it was Nickelodeon in the 90s, and I loved it.
Yeah, we all watched it.
They had like a kind of similar animation style to a lot of that stuff, and like they did the same. They always put like you know, they always put him in a diaper, and they had it like they're strolling around with him in like a stroller, and then
yeah, it's basically just an extension of the Baby Herman character, right?
Baby Herman has one of the 2 like direct quotes from the book, and it's 50-year-old lust trapped in a 3-year-old dinky.
It's not Song of the South. Dumbo's where the crows are from. They got changed from stereotypical clothing and stereotypical speaking voice of African Americans to actual cartoon characters with suits and ties and no dialogue.
So much racism back in the early cartoons. Like, my God. Like, I mean, like I remember watching an old like Hassan Piker stream where he was going over like how racist a lot of the Disney cartoons were in like the 30s and 40s, and I'm like, yeah.
It's the hummingbirds, by the way, that are Song of the South. I got, you know, bird, like I get my birds confused in this world.
Oh, you're not an expert in birds and all force.
This chat doesn't play when it comes time to cartoon fact checks.
Yeah.
But the crows and Dumbo are literally called like Jim Crow. Like that's the name.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
All right.
So, but then it makes perfect sense with the segregation of it all, right? Like it's they're playing on the instruments because it's like they're in a segregated part of Los Angeles, like, or like they're like the weird, like the one weirdly.
Well, it's like the jazz club. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they'll allow you to play, but you got to get out when, you know.
Yeah, and Betty Boop's the waitress. Like,
right. Which is interesting that early on Eddie Valiant, it's the one tune character that he doesn't like immediately just like be angry towards his Betty Boop. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, they seem to have a history.
Well, they have. That's what I was driving at. Yeah. I mean, it was like
so they.
Well, shout out to that voice, Meg Westall, who was also Aunt Bethany in Christmas Vacation.
And she's the original person who did the voice of Betty Boop too, and it was like her last role.
Yeah, and also
right?
Betty Boop is actually a woman of color. A lot of people forget that little detail. Yeah, because that's one thing I remember when they had Boop the musical recently on Broadway, and everyone's like, "She's not white."
I can't forget that because I didn't know it, but now I know.
So I was like, people were like, "She's not white." I'm like, "No."
Oh, wow.
Mae Questel's also olive oil in Pompeii.
That's right. Yep.
Oh,
And her final role. Do you know what it is? After this, a year after this,
was it Christmas
Aunt
Vacation?
Bethany in Christmas Vacation. She's the aunt that's
So that's her
in Christmas
actual final
Vacation.
role. Okay.
Yep.
Got it,
Yeah.
got it.
But this is her final voice, like her voice, or second, like whatever, like because in that obviously she's just kind of sitting
See,
there.
like I feel
But,
like AI could come in handy with like older voice actors from back in the day. But then also too, at the same time, there's a lot of people who've studied and practiced real hard to sound a lot like. But you can tell it sounds a little too. I guess with today's technology, a lot of the cartoon voices sound a little too clean.
Well, I mean, it's interesting too, like the fact that I mean, obviously Mel Blanc's last role, but pretty much everybody that was one of the I mean, obviously, like, Walt Disney was dead at this point, and this is like the second generation of Mickey Mouse voice, the second generation of Minnie Mouse voice, the second generation, and like we're way past that now.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
they keep
Jim Cummings
training-
took it
they
over
train
Winnie
one
the Pooh.
person, yeah. So it's like Wayne. It's like Wayne.
Jim Cummings did
Alwine
what to Winnie the
started,
Pooh? I didn't catch that.
He took over for Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Oh, bother.
So there's like a whole crew of Rusty Taylor is Minnie Mouse,
Replacements.
Tony Anselmo. Yeah, they're the second generation characters. But I mean, I feel like Mickey Mouse has such and Donald Duck, like, they have such iconic voices that it's like you can train yourself. I think you can train yourself to do that probably more than you can train yourself to be Mel Blanc or one of the Mel Blanc voices.
Or like sound like too much. Like a lot of people don't like Matthew Lillard's Shaggy. They say it sounds too straining compared to Casey Kasem, and I'm like, well, I mean, when Frank Welker dies, who's going to voice Fred? I think Freddie Prinze Jr. should. He does voiceover work too.
Yeah,
I mean, look at
another.
He's still waiting to be asked in to do Star Wars. It was a pretty freaking
Oh my
important
God.
role, and like
do not fuck with Freddie Prinze Jr. when it comes to like Star Wars lore, because he's like, you motherfuckers don't know what the fuck you're like. I've heard him on podcasts, and I'm like, this dude knows his shit.
Well, and he's,
another big
that's
person, by the
irrelevant.
way, who was
he plays an important character in Star Wars too, and like anyway, largely forgotten in the Rebels. Shit,
another person that was kind of set up, I think, within this to be like kind of a Looney Tunes background character, Yo-Yo Dodo, but also was the Toon Shoe when the shoe gets dissolved massive.
Yeah.
Nancy Cartwright, aka Bart Simpson. And during when he gets onto the trolley, I remember hearing it's the dodo, but I was like I hear like what is Bart in this? It's the 1940s. Why is Bart here in my head? And I was like, oh shit! Like Nancy Cartwright is one of the background, like one of the background Looney Tunes kind of people that they had set up for this kind of world.
Yeah, it's like all the women who would voice like young male boy characters in the 90s and early 2000s. It's like, oh, that person voiced Dexter, this person voiced Jimmy Neutron. Like it's a whole like, whoa. I mean, Tara Strong voice still to this day voices a lot of characters, and it's like it's funny seeing her do multiple characters in a single show. Like
Pamela
against herself.
Pamela Alden does Bobby Hill.
Bobby Hill, yeah.
She does that voice, and I always forget that because like now in my head she's so iconic as her own kind of roles, right? Like as live action roles. And then in my head, like she did Better Things or whatever, like that series that she did with Mikey Madison as her daughter. And in she's doing voice acting. She's doing voice acting all the time, and she's doing all these voices, and she tries to make them distinct from Bobby Hill, but Bobby Hill creeps into like all the voices that she does in that show as like a bit.
Well, in that way, that's like when you make an iconic character, it's kind of hard to get away from that.
Yeah.
We could go on and on about just like cartoon voicing, I'm sure, for the entire show, but we should get into the plot points of tonight's movie, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Right. This is a good one. Yeah, I did not realize for years this was based on a book, by the way. Like I didn't know, and I still haven't read it. That's a great story with a beginning, middle, and an end.
One of my mods and chatters knows someone. I think she knows someone. I think she knows someone who knows the guy who wrote the book, or she's related to the guy who wrote the book. And I'm like, wait, what?
Oh wow.
Yeah. Wait. She jumped into the chat earlier when we were talking, and she said it was something like her family knows the guy. But yeah. In 1947, cartoon characters, commonly called toons. That's a slur today. You can't use it. Cartoon characters.
You can't say toon today. It's cartoon American.
Who act out cartoons the same way the human actors make live production. Toons interact freely with humans and live in Toontown, an area near Hollywood, not quite Hollywood, California. Private Detective Eddie Valiant, once a staunch ally of the Toons alongside his brother and coworker Teddy, has become a depressed alcoholic following, I mean, who isn't, buddy? Following an unknown Toon 5 years earlier. RK Maroon is the human owner of the Maroon Toon Studios. Roger Rabbit is a fun-loving Toon rabbit, one of Maroon's stars. Roger's wife, Jessica, is a gorgeous Toon woman, and Baby Herman is Roger's co-star, a 50-year-old Toon who looks like an infant. Marvin Acme is the practical joke-loving owner of Toontown and Acme Corporation. Maroon is upset about recently poor performance of his Toon star, Roger Rabbit. Believes this might be because Jessica's affair. Roger has already put the latest Baby Herman cartoon over budget by $25,000.
Oh,
So I'll start off here. I love that. I mean, that's basically a classic noir setup, right? I mean, this is like full on. The only thing that's different is their cartoons, and it's all played very seriously. Like, you know, it's like the characters
It's
are
like
the characters,
It's like a Christmas Carol from the Muppets Christmas Carol, you know?
right? Yeah, exactly. Where it's played straight, but it's all like this is classic noir setup. Especially for around this time, you know, and I love every part of it and how it all unfolds. You know, it's great. You get to know the characters early on. You know, Roger's distracted. He's you know, his birdies instead of stars, and like that's, you know, obviously ruins.
Yeah, I love that. I love it. I love that they can somehow like make that happen in their mind or whatever. Like which things that they get.
It's because his head isn't in the game. You know, great.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Love it. So, Mike, you anything to add for that piece of the plot? You can just jump right in. We do.
No, I mean, Eddie Valiant, I think, is just a perfect detective down on his luck kind of character, I think. And Bob Hoskins, people say this about characters all the time, but I don't think anybody could have done that role the way he did it. I listened to the commentary, and on the commentary, they were talking about how open he was to all that, because he had to do all those movements and stuff sometimes with nothing next to him. And
this is probably before they had like tennis balls on sticks.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, I mean they had like wires that have guns on it, and those are the weasels. You know, and they were like moving them around. And, he's a theatrical actor, right? He's a serious actor, and he treated it seriously, which is what you got to do.
It was Industrial Light and Magic that was doing this too. And they'd only done, I think, 2 CGI movies pretty much before this. And like, this isn't obviously CGI, but this is like a combination of early CGI and actual animation cells. They kind of did both at the same time. So they're like
this is
working with
pre-Jurassic Park, so it was still like they were still getting it together basically.
They said 2.5 dimensional pretty much is the term they use, because the shadow, the lighting, the shadow, and everything like that is CGI, but the actual like animations are animations,
which it's way later in the plot summary. But there's a great shadow gag like in the back third of the movie. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Like, there's a lot of great gags where it's like, you know, but it's a visual of like you see the shadow being on the big wall, right? I was like, oh yeah, that's a good little throwaway gag. It's good.
It's also, I love that he's pretty much grappling with Toon phobia.
Yeah,
at this point, like this,
it's a real thing apparently.
Maroon hires private detective Eddie
Tunist.
Valiant.
You'd be Tunist if that was like, thank you. All right.
To investigate rumors that Jessica's having an affair. Eddie and his brother Teddy used to be friends with the Toon community, but Eddie has hated them and drinking heavily since his brother Teddy was killed by a Toon a few years earlier. When Valiant claims he doesn't work in Toontown, Maroon tells him that Jessica performs at a club in Los Angeles called the Ink and Paint Club. Love the name. Valiant accepts the assignment for $100, of which Maroon pays $50 up front, and the other half promised upon completion of the assignments. Right, thoughts on the
got stuff to do, got people to see, places to be, you know.
He needs to take the case, you know, and it's something where he's like overcoming the his Tunist tendencies. To do so. There we go. Yo, that's Tunist, exactly. That's that would be today.
Talk about a scene where as a kid, you just don't even think about it when they're playing patty cake at the Ink and Paint.
Oh yeah,
show, and it's like obvious what it is.
Oh, right. Right. Okay. Yeah.
This was very PG, right?
It was
crazily.
PG movies back then are not the same as PG movies today. PG movies today might as well be rated G. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Makes me mad.
After watching Jessica perform at the Ink and Paint Club, Eddie secretly photographs her and Acme playing patty cake. I love this bit so much. Acme playfully squirts ink on Eddie's shirt, which infuriates the private eye until it's revealed that the ink is disappearing ink. Oh, it's it's Chekhov's ink. You all right? Like
yeah, it is Chekhov's ink. Yeah. Dumbo is outside the window and Valiant meets the head of the studio. That's true. That is that's another good cameo.
Balloon throws him a couple
He
peanuts.
jumps back and he's like, but he jumps back, and it's the two things that you really it sets it up that like, oh well, all these characters are on loan pretty much to his studio, but also it sets it up so that he's exploiting the fuck out of them. Like, I can play the peanuts. Like,
you probably could get away with doing Who Framed Roger Rabbit again, considering every studio's buying the other one out to make one giant conglomerate. So it's like,
but it wouldn't be the same. They would use like freaking CGI, and it would even Zemeckis would. But yeah, it is funny that I pay him in peanuts. That's a joke that works on multiple levels.
Yeah.
Right?
And isn't it part of Double too that like it's fucked up how like they keep paying him at like actually at the zoo or whatever, they're like throwing peanuts at him. So it's kind of they're still doing like the.
That's kind of what is bigotry against elephants called?
Elephantitis? No, wait, that's not it. Whoa. sound off in the chat. You bunch of smart Alex. Come on.
I don't know.
Pachyophobia.
So you get the setup right. He's gonna work the case, but he like doesn't really want to. He doesn't like working with tunes, and like clearly there's been some trauma in his past, and it's kind of only alluded to.
Oh well, get over it.
Early
it's
on,
cartoons.
Right?
Well, I mean, you really like they do set it up if you're really paying attention. Which if you're kind of just looking in the corner, like doing something else on your phone or something, like you're not going to see it. But they have the brother. He has like a little shrine to his brother essentially on the desk. Like he hasn't taken the brother's desk away. Like he's deeply like traumatized by this because his brother is like his partner and his best friend, and like so you really do. And his brother seems like the one that was a lot more like amenable to the tunes. And he's like kind of he seems like he wasn't. He seems like he wasn't necessarily the like lead brother, right? Like it's like when a lead character in a movie or something gets killed, and like the sidekick essentially has to do it.
False protagonists, and we see it all the time,
Well, looking at some of the like they pan through some of the pictures and stuff, and he's looking at the photos.
Yeah,
and maybe there's a little later, but it's. I think it just broke him. Obviously, I mean, I think he did love the tunes, and he loved doing what he did with his brother.
All right,
Trunkest.
Chat comes through again. All right.
and then for this episode,
and I feel like that's a trope too, right? It's like it's the private detective that has the storied past, right? And it's done so well here, and it's something where again that's why when you did like F. Murray Abraham, aka Amadeus's chief hater, it's like okay, that'd be cool, but that's a totally different movie. Like, and I agree. I think Bob Hoskins is the perfect guy to play this, which is hilarious because I didn't realize he wasn't that guy.
And I realized he wasn't British.
Yeah. And I was like, I hear it. And he's like, oh, jolly good mate, blood. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
He's a British.
Also, Mark Addy.
I went today, like I knew that, and I went from watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit to then watching an interview with him, and I still was like, oh, because he's like, boy,
and same with Mark Addy, because he's always playing like I remember I think he did that one show called Still Standing for a few seasons, and then I watched him on Game of Thrones, and I was like, what? I'm like, whoa, he's not something, he's not from Jersey or something. What happened?
Well, he's not a tough guy.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So go ahead.
I thought Bob Hoskins because like I'd watch Roger Rabbit and then I watched Hook a ton also.
Oh,
and he has that real Cockney pirate accent, and I just thought, oh, he's doing this crazy British accent.
I watched Mermaids too with Cher. What a pairing!
I'd also seen the Super Mario Brothers movie. So in that movie, he has the same Eddie Valiant. Yes, I mean, but at the time, I was. But so in the Super Mario Brothers movie, traumatized by the Goomba tiny heads, by the way, because I had seen Beetlejuice around the same time.
He's in Brazil too, as well. One of my favorites.
What movies have
Terry Gilliam was
divorced?
I mean, I don't know, a lot of movies I watched back then.
Here we go. Stevie saying Bob Hoskins was also the best Mario. I don't know about that, but that's also a low bar. Sorry, peace and love. To the
better than Chris Pratt. I'm just saying.
Chris Pratt. Yeah.
I mean, Charlie.
Charles Mario.
It's Chris Luigi. I will say that. That's a good casting choice.
Prayers out for Super Mario. Thank you.
Eddie shows the pictures to Roger, who becomes distraught and flees, refusing to believe Jessica was unfaithful. This makes him the main suspect when Acme is found murdered the next day at the Acme Gag Factory, which is the crime scene. Eddie meets Judge Doom and his Toon patrol of weasel henchmen. you know the guy's gonna end up being a good guy when he has a patrol of weasel henchmen.
Yeah.
You know, that's always a great sign for the guy. He's like,
oh,
Man, imagine if the
Chekhov's
Animaniacs had existed before when this movie came out.
Yeah, Chekhov's bourbon's there as
Chekhov's
well.
bourbon,
Yeah,
where Roger gets his drink and he goes, sky high.
yeah, goes berserk like he has the
Yeah.
reaction he does, which is great.
wait, he does. Wait, he does. I completely forgot that I had it queued up earlier. Wait, hold on. He goes.
On the soundboard. Okay. Yeah, and the whole thing of it plays off of the endemic sexism of like, well, Jessica Rabbit, of course she's unfaithful, she's hot, and he's with him, like that whole thing, which is set up early on, and there's a great payoff with that, later on. I mean, multiple points, but
And then
I
so,
think
like,
that's a good one.
The scene before he goes to his old lieutenant comes, that Lieutenant Santini, and just because I want to do this, my Bond connection. This is my James Bond connection. The guy that
Nice.
played
Tie it
Lieutenant Santini, Richard Laparmentier. He was in Octopussy. Very small role in Octopussy, but he was like that's one of the worst ones where James Bond dresses like a clown, but he's one of like the army guys. But that guy also is the guy from the first Star Wars movie that Vader's choking because the guy is taunting him about his sorcerer's ways.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy mouthing off to Darth Vader. Who can forget? That happened once.
Yeah.
Never do it again. You've learned your lesson, right?
But then from then on, no one mouths off to Darth Vader, and they still all get the same treatment.
Yeah, and he still well, Darth Vader's a toxic workplace situation at the Death Star.
This summer, I remember I was counting how many times it happened. Because I was going to file an HR complaint. Two Patrol includes their leader, the names of
that's the Disney Plus spin-off series, by the way. It's the Death Star, but it's the HR department, and it's all just complaints against Vader.
Yeah, it's kind of like the SNL sketch they did with Adam Driver almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Two Patrol includes their leader, smartass, stupid, greasy, psycho, and wheezy, Lil Wayne. Although tunes are impervious to physical abuse, Doom has discovered that they can be killed by submerging them in a mixture of chemical solvents, acetone, benzene, and turpentine. He refers to as dip. He demonstrates this to Valiant. I thought dip was you put it in here and then
Yeah, right. What type of
he
dip are you
demonstrates
referring
this
to here?
We're not talking about Baz Luhrmann here. Go on, move on.
Just don't get the only way to kill tunes is to get them addicted to chewing tobacco.
Right.
He demonstrates this to Valiant by lowering a living cartoon shoe into a drum of dip until it dissolves, leaving only a smear of paint floating on top. I remember being so sad about that.
Horrifying.
Yeah. Well,
Horror of the eyes.
Horrifying. This. Oh, what was the horrifying? Well, it's watching a cartoon shoe get murdered.
Yeah, and you see like the animator does they do such a great job with the eyes, and you see it like it's in peril, and it's like, oh my god, this is like very intense. Like it's intense to watch it now, but I watch it
Yeah,
when
it's like when a dog dies in a movie. It's like, yeah, when a cartoon dies in a 2D live action ish cartoon, you gotta be sad too.
It's like perfectly like that because the shoe literally goes up to him and is like kind of snuggling his where his foot is because it's a shoe, and then he just picks it up and then the shoe realizes what's about to happen.
Well, and establishes the stakes, right? That there is a way to kill tunes, permanently. Because before it's like, oh well,
and not with an eraser.
They go with all this, they can go through anything and like they just pop right back as long as it's funny, right? And here's a situation where it's like, no, that's like very real stakes for very surreal characters.
I do love that Acme factory though, because you get all kinds of Chekhov's devices there too. You get the Chekhov hole, the
portable hole.
Yeah.
I wanted one so bad. I want a portable hole.
You get the hammer.
Yeah.
That both come up later. But yeah,
the singing sword.
It's hilarious because same thing with Acme. That bit is done Wile E. Coyote does that bit and Roadrunner.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
They do that bit constantly. And it's always they always have like an Acme case and they open it up and they have the hole and they put the hole there and then they take the hole off and like do it with paint. There's a Roadrunner bit where he does one of those holes, but Roadrunner does it with paint.
Yep.
And then
it's classic.
Well, hence Coyote versus Acme, right? But that's a different discussion.
Yeah.
That movie's coming out. I can't wait. I'm excited.
We'll watch it.
Rogers' Tunes co-star Baby Herman will use Rogers' innocent and suggests to Eddie that Acme's missing will supposedly bequeaths Toontown to the Toons may have been the killer's true motive. If the will is not found by midnight, Toontown will be sold to Cloverleaf Industries. I like that corporation name, which recently then they sell the dip because, you know, they're a giant tobacco company, which recently bought the Pacific Electric system of trolley cars. One of Eddie's photos shows the will in Acme's pocket, proving Baby Herman's claim. Pretty much immediately, he looks at the photo and he's like, "Hey, wait a second, the will."
Yeah, we had all these Chekhov devices, and now we got our MacGuffin, which is the will.
exactly, yes. And and then we shortly get introduced to Dolores, which I'm sure we'll get into. But I think that it's you establish that whoever the killer, like what the motive would be, right? And that's a classic noir trope as well. It's like, oh, okay, like.
If they remade Who Framed Roger Rabbit today, it would be like 3D animators doing all the killings of these 2D animators.
or they'd have like the evil AI company that's gonna come and I don't know.
Yeah, true.
Christopher Lloyd's still around. He could just come back.
Nice. I mean, he can. I don't think, knock on wood, that man ain't ever gonna die.
It could be a Tron, like they put Who Framed Roger Rabbit into the AI, and like Judge Doom is reborn.
Like the fact
I'm just giving this away for free, but
like the fact that he
don't.
was at Seasons Wednesday, it's like, wow, look at that little Addams Family reunion, literally.
I dipped out on it, and it looked too CGI to me. Ironically, that's the reason why I was enjoying it. I was like, this is ugly. Sorry, peace and love to the Wednesday lovers.
Sadly, he died. Spoiler alert.
What happened to him? He died.
If you have sex, you'll get pregnant and die.
By the way, you could tell me that what I just pitched was the plot of Tron Ares, and I'd believe you because I'm never going to watch that. Thank you. Maybe it is.
Eddie returns to his office and finds Roger hiding there. Roger insists he has been framed. I've been framed. Eddie reluctantly agrees to help after finding evidence of Acme's will. Roger explains after he got upset about the pictures, he went to the Ink and Paint Club to see Jessica, not finding her in a dressing room. He wrote her a love letter on a piece of paper that was lying around. I love that the letter starts, how many ways do I love you? Let me count the ways or whatever. They keep quoting that as like, he waited for her
like
to appear,
1,000, 2, 1,000, so on and so on. That's great.
What a love story,
Yeah, but when the weasel showed up looking for him, he took the love letter and ran away. Eddie wonders why Roger would come to him, seeing as how he took the pictures of Roger's wife. Roger explains because of Eddie's past career of helping Toons. He doesn't know about the Toon phobia problem. Eddie hides Roger in a bar, attended by his girlfriend Dolores. There she is, Joanna Cassidy. She allows them to both do a hidden room at the rear of the restaurant. She tells them that he believes that Acme's death was a setup by R.K. Maroon, and that Maroon wants to get control of Toontown. See, that part I think is the perfect MacGuffin. It's like that setting that up to be like.
Well, it's an extension of who's going to get the land rights, right? Get Chinatown invoked, but we get a couple things here. We get, first of all, that this prior relationship with Dolores is sort of like that speaks volumes to where he's at, which is to say that he's more into drinking than living like a regular life or having any sense of happiness.
I feel you, pal.
And then you also are in a situation where ultimately, again, being like a segregation analog, like Roger Rabbit knows that, like, the Valiant agency is like they'll work with Toons. That's not the case for every detective, right? And so that's sort of like he has to go to, and like, boy, isn't that an analog for like anybody that's not like a straight white person around these 1940s, right?
You'll work with Toons, but it won't work for a Toon. Yeah. It's like he's like, listen, I don't mind being around them, but I'm just not gonna work for one of them.
That's Toonist.
They have a long history of trying to pay you in fake paper. After taking a shower,
or money that runs away when it's funny to do so. Yeah.
Eddie emerges to find Jessica has come into the office. He's like, I
sure does.
Asking for help finding Roger. Jessica tells Eddie that Maroon threatened Roger's career unless she posed for the compromising photos with Acme. Dolores shows up. Dolores shows up and explains that he's serious
and says the classic line that is my subtitle: "Dabbling in watercolors, Eddie."
Nice.
It's also where you get the second line from the actual book, which is "I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way."
Yep. which is like one of the lines that people remember the most from this movie. Which is
I'm on the
Yeah.
right paper, baby. I was drawn this way.
Nice. I feel bad for Bob Hoskins because they were talking about the in the commentary about how like one of the notes from the higher ups was like, "Can you remove some of that hair that's on Bob Hoskins?" they thought it was fake.
and it's his actual chest hair.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yeah, he
they're
was
getting-
very
they're
he was
getting
very
him-
hot in his love scenes with Cher and mermaids. I remember that. chest hair.
They're getting confused.
Yeah.
They're getting confused with Bob Hoskins and the gorilla bar, like the fucking bouncer. They're like,
Nice
which
monkey
one's the star of the movie again? Yeah, Dolores shows up and explains that Eddie's theory is incorrect. Ooh, Dolores shows up. Maroon appears to have no intentions of obtaining Toontown. According to the probate, a company called Cloverleaf Industries put a bid for the rights to Toontown, and at midnight they'll have ownership unless Acme's will turns up. It also happens that Cloverleaf Industries recently claimed ownership of the red car trolley line, the only trolley line around.
That's right. That's right.
Blank, blank, blank.
we-
Charlie.
Yeah, exactly. Me and St. Louis.
Oh, speaking of that, another line that I wanted to that I completely forgot that I wanted to say, and then I put a mental note. I should probably do. Well, actually, I did write it in a physical note, but I never look at them. I write them and then don't look at them. The line is, "What do you know about show business?" And he's like, it's I know there's no business, like it.
No
It's the only one.
business.
It's the only one I know.
Yeah, again, great. I didn't really get it as a kid, but I'm like, oh, that's funny. That's very funny. You know, it's a great line.
I
It's
had
well
like,
written.
there's no business. Like, oh, all right, let's.
There's no business like show business. It's my good myself,
Wait, what?
I can do better.
You
Wanna do
wanna
take
better,
two on
Ethel
that?
Merman?
Yeah, exactly. Just what the audience craves. That Ethel Merman is only okay. Can we do it again?
Hey, people want me to sing, and I'll do it.
Save it for the after
What-
party, kid.
What? Now I can't remember. I can't remember what movie it was. I feel like we talked about it recently, where he's like, oh, the guy in the next stall thinks he's Ethel Merman, and it really is Ethel Merman. It's like there's no.
Oh,
There's
God,
only a
what is
movie
that?
called "There's No Business Like Show Business." I think that's where the song comes from, but I don't think.
Yeah,
it's the
yeah,
movie.
yeah. But it's referenced in whatever some movie song recently. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So again, the MacGuffin continues.
Oh,
on,
airplane,
right?
airplane. It's when he's in the hospital.
there
and
it goes.
Yeah. He's in the,
Have
it's
we
in
not-
the
how come we haven't done
hospital
that yet?
airplane, and then he's like, oh, don't worry, the guy in the next booth thinks he's Ethel Merman. It is Ethel Merman. No, there's no business.
There's no business like show business. It's so easy to hear her voice.
Eddie and Dolores return to the restaurant. Doom and the Toon Patrol find Roger, but he and Eddie escape with help from Benny, a Toon taxi cab. Sheltering in a local movie theater, Eddie sees a newsreel of Maroon selling his studio to Cloverleaf and finally makes the connection. Roger, who has grown up perplexed at Eddie's attitude, asks what happened to turn him into such a sourpuss. Sourpuss? My brother was killed by a Toon.
Don't be such a sour.
Oh no, a Toon! Don't a Toon!
Gotta say, I forgot how much I loved the Toon Taxi. What a great character, man! Like that
Benny.
character rules. Benny is so good.
Also
and it
voiced
just
by Fleischer, the voice of Roger Rabbit. Yeah.
nice. Yeah, he's so good. Just like if there's a breakout character, it should have been him. You never see him cast these days, and it's sad. I thought for sure we'd see him in Cars, but no, I guess he was too old.
See, that should have been the joke that Kristina responded to, but
yeah.
So the
She
part with
brought up
Roger
Cars the
when they
last
went
time.
back, the part where they go back into the bar, I really like that part just because Roger's sitting there entertaining all these barflies, and you got that Angelo guy that was seems like he's going to be a jerk the whole time, and then they go hide in the back, and Doom comes in with the dip, and that's where that Harvey line is, and it's just funny because it was like why. One of the themes of this with Roger, they asked Jessica, why do you like him? Stuff like that. Well, he makes me laugh. So there's hope for people that make people laugh.
It's such a great response, and it's perfect, and it's so cinematic too. It's like, again, echoing down all of these great noir characters and femme fatales and whatnot, and like turning that around in a way that's like, oh yeah, that's yeah, and again, yeah. Hope for the funny people too. But yeah, that scene's great. You know, he's playing the record, merry-go-round broke down, and like it skips, and he's doing the routine and he's skipping while it's skipping. There's a lot of good visual humor that happens with that. Yeah, there's that great part that's in the intro too.
Yeah, that's one of those scenes where they had the practical effects, because for those plates they had to have like a device that lifted them and dropped them, and then they threw over it. Yeah,
and she's getting super pissed because those are her plates. It's like, hey, cut that out, which is great. Yeah, and again, just a great visual gag, right? An old school like vaudevillian style visual gag, and that hideout's great. Like, what's got like the peephole that's like you got the two eyes, and then how about when Doom lures him out at shaving a haircut because he knows that he can't not complete the bit, which is like being on this show, by the way.
Yeah. And with the video
foreshadowing with the
compilations
dip
of
falling.
Conan trying to parrot Kristina and Forrest for 2 hours straight, you know?
And then you get, you know, Roger trying to be like, you know, any last request? I don't know, nose plugs. Great. And then you had Chekhov's drink earlier, and you know that comes in. It's like, oh, you wouldn't want him to last request. He gets drink, and it's like I don't want it. It's like, you do, you know. I don't. You do. I don't. You don't. I do. Like, it's such a ridiculous cartoon turnaround on it, and it works so great. Of course, he drinks it, and
which in that moment you get that he's like, you know, it's not just that he was willing to work with tunes. It's like he has he knows deep kind of psychological psychological connection to the Toontown thing, which makes it all the more heartbreaking. The piano falls on his brother.
Yeah, and it's shown, not told, too, which we always talk about in this show. About when a movie really is doing it well.
You get that little foreshadowing moment with Doom, where the dip gets topped over, and you can see Doom backing away really quickly from it. And
Backing up. It also kind of reminds me of that one episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where I think it was a piano that almost fell on Mac, and Frank's like, "Look out, Epsler," and he's like, "I'm the hero here. I didn't do a crime.
Oh yeah,
I didn't do a hate crime."
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
and they had to figure out who gets the check or whatever.
Yeah, that's the hero versus hate crime.
By
the way, I love that show's been around so long that they'll just do anything at this point, and it works. And it works. It's respect.
And they're all slowly becoming their characters too, which is like sad. Like they're all getting like different like fillers and like.
I love how they made fun of that.
Well, Rob McElhaney apparently wants to be called Rob Mac now, and he didn't inform his wife or kids about that, which is like, okay, dude.
I mean,
I don't know if this is a bit just like gaining and losing weight and not telling anybody, like ZZ Top style between seasons was.
He also he has
obtaining mass. Conan, remember that?
Well, sure, but
he has like a deeply pathetic and desperate Dennis and Max style friendship with Ryan Reynolds, where Ryan Reynolds like he's inviting him into movies, he cuts him out of scenes and doesn't tell him for something like Dennis would totally do, and then he's like he has to tweet at him and be like, "Hey man, saw the movie, I'm not in it," and then he's like, "Oh man, sorry."
I do think it's funny the one episode from the last season they kind of poke fun at the fact that we point out like, "Hey, y'all getting fillers and veneers and shit like that." And they kept changing their appearances, and I'm like, They know.
We can save some of this for the after party. We don't have to do the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia breakdown right now. Psychoanalysis.
Oh, it's always sunny in Philadelphia. I really like. You see why Roger Rabbit is such an appealing character as they're having the conversation where like it's so pathetic, but it's like while they're talking about how his brother was killed by a tune, and Roger Rabbit becomes so pathetic, and he's like, "I would hate me too if I were you." And he's like, I don't hate you. And he's like, well, then why do you grab my ears?
Don't always grab your ears.
Yeah. And then he's like, I'm sorry for grabbing.
Like,
I'm sorry for grabbing your ears. And he's like, oh yay!
All the times you grabbed my ears. All the times you grabbed my ears.
Yeah. He's like I don't know, like in the way that like a lot of like kind of rabbits are, like they can kind of do that like kind of pathetic thing where they like flop down, and it's like
Yeah, yeah.
to get away from predators, and like you know. Like,
It reminded me I never watched that new Watership Down, and the other day I was like, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not
Watership
strong enough to watch that
Down.
right now." Yeah, do not show Who Framed Roger. Do not show Roger Rabbit of Who Framed Roger Rabbit Watership Down.
Talk about a.
It'd be like showing him come and see, everybody. That's the joke. Thank you. All right, brought back around.
I'm
You just have
excited
real
for
noir
this
moment.
for this war movie. This
No,
movie's
no.
gonna be very exciting.
Nobody expected a come and see reference on Who Framed Roger Rabbit episode. But
Wow.
Here we are. Here we are.
I like that he's very excited whenever it's cartoons. But he's like, I hate the news. I don't want to watch the news on the newsreel. And it was like, yeah. Many years ago, while investigating a robbery at the First National Bank of Toontown, Eddie and Teddy. When Eddie said he doesn't like, when Eddie said he didn't like his Teddy, you knew he was a no good kid.
Man, we saw the Horror Picture Show. Happy.
No.
Nope. We're
Even
chasing
at
the guy
the
who dropped the
50th
piano on the,
anniversary.
from 13 stories up. The piano broke Eddie's arm, but killed Teddy. Eddie never did find out who the tune was, except that he had burning red eyes and a high squeaky voice. I think when I was a
Check
kid,
out
I saw that it was.
description.
Hi, everybody.
I think when I was having like flashbacks to be a kid and seeing this. I think at one point I was like, "Is it going to be Roger Rabbit?" That's that accidentally like put a piano on his brother. Like I don't know. I knew it wasn't watching it this time around, but I remember just thinking like, "Oh no, it's going to be Roger Rabbit that accidentally killed his brother, isn't it?" Like after having a drink, like I think that's what I thought it was going to be because his eyes do like flare up when he has a drink. And it's like, so he goes to have a drink and then he actually hits the piano and the piano falls on like the wrong way.
Oh, that was like an accidental death. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Roger feels terrible about this and sobs, but Eddie is justified in his hatred of him and Tunes. And so he's like, I'd hate me too if I were you. Eddie placed a call to R.K. Maroon telling him he has the will. As a way to get in, when there's a will, there's a way. As a way to get in to see the studio owner. Arriving at the studios, Roger is told to stay by the car, probably for the best. While Eddie goes to the studio to interrogate Maroon, Jessica abducts Roger. Maroon explains to Eddie that Cloverleaf will not buy his studio unless they can also buy Acme's gag-making factory. His plan was to use the photos to blackmail Acme into selling. Maroon then goes on to try to explain more when suddenly gunfire erupts and Maroon is wounded. That like gun just kind of creeping in is a perfect noir thing too. The gun
totally.
that goes through the open window.
Yeah.
I also like Roger Rabbit standing by the car and going, he's like, there's no way I'm getting away. I'll stand here until you come back. And then he just gets hit by the pan.
Yeah, like immediately.
Yeah.
I like the noir moment right before that with Eddie and Dolores in the theater where he's like, you need to get yourself a good man, and she's like, I already have a good man, and it's just very, very noiry. I like that, but yeah, that's because that's where Eddie finds out about the whole. He figures it out there because he's watching that newsreel, and he figures out what the plan is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because the news, the fake newsreel, which is great.
Yeah,
that's really well done.
Fake news. Just kidding.
By the way, oh no, not Patty Cake. This is my favorite, most feared kids movie way back when. I love when they actually show they actually show that it really is Patty Cake that they're playing. Like, because you think because you're like, oh yeah, Patty Cake, and then they're like.
They're actually
in the photos.
Patty cakes.
They're playing patty cake.
Yeah.
I mean, Jessica was
Come and
enjoying
see.
it.
I want to snapshot.
Ship Down would be the come and see of Roger Rabbit's world. Yeah, that's what the bit was. Thank you, everybody. Lovely audience.
and then his like, I don't know.
That joke kills on the Criterion Channel. Go ahead.
His version of like, I'm trying to think of like a movie about like the world's smartest guy, like Winnie the Pooh. Like the rabbit's like the wisest, like one of the smartest characters of that or whatever. And he's like, see, there's a movie that we can all enjoy together. Yeah. Wait. So, however, wait, hold on. Before Maroon
So
could say
Jessica
more, he's
abducts
killed
Roger, right? So
Yeah.
that's where we're at.
Before Maroon could say more, he's killed by an unseen assassin. And Eddie, well, you see his gun, at least it's like the world's longest gun. And Eddie sees Jessica fleeing the scene, thinking that she's the killer. Eddie pursues her into Toontown. What do you guys think of like? I love that like he stops at the thing and realizes like, all right, I have to go into Toontown, and they go in, and it's like it's such a completely different world. And
Well, it's Wizard of Oz like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're all singing that song isn't just from this, right? It's like I've heard that song
I
other.
don't know. But you got like all everyone's dancing and like it's just like this like crazy like it's Wizard of Oz style as far as like the prestige of it all. And he ditches his alcohol as well, which is also notable for character
using his dum-dum gun, which
That's
my
right.
wife got me a shirt that has dum-dums. I got this
Oh,
for my
fantastic.
birthday. That's the dum-dums.
Yeah, the anthropomorphized bullets are fantastic. They each have their own personality and like lived
But they're
experience.
Yosemite Sam's. they're Yosemite Sam's bullets.
Yeah.
And it's another moment where you get to see you get to see his deep connection to this world. There's a signed insignia, and it's like thanks for getting me out of trouble, partner, Yosemite Sam. And like
and they all the bullets greet him as a friend. And how great is that when we see like the jaded private dick who's like, oh, I'm gonna have to go back to violence, and like the gun greets him as a friend. Like, no, they're literally greeting him as a friend. The bullets are.
Yeah.
It's so good.
They all ask him, "Where you been, Eddie?" And he's like, "Drunk."
Yeah. He's not wrong. But yeah, real quick back to the transition to Toontown. I mean, to me, it is very much a Wizard of Oz style homage, right? Where it's like it's like black and white to Technicolor. It's like that's he's in Toontown now, and he wrecks the car almost immediately. By the way, which is also hilarious.
Or you get another great gag where the truck that he hits, it says Acme overused gags.
Yeah, great. And they're spilled all over the street. It's awesome. There's a few movies I saw this year that had that same gag. They just didn't know it.
Also, they have the bit where Jessica Rabbit goes, "Oh, my honey's he's a great guy, but he can't drive that well."
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Very good.
It's like I feel you, buddy. Like he's listen, love the guy, not great at driving.
Not great at he's great at many things. Driving, not one of them. Yeah.
Oh, just get in the car. I'll drive us there.
So it's important to note too that at this point, Eddie's very convinced that that Jessica's the assailant, right? That Jessica's the murderer. So it's
always the femme fatale types that get accused, huh?
It's the whole noir thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's why some people are like, oh, it's a sexist genre. It's like, oh, well, there's a lot of sexist genres, but
yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying there's a lot of them.
We gotta help the dames, but some of this goes to Maltese Falcon. Speaking of like MacGuffins and stuff, because it's like we were talking earlier about how his brother's his partner, and like he has to, it's such a devastating thing for him. I mean, in Maltese Falcon, he doesn't even like his partner. He hates his partner. In fact, he thinks his partner is like the worst. Yeah. But still, he has that great speech where he goes, "When your partner dies, you're supposed to do something. It doesn't matter if you liked him or not. You're supposed to do something." And that's one of those great Humphrey Bogart speeches. Like it kind of rings in my ear. They had the idea of having the Looney Tunes Humphrey Bogart as making a cameo, along with like a lot of the other.
Oh my god, which we've referenced so often on this show. We referenced the Key Largo. We talked about him. We talked about it, and Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Like that would have been amazing. That would have been
Sometimes I sometimes forget that before voicing Roger Rabbit, Charles was in A Nightmare on Elm Street as like the sleep doctor. I'm like, talk about a range, am I right?
Yeah. Exactly.
If you like seeing Kristina dressed kind of Jessica Rabbit-y, subscribe, like, share, and subscribe to the Movie Range.
Eyes are up here.
Nice booby trap. By the way, I laughed so hard when I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's such a good gag.
Boobies. I wonder when Bob Hoskins has his regular voice. There's no way he says boobies. I wonder what he calls. He's like, look at those yams, mate. Look at those.
Yams. I think yams is what you settle on. That's great.
I think you know why. because I just watched Sorry Baby when he's like, what you think when I was growing up I thought I looked like a yam with a face on it or whatever.
Yeah,
the John
that's
Carroll
right.
Lynch line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is a great movie. Ava Victor. That's a
yeah. I watched it twice in the week.
Yeah, it's
And then
pretty
it was,
stunning for
and
a
then was,
debut. I mean, yeah.
And then was
Go
way
ahead.
behind on doing stuff for this because I watched it twice.
He's watching Sorry Baby again. I don't know.
I'm watching it backwards. It's gonna be Baby Sorry.
There you go. It's the tenet of Ava Victor movies. Okay, go ahead. Tenet, everybody.
Memento, but it's Sorry Baby.
Yeah, Tenet's better because Tenet it's like time travel stuff
Yeah,
backwards.
I
You
know.
what? I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
I
explain
know,
it to you. Go ahead. Let's move on.
However, the bullet, she like, all right, after a series of madcap hijinks through the Toon City. By the way, where we get him falling off a building, and then we get Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse.
Tweety Bird, first of all, murderer, attempted murderer,
Yeah.
Tweety
Yeah.
Bird. Can we give a
I
shout out?
I thought, but he did.
He just ran out of pitties. I mean, that's
Yeah.
all it was.
Yeah, that's it.
We get a little cameo from Droopy as the
Tweety Bird did nothing wrong. Oh, Droopy is the
I love
elevator
the
operator.
elevator,
So
yeah.
great. Yeah.
Droopy Dog's one of my favorite, just straight up characters from
Yeah.
anything. Like his that voice and everything, like was like I don't know, like I can't even do it off the top of my head, but I love the voice, I love the face, and I just whenever I see him, whenever I see him in something, I'm like I love
Well,
that
we
guy.
also get the great, like, he thinks it's Jessica Rabbit, but it's the other character. Man, that
Lena Hyena.
yeah.
Makes me
I like
Tweety Dog
that,
makes me want to get a Basset Hound so bad.
when they when they describe the I'm trying to find it.
Tweety Bird's always giving low key serial killer vibes. I don't know,
Yeah.
sociopath at least. I don't know about serial
Hello.
killer.
What about Sylvester the cat? Come on now.
Sylvester, yeah.
Tucker,
We can
Tucker,
we can psychoanalyze Tweety and Sylvester later. All right, I'm just saying.
Suckering sociopath. There's I'm trying to find where they described it in this, but maybe I don't know, maybe I'll just go to this. But Lena Hyena, they had a great description in on like the Wikipedia where it was like an unattractive toon human who Eddie mistakes for Jessica. So there's
Lena Hyena. Yeah.
There's always one that kinda-
Well, and that's June Foray, who also did like Rocky the Flying Squirrel and like some stuff in Cinderella and a couple Warner Brothers characters like the Granny. I think in
Tiny Toons.
I think so. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Well, and Looney Tunes before
Remember
that
that run of like baby Muppet Babies, Tiny Toons, just babyfied versions of our beloved characters.
By the way, I'm sure Looney Tunes is going to snap correct me if I'm wrong about that. So I'm almost worried that I got that wrong.
I feel like part of my personality was formed by Muppet Babies because they're always doing the movie parodies. It's like they're clearly just so based off of every movie or whatever. I remember they did a Star Wars one. I watched that. Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse. That's where you get those at flying through the sky, and they don't have a parachute. And he's like, "What's up, Doc?" And he's like, he says he's gonna hand him something, and then he hands him like a tire so that he actually falls through.
Oh, the spare. Oh, you want the spare? Are you sure you want the spare?
Yeah.
And it's a spare tire. Yeah, great. I mean that's
the classic ain't I stinker?
Yeah.
Ain't I stinker?
And of course, there was the whole thing that if to use the Warner Brothers and Disney characters, they both have to be on screen at the same time with the same amount of screen time. We actually went past we
went past the Daffy Duck.
Daffy and
They
Donald.
also have to be equally talented. Like the reason that they're doing the dueling pianos is that they actually said so one can't because I think they were afraid that they were gonna make like the I'm trying to think of a better word for a maroon. They're gonna make the Warner Brothers
one would be the butt
maroon.
of the joke, and then
what's interesting though too about like Daffy Duck is that Daffy Duck suffers from the character getting lobotomized. Like you know how some characters are intelligent, but then something happens and they get lobotomized.
I've known some Lena Hyenas in my life. Let me tell you.
But like, I feel like Daffy Duck suffered from this because when I was watching, the recent Looney Tunes movie, I'm like, why is Daffy Duck like a chaotic dumbass? Like he's not like this in the old Looney Tunes cartoons. Like he must have they must have lobotomized him in the last like decade or so.
Okay.
Hey,
Guess I missed
hey,
that one. Yeah.
They did it to Ariana Grande in the Victoria show. Cat Valentine was actually very smart and sassy, but then they made her dumb for some reason.
Daffy Duck wears no pants, and I respect it.
He also likes to show crack.
One flew over the duck's nest. Lobotomized him at the end of it.
There you go. That would be.
Hey, the guy that I follow on TikTok who does a good Hugh Jackman impression did a good cover of No Good Deed from Wicked for Good as Donald Duck, and it was phenomenal. I couldn't stop laughing.
I just the other morning after we streamed a couple of days in a row, my brain was just shot, and I think like I had a drink or something, and I said the video of Donald Duck trying to tell you about your warranty.
It's good gag. All right. Let's get back on the cartoon train here.
Yeah. So, thinking that she's the killer, Eddie pursues her to Toontown after a series of madcap hijinks through the Toon City. Eddie finds himself in an alley with Jessica pulling a gun on him. However, the bullet she fires streaks right past him. It's the same kind of bit. I feel like what did we watch? What did we watch recently?
God, there was something we just watched that had that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think I was thinking about the Sting. At the end of the Sting, where the woman's about to kill him, and then there's the guy that runs up behind him and goes,
yeah, and she's shooting it. Yeah. That's I know I've seen it in something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah. Because again, we're led to believe when you haven't seen this film, you're led to believe, oh, Jessica killed. He may not be behind everything, but she killed that guy. And this is like before you learned that that's not the case.
Well, and she's Acme's mistress.
Yeah,
patty cake partner, mistress. And she's so it's like you're basically led to believe that she knew that she could get the will if she killed her. If she played patty cake. He had the Nelson Rockefeller style heart attack. And they found him. They found him in the room like this with the patty cake. Nelson Rockefeller, everybody. When she approaches, she points to a gun. died in his boxers with his mistress.
What a way to go out,
And she was trying to pull up his pants as the cops came in. When she approaches, she points to a gun on the ground behind. Apparently, Doom, Dr. Doom. Yes, our good friend Dr.
Robert
Doom.
Downey Jr. character, Dr. Doom.
God, don't even get me started on that.
We won't.
And his fantastic four weasels. Apparently, Doom was planning to shoot Valiant, and her bullet saved his life. After saving Eddie from being shot by Doom, Jessica reveals her actions. Hold on, I just accidentally X'd out of the page because I'm great that way.
Well, and she mentions that's when all he gave me was a blank piece of paper, right? And again, Chekhov's disappearing and reappearing ink.
Yeah.
Is that play there, which is an excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, wild antic. Yes, it is indeed a wild antic.
By the way, apparently Doom was planning to shoot Valiant, and her bullet saved his life. But the only way to stop the bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. That's the lesson here. After saving Eddie from being shot by Doom, Jessica reveals her actions were to ensure Roger's safety, and it was Doom who killed Acme and Maroon. Acme gave his will to Jessica for safety, but when she examined it, the paper was blank. Oh, why is that?
Yep.
Roger had disappeared from Jessica's trunk. Both Jessica and Valiant managed to thumb a ride from Benny, who helps them escape from Toontown. Great.
Chekhov's thumb in that case. Yeah.
Yeah. Or I was thinking the Eagles from the end of Lord of the Rings. The Eagles come back and
that works.
Yeah. Which they could have just called the Eagles in the first place. Well,
we covered that when we did Lord of the Rings. I was like, why didn't you just call the freaking Eagles, man?
Maybe they were afraid.
And the answer is Don Henley was a dick. That's why.
I was gonna say maybe they were just taking it.
Yeah,
easy.
I was gonna say maybe.
Everybody's got it.
The dude
Who likes the Hotel
like,
California, right?
I hate the Eagles, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Fly Eagles.
The dude was unfortunately in the Fellowship. He was cut out later. But.
You have my sword and my axe and my rug, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's good. All right, come on. Let's stick this landing. Let's go.
After saving Eddie from being shot by Doom, Jessica reveals her on the other
I
side.
shouldn't
of the tunnel,
encourage it, but I do. Anyway.
Doom is waiting with a barrel of dip that ends up flattening
Yeah,
Benny's tires.
here. Last thing with Smith. The Eagles were regrettably stuck in the Hotel California because you can check out and you can never leave. There you go.
Yeah.
Bit over.
I fucking hate that American Horror Story did the literal plot of that, where they're like, oh, it's a hotel and you could
Oh,
never
did they?
leave, and it ended with hotel. Yeah, that was when that show jumped the shark. I was like, I've seen one episode of that
The
season. And I was
addiction
like,
demon.
done.
I was like, what the fuck is this?
I've never seen that show, and I doubt I will.
Giant drilling nail dick and rapes addicts.
You're not selling it to me.
The point.
There's two really amazing seasons, two like pretty good seasons, and then it just gone.
Look, man, even a
And
blind
I
chicken
watched
finds a
it.
kernel of corn now and again. All right, I gotta say, it's only
You
got so
know,
much time left in this world.
Oh, you know, that's the I wish I was blind chick. Eddie, Jessica, and Roger are captured by Doom, and his weasels are held at the Acme factory, where Doom reveals his plan. You always want to reveal your plan, and you always want to talk about it at length. And you know, you want to make sure that
finally
if
get
people are
what you want, you gotta spill the tea.
they're over a barrel of dip, or maybe some sharks. I don't know.
May I remind you, we're on with Mike Scott, who literally does a James Bond podcast. So yeah, he knows all about it. Yeah.
That's why I was
Bottle and Bond.
Doom walks away and assumes the weasels are going to take care of everything. That's what the henchmen do.
That's what henchmen do. Exactly. They're henchmen in here.
It would be like I'm just imagining the version of it that it's like they're over a thing of sharks, and it's like you know, like they're
won,
swimming.
and it's like, no, you haven't won. Even talking about your plan and something's gonna give every time they fall
I like
an award.
I like a martini, shaken not stirred, please. I do like the idea of a Bob Hoskins. He's James Bond with his regular voice.
Oh man,
And yeah.
Need some closed captions for that one.
Bob Hoskins is Bond, and Danny DeVito is like the villain.
Well, that's like John Benjamin as Archer.
And at the end of it, you find out. At the end of the movie, you find out they're brothers. Twins.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's not talk about that. We'll get to that.
Eddie, Jessica, and Roger are captured, held at the Acme factory. Since he owns Cloverleaf, it's still a great company name. Like it really does sound like a company that you would. And Acme Will is yet to turn up. He'll take control of Toontown and destroy it with a mobile dip sprayer. I hate when my mobile dip sprayer goes into effect and it's getting all over the place. It's like 3 a.m.
It must have been in its freeway.
It only gets worse, pal.
Oh no, my mobile dip sprayer won't spray anymore. And force people to use it by dismantling the train fleet and make a fortune through a series of businesses built to appeal to motorists. I mean, that's one way to put it. It's one of those things where seeing that scene.
You're talking about our president.
Yeah, but no, it transported me to watching that as a kid. Like his great thing where he's talking about the freeways and the rest, but he does it in such like a classic old kind of villainous way where he's like restaurants that serve fastly served food, and he's like he's describing everything in this kind of off-putting way where it's like kind of uncanny valley.
Yeah.
And it's all
He's
like
like,
stuff that's just like, no, that's just reality now. That's
And at the end, he's like, "My God, it'll be beautiful."
Yeah.
It's not.
Great.
It's not. It's
Christopher Lloyd is so good in this role. I
He
mean,
didn't blink. Any scene that he's filmed, he does not blink.
Really?
The entire
Oh, I wonder. You know what? That's one thing Jenna Ortega did on Wednesday. Tim Burton's like, "You're not blinking. Keep doing that." And I'm like, I wonder where she got that idea from. Will you cut that out?
When Roger unsuccessfully attempts to save Jessica, the couple is tied onto a hook. This is what you want to do. You want to make sure the couple is tied onto a hook, and there's something down there.
And don't just kill them
fully lowered
immediately.
into.
Make sure it's
Yeah.
make sure it takes at
Make
least 10 minutes.
And don't shut up about how you won. It's like
There's a version of that has to
Leave it to your very competent minions who have definitely proven themselves time and time again to be very valuable in your resources.
There's got to be like a version of a Bond movie where he gets he gets captured by like a cartel, and they're not playing with the I'm gonna give you a long story because the story is just I want to sell drugs, so he's popped James Bond almost immediately. And it's like he didn't have the time to get away that time.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be the
It's the Scarface.
It's a choose your own adventure, James Bond. That would be like the first bad decision.
Not dying another day. You're dying today.
You die today. Yeah, exactly.
Die another day. Oh man, this is
Worst Bond song ever. Anyway.
Tomorrow never dies. You know, you only live twice. Really? It seems like a lot of time.
Let's die.
All right. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Eddie distracts the weasels by performing a comedic vaudeville act full of pratfalls, causing them to die of laughter before he kicks their leader into the dip. I love that he can't come up with it. He's like, I love to see my time. I can't complete a rhyme, and he's like,
I get stuck
like,
yeah, yeah. Kick you in the nose.
Nose? That don't
doesn't rhyme.
Yeah, like,
No, but this does. I thought that was the most amazing scene I'd ever seen in my life when I saw that as a kid. By the way,
scene is awesome.
So first time I saw it, I thought it was silly and loved it. Second time I saw it, I was too cool for school and was like, oh, this is the worst part of the movie. And the third time I saw it, I was like, no, I was right the first time. This is like one of the most badass things. Because you also have the thing that he's trying to save everyone, and he's basically overcoming like all of his internalized faults and trauma to do like the most demeaning thing possible, because he knows that's what'll happen. Because over and over again, we're told, oh, stop laughing, you'll laugh yourself to death, over and over again with the henchmen. Which is, I love that as a conceit. It's great. I love that it's brought up like so often. And I think it's so, it's an act of heroism, right? So the too cool teenage me who saw it was like, this part sucks, except for the ball kick. That was good. Was wrong. And this scene is brilliant and beautiful. Thank you. Yes, someone gets kicked in the balls, and it is beautiful, and it is not Jackass. Thank you.
Is Eddie Valiant?
Oh, so I had a thought. I had a thought about this next part.
On his mother's side.
Doom is flattened by a steamroller while fighting with Eddie when he survives, revealing he's actually disguised Toon and Teddy's murderer. In my head, because I had seen the Naked Gun, the original one, when Ricardo Montalban's crushed by the steamroller, and he goes, "My father died the same way." And I was thinking, like, Christopher Lloyd is the father of the captain in the Naked Gun.
Canonically, it's yeah. Overcoming his Toonism to save the day from the comments. Just wanted to throw that. The getting killed by a steamroller does not seem like the best way to go.
Hey, remember in Austin Powers where it's like move for like 20 minutes and he just stand there, it's like
the whole time I was watching the steamroller go over him, I was like, I want to take this and go dun 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 dun. My father died the same way. Struggling against Doom's Toon abilities, Eddie empties the machine's dip supply, spraying and dissolving Doom to death. A hell of a way to go. I would have taken the steamroller. The machine crashes the wall into Toontown, where it's destroyed by a passenger train.
Immediately, and I love that bit. Like, just like the second it breaks through, like the train just hits it and it's gone. It's
So if you pause that on each of those train cars, there's apparently like crimes being committed in each of the train cars, like people are getting murdered and stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
Ugh. And another crazy thing, have any of you
there's a munchkin that's been hung.
Have you ever seen what Doom really looks like the Toon version? Google it sometime, because it's like he's like all blue with like crazy red hair.
Like without the mask and all that.
Oh, so he kind of looks. He really looks like Paul Giamatti in Big Fat Liar. Orange hair, blue skin.
I somehow saw that scene recently. Doom cartoon. Oh, did you mean Dr. Doom? No, I meant Judge Doom, his brother.
Yeah, please. How dare you? How dare you?
Oh shit, that's what he looks like.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta put it on the screen.
I know. I'm trying to go down to it, but it did the thing where it's like, hold on. It did the thing where it goes.
Gotta join the Patreon to view this exclusive content.
Red eyes and all.
His name is his real like yeah. Dun, 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 Da, 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 da.
There you
Oh
go.
wow. Okay.
Like the Grinch's uncle.
Yeah. I was gonna
Yeah.
Like,
say,
that's
He's
what I.
just
That's why
blue
I.
with red eyes.
By the way, same writers of The Grinch Stole Christmas, the Jim Carrey one. Same writers of this movie and that.
Dr. Doom was trying to save the
That's why I
family
love-
name.
That's why I love it.
This is what I assume at the end of if they just let it go and like he didn't get killed at the end of The Fly. This is what I assume
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum would eventually look
Maybe
like.
the end state. Yeah, sure, makes sense.
He's the
Wonderful.
he's the Brundle Fry.
He's just happy to be here, you know.
Just
Jeff Goldblum.
clear the Gag Factory, worst comedy. Gag Factory.
Well, I mean, what the gags that are there, you know? Anyway,
It's just everyone's carrot top that performs at the Gag
I was
Factory.
gonna say, that's where I'm doing my
Roger's-
set on Tuesday. Come see me at the Gag Factory. Funny Man, Conan, Neutron.
Every seat has a whoopee cushion. Roger and Jessica are lowered to the ground just in time for Benny to return the police, Dolores, and Lieutenant Santino. Italian representation. Eddie explains it was actually Doom who killed Marvin Acme as well as R.K. Maroon and his brother Teddy. He's a bad guy. As Reader Herman explains, the town is still in danger of being demolished by another developer. Dolores notices a stain on Eddie's shirt. It appears that the ink that Acme squirted him with, according to Roger, was disappearing and reappearing. Getting an idea, Eddie returns the love letter to Roger, who begins to read it. As Roger reads the letter, the number of words begin to appear. Eddie's hunch is correct. Yeah, good job, Eddie. Well, I mean, good job, Dolores, more than Eddie, I guess.
Dolores.
The blank piece of paper that Roger found in Jessica's dressing room was Acme's will written in invisible ink. And as promised, the will gives ownership of Toontown to the Toons. That would never happen in real America, though. Nobody would ever be like, "Oh, I got murdered, left the ghetto to the black people." And it's like,
So we get our happy ending, which by the way, like all the tunes like around like you know the dead Judge Doom is you know kind of like, oh wow, this is probably a little more grisly than Pinocchio's used to, but I don't know, maybe it's like the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio and it's like light average Tuesday.
I was gonna say Pinocchio's seen some shit at Pleasure Island.
He's seen some shit.
Yeah, that movie's a lot darker than I remembered as a kid. You know, when I was watching, I was like,
Pinocchio, Key Largo, but it's Pinocchio in the Bogart role.
I totally forgot the live action one. Cynthia Erivo.
Yeah, but
was
then
the
how does
lady.
he gets out of the ship and every time he has to be like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm going to the island." So
Yeah.
they're like, what's going on with your nose? He's like, "Oh, we're gonna be there soon. I'm just driving the."
Like that scene in Shrek 2 where they're like, "Tell us a lie, Pinocchio, to get us out of here." He's like, I'm wearing ladies' underwear," and they're like, "Your nose isn't growing. What's going on here?"
All right, so we're literally at the end of the movie, and the whole thing is that like, oh no, you know, Eddie.
As a number of cartoon characters sing the song "Smile, darn you, smile." You can't say that anymore, and women get mad if you tell them that. Meanwhile, Porky Pig is among the two cops clearing the scene and realizes he's found a good line to end the story. Ibbity, ibbity, ibbity. That's all, folks.
Nicely done.
As he addresses, I need to get the as music as one of our sounds. As he addresses the audience just before Tinkerbell flies in to tap the screen in her own tradition to bring this unique film collaboration to a close.
Yeah, and
Disney
Disney
demanded
together.
Disney
Right.
demanded the Tinkerbell at the end because of the "That's all, folks" right before it.
It's
Because
like
of
you can't have the last
Yeah.
word, whatever.
Yeah.
Last cartoon.
And then it would be funny if Porky
All
Pig was
from
like,
Disney.
"Hey, that's all, folks." And then you see Tinkerbell and he's like, "Oh, one more thing." And then you see Tinkerbell say, "No, wait."
I always think of that Rachel Berry quote. She's like, "I'm like Tinkerbell. Said,
post-credit
I
scene.
need applause to live."
It's a post
I
credit.
mean, today's Roger Rabbit would have a post credit scene that is like there's like a bunch of gelatinous like whatever, and then you see like you see Doom pop up out of it or something like that. And
Yeah,
like,
and then you see Yosemite Sam being like, "Putting your team together, varmints."
or they would literally do the Suicide Squad and they'd have one of the weasels, and then you find out like one of the weasels were still alive.
It's a Magnificent Seven, but tunes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Elmer Fudd's involved. You know, anyway, whatever. We'll workshop this in the after party. So there we go. Who Framed Roger Rabbit, everybody. So thank you, Forrest. Letterboxd, of course, is a place for film lovers to talk to each other about the films they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that they just professed that their first crush was Jessica Rabbit. Numerous, as you might imagine. Numerous reviews mentioning this.
I never seen a human woman before. My first crush was Jessica Rabbit.
And of course, it's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime in and opine with movies that they love. And this is best done for the purpose of this bit very succinctly, where I collect these weekly and put them forth for us and the rest of the panel to react to. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Let's go. That poor boot did nothing wrong.
And I wish as they were putting it into the thing, it said it was like "ay caramba" did the part.
Just looks up at Doom. Eat my shorts.
That'd be in the post credits outtakes. Yeah.
You want me? He's like, you want me to eat your shorts, eh? And he's
I'm all right. Nobody worry about me.
I got dude. All right, I got one. So it's Judge Doom, but at the end you find out everyone looks at it, it's like Sideshow Bob.
There you go. Yeah, that's good. It's good.
Kelsey Grammer.
As someone that was just in LA, I think we're living in the timeline where Judge Doom won because it does seem like their freeway system was set up by a deranged tune.
I mean, you can see you can see Judge Doom, Republican, California. He's like in the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
Like...
Judge Doom would represent Orange County for sure.
I was just thinking that, Conan.
Yep.
Great minds, yada yada yada.
That'd be the sequel. He's running for Congress. He's back somehow. He's running for Congress.
He brings YIMBY. He brings the YIMBY movement to.
Look, we're not racist. We have tunes.
Look, I'm not racist. Some of my best friends growing up were tunes.
The villain is capitalism and the dismantling of affordable public transit in favor of the U.S. interstate highway system. True.
Yeah.
That's just
I mean,
accurate.
Look. I think Judge Doom would have made the trains run on time personally, but
seems like it'd be a thing you'd be good at. It's crazy that they got Bugs and Mickey to agree to work together.
They're like, come on, we're gonna give you more carrots, and he's like, and Mickey's like, oh, please be in my movie, huh? And he's like,
I just wish they'd have switched the roles and they'd have made Mickey do the shenanigans and give him the spare tire.
That'd be good. You know, they were gonna work together for one other movie, Heat. Actually, that was the original casting.
They couldn't decide which one got top billing though.
Yep, it fell apart in negotiations.
Across from each other in the diner or whatever, and he's like, I don't know no other life, huh?
Got a great ass. Not plan material, but here we go. All right.
Oh, that was good.
We are available for children's parties. Thank you. Melting acid is so awkward. Like, oh my God, please just fall forward so we can move on.
See, but that's why we have Mike Scott here to talk us through the process of the monologue as the person gets dissolved in acid.
Exactly.
It's like everybody has stopped. He's like, oh wait, lower them down slowly, and he's like, I need to tell you my plan. My plan is that I'm going to build a transit system, and it's going to go from here to here. Can you guys bring the maps in? Okay.
Right, exactly. Fire up the PowerPoint real quick. Thank you. So. Yeah, and I love that like the nozzle starts going the other direction at one point, and then it's like whatever. There's like 4 fake outs. It's good.
Every Bond movie, he's like slowly, like you see him just slowly getting out of his handcuffs by like filing the handcuff away, and he's like, and then after that, I will take over the world by slowly. Each person will get a radio control thing in their brains, and each thing will, and you just see him like trying to get this thing off.
Yeah.
No, there is a Bond movie where Blofeld gets dipped. There is a scene in Diamonds Are Forever at the very beginning where Blofeld gets kicked into this big thing of acid. but it's not, of course,
Diamonds
a
are
real
forever.
blowstar.
Yeah, diamonds are forever, Doc.
Just recast cartoon characters in all our favorite movies. Sure, why not?
I mean, I
Tune
think,
in the
I think
after
Bugs
party.
Bunny, James Bond. Bugs Bunny, James Bond would be great.
I could see it. Named
Shake,
Bunny.
shake and not
Bugs
stare,
Bunny.
Doc.
Exactly. That probably was a Looney Tunes bit. Should not have shown it to my brother as a whole family film.
How old was the brother?
Yeah, it's annoying.
It needs to be young. It has to be young brother. Young brother
Or
living
maybe
in
you should've.
Toontown.
Love that record. No. Goofy cleared from spy charges.
Nice pull.
The only time you get to see Goofy is like he's on TV and like he's taking on the USSR.
He's the equivalent of like Buster Keaton or something, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he's like one of the best.
And like they're not your grandfather's Goofy.
Right, exactly. Mickey Mouse looking at a fucked up, horrific corpse covered in acid.
What? This is traumatizing.
It kind of is, and they all just kind of rush in. It's like, oh, okay. So,
but also the thing that really, like, as a kid, that really fucked me up is that like they didn't know that like they introduced the concept of mortality to the tunes in that moment.
Like had not known. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like when
they're like the elves in Lord of the Rings or something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, except for like the horrific like version of it where you're like, because like imagine the only way you could die is to be dipped in a vat of acid, and then a guy starts walking around with acid, and he's like, you think you're just kind of like gonna live forever, I guess. I mean, I guess everyone has a moment where they think they're gonna not like literally, but they think somehow that they're gonna live forever, and then someone dies like near them or in front of them, and they're like, holy shit, actually mortality is a real thing. But imagine you don't ever think you could die because you can't die, and then someone introduces the concept of death, but the only death you can have is to be dipped in a thing of acid. Like that is a horrifying thought. It's like, oh, I hope nobody brings acid around. Not LSD, not anything else.
Yeah. Hope nobody brings a bucket of water around. Yeah, it's like all kinds of things.
the wicked witch. No, we'll be fine as long as nobody brings water around.
As long as we have no water around, it's fine.
Hey, that's propaganda. Remember.
Right. Before Endgame, there was Daffy Duck and Donald Duck playing piano while Betty Boop served drinks. So true.
Exactly.
Yep. So true. So great. That's
hey,
great.
Forrest, you say "oh boy" in Donald Duck's voice.
And Donald Duck. Yeah, there you go.
I just don't know how they could do it without like mouth sounds getting in the way of it a little bit, and it's like
I don't know how they
that
do
makes
it.
sense.
I wouldn't want to be on
covered those
camera
in
doing
pizza.
it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. When I was a little kid, my grandpa when I was a kid, the same grandpa that used to sing "If I Was King of the Forest," he would sometimes like hold me and go. Yeah,
that's a goof. Yeah,
yeah.
Sure, why not?
This is a bit. He's a guy that had a lot of bits. He had a lot of gags.
Runs in the family. Tweety Bird sent a man plummeting to his death. He is a menace to everyone around him.
And he looks right at him and just goes like, slowly steps on his hand.
Yeah, it's great.
Come on, help me. And he's like, that's all, folks.
Canonically established. Those are Letterboxd one-liners for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Please follow the show on our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where we have all the great content from the shows themselves, the streams, attendant short form content, bits, all that good stuff. You can follow us on the popular Letterboxd platform. We encourage that you do so. The Toontown Special Economic Zone over there is at Always Flacco Forest. It's a good one.
Yeah, I'm setting up a tune. They're gonna let the tunes work in sweatshops.
Yeah, exactly. It's a task force, really. There's going to be an economic zone czar, a tune czar. Thank you, if you will. You can follow at Always Flacco to see what he's up to, logging stuff from this show, and many more on his Letterboxd account. Dabbling in watercolors, Eddie? Yes, indeed. At CONAN NEUTRON, that's me. New Criterion Challenge for 2026 dropped. I just put my list up, and you can follow me along for that if you feel so inclined. It's It's a lot of fun. It's a very rewarding experience. Highly suggested that you do. I'm always logging the highbrow, the midbrow, the populous fair, all that stuff. I've been kind of a logging tear lately. It is cold as hell and snowy, so I'm not going anywhere to do it. So that's
I was trying to say cold as hell and snowy.
I'll have what he's having. Yeah. So Adam, Kristina there. Bob Hoskins is British. You can follow her on Letterboxd. She logs stuff for the show and many more things.
It would be
well.
It would be less jarring if you had like a different British accent. I think it's the fact that he has like the
very Cockney.
Cockney, yeah.
Well, the
You know
first
what's
time I watched Long Good Friday. I had to put on subtitles. I could not understand it. He was saying in that movie.
I have that in my Criterion Challenge actually, so I will remember to put subtitles because I have not seen that yet. I've seen I saw one scene from it, and I was like, I need to watch this from the beginning.
Very young Pierce Brosnan in that.
All right.
Ooh, before Mamma Mia, he sang really well in that one.
Adam, Kristina, there. Mike Scott is Mike Scott 1981. He didn't cack nobody. And you can follow him for you're doing Criterion Challenge again this year.
I got
right?
mine up too, yep.
That's right. That's so you can follow him along for that, as well as all the great movies that he does on Bottle and Bond, his podcast, which we'll talk about more with the plugs. Let's do them right now, Forrest. No delay, no wait, please.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yeah. So JD Pincus of Buttle Surfers and Honky Melvin's Areola 51. That's a good one. Jack Officers. That's another one. The mighty Jeff Pincus is on the show, and that is now, as a few hours ago, up in the general feed for all to hear. Find it wherever you get your podcast. ProtonicReversal.com for the archives. As always free. No ads, no sponsors. No kidding. Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal. $1 a month advance access. Maybe if you makes a great gift, as Al Franken used to say. And you can the year end, my favorite records of the year episodes coming up this week, as well as Tim Sodi of the Fucking Champs, Erica Dunn of Tropical Fuckstorm. Everyone's got fuck in their name. Wow, I didn't even notice that. That's funny. Dave Clifford of Pleasure Forever, and the fucking VSS. Just kidding. That's not it. He's coming up as well. Got, I think, 5 episodes before the end of the year coming up. So most podcasts go on vacation. Not me. Protonic Reversal, everybody. Following all the normal things. Is that what you were working on that whole time? All right. Respect.
Yeah, well, I also got this one.
There you go. Okay,
yeah.
good. I feel like I've been played off like it's Academy Awards, and I'm freaking Adrian Brody. Adrian Brody, everybody. Thank you.
I love when a girl that's this tall puts a little bump in my nose at the end of the at the end of the movie.
By the way, Adrian Brody still making that speech right now to this day.
Yeah, Cillian Murphy's like, I got shit to do, man.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. He's like, you look like the next frame you see is a skeleton.
Yeah.
I love I like the idea because he's such a fucking obnoxious asshole when he's doing it. People start heading for the doors. Don't leave! Don't leave! He's like,
Yeah.
like, get the
Doors are locked from the outside. Of course, no more touring for the year for Neutron, the Secret Friends, but there's some really exciting stuff that'll be announced in January, I believe. Neutronfriends.bandcamp.com and all the streaming platforms, things along those lines. We're going to be running a holiday deal coming up on Friday for some special merch and stuff like that. So stay tuned for all of that. Is there
I
anything?
just realized who he looks like. He looks like John Lydon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, respect. So there you go, Kristina. What do you got?
I love the Queen.
Well, Christmas is coming up. Yes, gotta start doing Christmas related stuff on stream. Of course, had my show, had Alex, Devil's Advocate, on, talk about all things, Marvel and Welcome to DERY, which loved.
Oh yeah, just saw the season ender. Yeah, it was great.
Pennywise getting bitch slapped was hilarious, and him being like, "What?" I was like, "Oh, this is funny." Also, of course, tomorrow, Forrest and I have our show, Absurdity Space, at 6 p.m. Eastern. We will be going over why does Australia have as many guns ever? Like, Forrest is doing a lot of research into that.
More guns they had during the Port Arthur massacre.
Happened. Yeah, like crazy. Yeah. So we're gonna
It's not been reported in the U.S. media until this anti-Semitic beach shooting that happened this weekend. It was not reported in the U.S. media really at all. But the Guardian's been reporting nonstop this entire summer, going, "Hey, there's too many guns. There's too many guns in Australia. Hey, Australia's gun laws, they're breaking down. Australia, they have a gun lobby that's literally been shaped by the NRA. Maybe we should look into that and not have that." And then
why do countries who have no mass shootings want to be more like America? I don't know. Also, too, we're probably going to be also going over Rob Reiner's legacy. There's silly. Also, Anthony Geary.
Movie show.
Yeah, Anthony Geary.
We gotta talk about in the after party. We gotta talk a little bit about about our good friend Rob Reiner.
Yeah.
A guy we knew personally.
A friend of the show, Rob Reiner. Yeah, exactly. We call him Robbie.
Robbie, baby, get on the phone. Princess Bride, boy, wonderful movie.
We're in the pit of despair,
Yeah.
That's
It
all
really
I got
does feel
going
like
on.
that. It feels like before the end of the year, there's like just a bloodletting. Like it feels like the purge
it's like,
before
what
the end
fuck?
of the year. Every time I went to go check anything this week, like the news or something, it's like, something worse happened. Like I was following along with it. I'll probably talk about it with Kristina tomorrow. I was following along with the thing that happened at Brown, where they had the
They still haven't found the guy.
Yeah,
It took 4 days, and I'm like, Cash, this
went in
is
there
I'm
and
like,
opened
this is Cash
fire
Patel's
in
FBI.
Brown University, killed a bunch of people, and it was 4 a.m. and I was checking. Like I finally got done with like the stuff for this podcast. I checked again, and it was like, a mass shooting in Australia, and everyone in Australia was like, a mass shooting is happening. I was like, oh, awesome! It's the time where the two things they're intersecting on my timeline right now. This is great.
That's a cheery end of the show. Hey, Mike, got anything to plug?
Well,
now that we're in this hole, can you dig us out, please? Thank you.
So we just wrapped and released Die Another Day. So we're going in order. So the next
that's
one is
a good one.
Listen and see, or listen and find out. Oof. But we're doing
Listen
Casino
and
Royale.
see.
That'll listen and see. We're gonna do Casino Royale. That'll come out right after Christmas. And obviously, we do them every 2 weeks. But we did, and I'll announce it here. We are going to be doing a spin-off podcast that's going to be kind of related. It's going to have companion beverages, but we're also going to do like some other companion stuff, companion books, companion music. Something to keep talking about movies. Not to step on anybody's toes that already does a far superior movie.
Look, first of all, how dare you? Secondly, where do I subscribe? Do you
It's
need
gonna be
co-host?
called. Nice. It's gonna be
Look,
called.
I'm just a tuned supremacist. What can I say?
But we're gonna call it Spirited Movie Companions, and probably around March was when that'll start up. But
I was being like, they're kind of running out of movies. Like, there's not that many left. Like, it's like, is this going to be the end of it or what?
And we're gonna do a couple little surprises, and by surprises I mean hate
Like,
watchers of the original Casino Royale, and Never Say Never Again. So we're probably gonna do both of those too, even though they're not Eon.
I was just
see you're not taking the movie title's advice.
I was thinking about it, like thinking about just in general because, well, I mean, you know, your podcast, but also the fact that they've just put up all the like, you know, high def. I don't know why they need to put up the high definition Mad Men episodes, but I have been enjoying going back and watching them. And my favorite end of a season is when they do the "You Only Live Twice," and they it's like, you know, the song, but it's the end credits kind of as Don, like they zoom out and he's walking through all the sets on his like at his advertising place or whatever. He's walking out because you know, Megan Draper becomes an actress or whatever, and that's like hands down my favorite end to any season that they did because of the perfect like James Bond ending to it.
Nice.
It's the Nancy Sinatra. Nancy. By the way, didn't mention Frank Sinatra's performance in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Singing Sword.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it was like an archive that they used.
It was, yeah. It wasn't him.
It's better than
They can maybe get Frank
Stevie
Sinatra Jr.,
Wonder.
but not actual Frank Sinatra.
Or they
Frank
get
Sinatra Jr. That is the joke, everybody. Frank Sinatra Jr.
Is that the one that got kidnapped?
Yes.
Today they would put Seth MacFarlane as Frank Sinatra because he does this. He sang along with Frank Sinatra Jr. He had him on Family Guy. Family Guy. But yeah, Mike, do you have final thoughts about this, or about you know, maybe you want to say something about anti-tune bigotry in our community, or
Well, like I said, you know, watching this as a kid, it just hits completely differently as a kid from what it does an adult, and it's just two completely different ways to appreciate the movie. I will never not love this movie. I will watch this all the time. I will watch it with my daughter. I will watch it with my grandkids, and you know, we just won't explain some of the things that don't need to be explained until they're older for that. But yeah, I mean, this is just, I'm just too wrapped in this nostalgia fog for this to ever think of anything other than a perfect movie for me.
I mean, I think it's good without, like, you know, even without the nostalgia part. I mean, I obviously have the nostalgia part, so maybe I'm too biased to really have the thing, but like it transported me to being a kid, and I could just like, I think it'd be good no matter what, no matter what time it is. You know, Kristina, final thoughts about Wajo Wabbit.
It's such a classic. It's really one of the times where it's like, you know, a few times where you do have like live action and 2D animation, you know, working together rather smoothly. And it's kind of sad that we've lost that in like the last, like 20 plus years. It can be replicated. I mean, we've seen it in a Paula Abdul music video. We've seen Gene Kelly's done it, you know.
Where's MC Scat Cat?
Yeah.
Actually, I heard he got Me Too'd.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, great cast when it comes to, you know, voice acting, live action. The fact that Kathleen Turner was uncredited as Jessica Rabbit is kind of crazy to me.
She didn't. I don't think. She was very, very pregnant at the time, and Robert Zemeckis was like, "Hey, you're very pregnant right now, and you know we get along really well. Like this
You
like,
want
you
to
know, I
lay
want
in
to have
bed
you in
and
this
do a
movie."
voiceover?
Yeah, essentially, like, and she said this is like her favorite role because she's like, I was not gonna get up and act for anything, so I was like, fuck yeah, I don't even care if I'm credited. Yeah, but also I learned
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I learned very recently who the singing voice was for Jessica Rabbit is Amy Irving from Carrie and Crossing Delancey.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
Okay.
She was credited. So.
Amy Irving, good on you.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what I came up with for the after party title?
I don't.
You already read after. I came up with the Acme Award nominations.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you did there. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's
Acme, get your Acme.
It's only the short list for the below the line categories, but we're still gonna talk.
Yeah. But I mean, we're hanging out too. But Conan, do you have some final thoughts?
I mentioned it. I mentioned in the crux of the show, but yeah, he makes me laugh. It's got to be one of the most badass lines in any noir and anything with a, let's say, mismatch.
That's right. If you're funny, you can you know, you can do a lot.
If you're ugly, just say you're funny, and it'll work. Trust me, ladies. He's funny. He makes me laugh.
I swear, I'm funny. I swear.
I'm funny. I can make people laugh. Yeah, a lot to say. We said most of all during the meat of the matter for the show, but the way the film works, I think it's because there's character development and growth, and that's earned. And it turns out being one of the best movies about movies ever made for that very reason. And the tech may have gotten better, but the filmmaking here is both undeniable and very entertaining, audacious and enthralling. And yeah, as I mentioned, this is how I found out about the actual creation of the interstate freeway system through this cartoon crossover movie. So educational as well. And it's a movie that's only grown in my estimation. So I actually right before the show started, put it on my top 100 list. Sorry, Punch Drunk Love, no more room for you.
I mean,
yeah.
it's like it's a classic. I just like it also
it's either
like,
that or
there's
Battle
so
Royale.
much-
I'm not jumping Battle Royale. Sorry.
Yeah, there's so much like in our I don't know in the pop cultural milieu, I guess today we're living in like, and this doesn't feel forced when they do it. It feels like it's very organic, and a lot of the stuff now doesn't feel organic. But it's like, we're kind of in the age of IP, which I like kind of hate sometimes. But like this movie is like a good example of what you could do to make like a world that feels organic while also doing something like that has that IP as like a natural element of it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you should not and could not remake Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You could do other things with the characters, but you probably shouldn't do that either, frankly.
Yeah, but I mean, they're doing like, I mean, I don't think it's really like the same kind of crossover or anything like that, but like, like something like Acme versus Coyote or whatever, like stuff like that, where it's like different versions of like a story that like hasn't been. I mean, maybe we'll find out it's exactly the same as something, and then be like,
all I can say is, do not speak to me about Space Jam in this household. I'll throw you right out.
How about the Chippendales?
That is another movie that I saw at that same age.
I like Space Jam. The sequel sucked.
It's not on the same level. Come on.
I love
They're like, well, maybe we could get, I don't know, what's another kind of toony thing? Oh, I don't know, basketball players. Like, I don't know why you said basketball players, but.
All right. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, hang out for the after party if that's your deal. That's if you want more nonsense, boy, we got it. What are we doing next week? What is it? Ed Wood.
Ed Wood.
With
Ed Wood.
Daniel House of
we gotta
CZ
make our
Records
cameras in black and white for the occasion.
and Skinyard.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Well, my next one will be better. Dude, not the actual they are really hard to watch, kind of. I've seen them, but like Plan 9 from Outer Space is like it's a rough watch, right? Like some of
It's
it.
not great.
And like there's the classic Bela Lugosi fighting with the octopus, and he's just like he's like, yeah, I'm gonna act like that, and like hard watching all of them. But I was really obsessed when I was younger with the idea of Ed Wood, like as a director, and like how he just didn't give up on continuing to make these like even if they're the worst things in the world, he's filming them at a church. Like the church is giving him money to do it.
And it ends up being making stuff with your friends. What is podcasting if not that?
Yeah.
So not to tip my hand too early for that episode, but
what are like most YouTube channels that shoot the live, like not like like with just a camera, like it ends up being that, and then you end up on like SNL or something if you're really really good at it, and that's like that's Ed Wood today. It would be like SNL digital shorts.
Yeah.
Tune in for that and much more in the after party, everybody.
Yep, we will be over there soon. I put the after party. I guess it did it as a desktop and a mobile thing, which now it does. Which I need to figure out. Just gotta turn that off, that part of it, because it's like two versions of it. But yeah, I put the after party link in the actual thing. So that's happening tomorrow. Obviously, watch the Absurdity Space. Anything else? Ed Wood, and then Once Upon a Time in Hollywood for the
Closing
day
out
before.
with Once Upon a Time in
What a
Hollywood.
good time to be doing
I haven't.
Tarantino film.
I was gonna say I haven't read the news in like 3 weeks. Quentin Tarantino, anything happening with him? No. Okay. You got opinions about stuff?
I'm just imagining the end, like there's a post credit scene and it's Paul Dano with the flamethrower, and he flamethrowers everybody in the end of Once Upon a Time in
Dano
Hollywood.
Nation Rise. You know.
All right. So anyway, tune in for that. Thanks.
Tune in for the ibidi. That's all.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, we